Welcome in, everyone, to the TELUS Esports Series 2. I'm Vodable, and joining me for these finals for the next 2 days is Jen or Lemon Kiwi. How are you doing today, Jen?
I'm so excited to be here. If you guys might recognize me because I did some of the content for TELUS when it came to this TELUS Esports series to get you all signed up, because free to play and all skill divisions, all skill levels are accepted. So I'm excited to see what we're gonna see today.
It's going to be great. We're going to be going through a lot of the matches leading up to those final best of fives that'll be happening at the end of the day itself, seeing what competition is going to be out there for all the different divisions, different leagues. We have 4 of them in total: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and elite. And all of these teams are participating for some amazing prizing, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. Before we do anything, though, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge that our participants and our viewers live and work across many territories and treaty areas within North America, and we are grateful to the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are with us today, those who have gone before us, and the youth that inspire us. We provided a link in the chat for you to take a look and see what territories and treaty areas you reside in, which is native-land.ca. TELUS Esports Series 2 is proudly presented by Nanoleaf. Got some of those lovely panels there as well. And they are changing the world with the most innovative smart home solutions that transform ordinary experiences into extraordinary ones. And we also want to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors for the prizing, HyperX and GameCon Canada, for helping provide the TELUS Esports Series with all these amazing rewards for the top competitors that you're going to be seeing of the league this weekend, Jen.
Yeah, and don't worry, for my folks over in Alberta and British Columbia, TELUS has a very special partnership with Xbox. So if anyone who purchased the Optic TV package in those areas, you can also add the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, which allows you to access 100 plus high quality games, plus the EA Play and Xbox Live Gold Final. So now with TELUS partnering with Xbox, you can save everything together all in one bill. So your internet, your TV, and gaming all in one, because TELUS Optic TV is the most affordable way to get streaming and TV all in one plan, where you can customize entertainment packages based on your preference. This includes, of course, your Netflix, Crave if you watch that, movies, HBO for your Game of Thrones and stuff, and more. TELUS Optic TV also offers hundreds of digital channels, including HD, radio stations if you're still into that, movies, multicultural channels, and more. So if you want to learn more about Optic TV, go to telus.com/en/TV/optic. You can also learn more about Optic TV and the Xbox partnership at telus.com. All of that /Xbox-game-pass-ultimate. But we'll throw all the links in chats. I know that it's long links. We'll put it in the chat for you, but it's an awesome partnership.
And speaking of Xbox specifically, I believe there is also a giveaway of 2 Xbox Series S for people that are participating in this event in the TELUS Esports Series 2 and fill out a survey in the chat. I know we were talking about that during the previous week's competition, so if you want to win one of those, make sure you filled out your survey if you are a participant of this lovely event itself. Also, check out the Discord if you want to be a part of the TELUS Esports Series community, !Discord in the chat to join that too. If you are somehow playing and not a part of the Discord and your friends are just taking care of all that for you, you should be in there. That's the greatest way to be connected with the other players that are out there and see where you can just get together and have some fun playing some video games. But before we get into anything else, we also want to talk about the kind of format for the day itself, what we're going to be going down through today specifically. So we're starting off with the beginner upper finals, a best of 5. Then the beginner lower finals, best of 3. We're saving the grand finals for all these different leagues. That'll be happening tomorrow specifically. So it's just going to be upper finals today. Starting with beginner, then going to intermediate, then advanced, and ending off the night with elite. And elite's that champ 1 all the way to SSL level of gameplay. Beginners more kind of bronze to silver. Then it goes from like silver to gold, or silver to platinum, and then platinum to diamond for the advanced league. So you're going to see a bit of some evolution of play style and gameplay throughout the day today, Jen.
I know, it's going to be great. So one more time, we have beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite. So the fact that we just have like a wide range of skill divisions, really it just anybody was able to sign up. It was free to play. And this is not the first time we've done the TELUS Esports series. This is the 2nd year, and it was a blast last year when I got to cast it. And the prizes get, of course, better and better for the higher divisions and the more hardcore, going from, your gamer glasses for the beginner division first place to all the way to some really huge gaming packages for our elite players. I guess we can just break that down because this is what we're all playing for at the end of the day.
Yeah, so there's a kind of a long list of things to go through, and then thanks again to HyperX and GameCon Canada for making this all a possibility. So first place for the beginners division, they get the Razer Anzu, which are these like smart glasses that have speakers built into them, which are pretty cool. I was thinking about getting some of those, and I'm like, I don't want to be that cool when I'm going out on the street. I got to leave the coolness for everyone else, and especially for the people that are winning the beginner league there as well. Second place, the team gets a $75 Best Buy gift card, and third place, $25 Best Buy gift card. So pretty nice to get those rocking glasses or some gift cards that you could spend on whatever else peripherals you want there for the beginners division.
Yeah, beginners, just the fact that I don't know how low the skill tiers go, but just the fact that you could just have like a sense of Rocket League, you could come into a tournament and actually win something. Yeah. And it kind of at least motivates you to go, oh, if I can get even better, I can work towards the intermediate division and the advanced division. And then elite if you're going to be spending many, many years. Let's go over the intermediate prizes, starting with first place, a T150 racing wheel. Okay, if you want to be cruising some of these driving games, I see people on social media, they just be vibing in their seat with a racing wheel. It makes a huge difference, and they're quite expensive. So intermediate is going to be blessed with that. Also, the second place gets a Razer Kishi and a Razer Leviathan. Kishi, I think, is a controller for your mobile device. So if you're a mobile player,
those are nice.
Those are so helpful because phones, depending on how big yours is, can be a pain.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Leviathan, the Razer Leviathan is actually a PC soundbar and subwoofer. So if you really want to feel the experience and not have to use your headset, that's amazing. And then the Razer Anu and Razer Kyo for third place.
There we go. A lot of great peripherals there that are for the winners on the intermediate division. And all the people that we're seeing today are at least in the top 3. So they're guaranteed something out of these prizes. So we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through it. Going through the advanced division, there's a lot to go through. So we're just going to be listing off these ones here instead of going more into detail. We got the Cloud Alpha, the Pulsefire Surge, the T300 racing wheel. So a little bit more advanced. Another Razer Kishi. For second place, we got the Core Red 2 Pulsefire Matte XL, which is just a really big mouse mat, which is really nice. Those are so quality to have if you have like the desk space for it too, especially if you're playing those like FPS shooters on like PC. You need all that desk space possible, especially if you watch the pros. We got the Razer N-Key X and another Razer Kishi, and then third place gets the HyperX earbuds, Razer Kyo X, and Leviathan V2, and that's also pretty nice too. And then the Elite Division, Lemon, it's like so much stuff for these top players that are out there.
Yeah, I mean, I could just go rap god on this. We got Cloud Mix, Alloy Origins, Fury Ultra, Pulsefire Dart, Razer is like you just get the whole gaming package, including basically the big one. PS5 console with a controller, because we're not going to let you go empty-handed, literally. And if you're not even a PS5, if you want some help gifting, you can give that away and keep the Xbox Series X console. So you get 2 different types of consoles and a bunch of stuff for PC. So if you're a console guy, you're a PC gal, whatever, the first place is the ultimate package. And then second place and third place also are pretty big.
Yeah, pretty nice stuff. I mean, it's also pretty cool too for that first place for the Elite Division. You get a flight stick. So if you want to play some like Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's the perfect way to use that with that Xbox Series S. So we'll talk a little bit more about the Elite Division and go into details once we see who our top 3 are going to be. But right now, we got to get into our first match of the day, and that is going to be the beginner upper final, a best of 5. The lower finals all best of 3 because we don't want to keep you here all day. We're going to have a great time regardless, but it's going to be fun to see the competition, how it evolves throughout the day itself. We've got Channeling versus Cracks. We don't know much about the players because there was so many participants. Thank you all for participating in the TELUS Esports Series 2, by the way. But seeing the way the competition has elevated themselves throughout the tournament, the 4 weeks leading up to this point, it's been something special, I feel like, and had a real sense of community with everyone giving it their all and just having a good time.
I know, and I like that you plug the Discord too, because I think coming into these tournaments as a beginner, like no beginner of any game is just gonna have like a stack, right? Or just
Yeah.
like a team that you're competing with. So a lot of people ended up joining the TELUS Discord and have been connecting with other people in the general chat, making teams, maybe a little smack talk, when it's appropriate. But that all goes away after the game is done. But the fact that everything ends this weekend and you're tuning in at the right place at the right time. If you want to watch our grand finals, it's going down tomorrow starting at the same time. It'll be a shorter day, of course, but we're giving out so awesome prizes. So big shout out to all our partners, and we'll get into our first. We'll start with the beginners, the beginner upper final, and they'll be jumping into game any second.
Yeah, as soon as they hit the field, let's get into the game itself. It's going to be Channeling versus Cracks, and actually through the 4 weeks of competition, we haven't seen either of these teams on stream specifically. We only had so many slots, like 4 slots each time. Dipped into the beginner, I'd say 2 or 3 times throughout the 4 weeks of competition that we had on stream, but people didn't have to play on stream. There's so many participants, as we mentioned before, so we'll see exactly how these two teams fare against each other. And again, to remind you all at home, for this beginner league, I believe it is the bronze to silver level. So we'll see, people that are just
see me next year
when it comes to Rocket League itself. And now they are taking their respective sides of the field. Channeling will be in blue, Cracks in the orange. And what are you really expecting to see here the most, Lemon? Because I feel like we've all, when we've played Rocket League, started here and tried to see how it's evolved throughout the years. Because bronze, when watching it now, is not the same as it used to be a couple years ago.
I mean, for here, I know there's going to be a lot of French names because this is an all-Canadian tournament, which is so amazing because Bot and I are Canadian, and we just, like, back then, many years ago, esports wasn't really being supported in Canada.
True.
It was a big American thing, and now you have, like, Northern Arena, you have TELUS, and other huge organizations coming in to support Canadians, and all skill divisions, too. So the fact that you're just playing silver here and you get to have some fun with friends, whether you win or not is not a big deal, but now that we're in the playoffs, everyone gets prizing,
which is great to see, especially with everyone participating today. Even if they lose this best of 5 and then the best of 3 afterwards, they might have some prizing to go home with regardless. Mitch, though, able to take that one forward. We saw Snidge Mist take it instead right at the midfield line. We tried to see 2 defenders get the save themselves, but they could not get the connection. And really, that's one thing that we notice a lot when it comes to the beginner levels of competition with Rocket League. Coordination, maybe not the best because they're just there to kind of have fun, try and go for the ball, and maybe get a goal here and there. It's interesting to even see nowadays we're seeing people confidently go up the wall, maybe try and go into the air and hit the ball. Back in my day, when I started in 2015, when the game came out, it was nothing like that. People had camera shake on. They didn't know exactly what they were doing throughout all of it. I'm sure people still do that, but it was a world of a difference compared to the standard of Rocket League that is nowadays.
Yeah, and as someone who kind of started in that bronze silver division like last year, I can tell you the learning curve is very difficult. It seems like a very straightforward game. Oh, Scissor could get a shot here, but it's the main thing is it's figuring out, okay, I know how to touch the ball, but it's the accuracy that's the big learning curve, and Bloopin finally gets that tying goal.
Nice one there from Bloopin. Mitch tried to get the connection, and that's another thing that we'll have to note a couple times here too, is when you're going for that challenge, a big thing that can make your game be that much better is every time you go towards the ball to jump towards it instead of just driving towards it as your natural instincts probably would be if you had natural instincts of playing soccer with cars,
Yeah, because that was the big thing I had issues learning was how to hit the ball, because you're just driving towards it and it gets launched like you're just kicking a field goal, and you're just like, okay, well, I just completely whiffed like the easiest shot on net. So like, I love that you brought up that you kind of have to jump and you got to figure out how to hit the ball. It's kind of like learning pool a little bit.
Yeah.
And well, that's 2 in a row for Channeling.
There we go. Shizer's able to get that one as well. And Bloopin, a great assist. Almost saw the one right off of the post from Fuel Unchained, but unfortunately was not going to be credited with that one. They did get the assist technically, so it works out well for them to get on the board points-wise. And they've had the most shots out of anyone this game thus far with 2. Cracks, after that first goal, haven't really been able to put up too much offensive pressure thus far. So I feel like a lot of this is coming down to the possession game, Jen, more than anything else.
I'm glad you called it fuel. Oh, this is, speaking of fuel, almost got that one in. That was some gas. But every time I see FEU, it means fur means fire in French. So I was like, oh, fur. Yeah, it's fire. So was that goal. Man, Bloopin, was that their second goal? That's nice.
Second goal, almost had an assist before too, doing pretty well for themselves and just taking command of this game for their team, looking for the hat trick potentially in game number 1, and that would be nice to see it from Channeling. You can definitely tell they deserve to be here based on their own merit alone. They had a bye earlier on, so they must have been one of the top 2 teams going into this, which Cracks also did as well. They were the number 1 seed. Channeling had to take down Velociraptors, which is very dangerous, I feel like. You don't want to face off against Velociraptors, but also you don't want to face off against Mitch when he has possession. Snidget, again, getting that pass off to their teammate. That seems to be the duo on this roster.
And there's some maybe next level knowledge for Mitch. Just the fact that he knew not only to just jump for the ball, but to kind of tilt his car forward to get that large surface area to just shove it into the net. And he was in a really good spot. So I gotta say, Mitch has to be a player to watch when it comes to Team Cracks, I guess. And it's not even just Cracks. It's Cracks yelling at you because it's all in caps. So I feel like I have to yell names like that.
That's fair. That's fair. In game itself, they kind of capitalize everything, but on the roster for sure, that's exactly how they spelt it, just with all caps. And right now, maybe it's just Mitch that's typing in all caps whenever they get a goal here. Nice setup by Malver, and they're able to put that one just perfectly towards the center of the box for their teammate to get the finish. And I expected Bloopin to have the first hat trick, but it's Mitch this time, tying things up 3-3.
Yeah, I thought that Team Channeling were starting to like run away with this. They had like 2 or 3 goals in a row, and it felt like Cracks were being left in the dust in terms of the possession game. And then you have Mitch just coming out of left field, quite literally, getting back-to-back goals, tying it, 1.5 minutes. And we just have one of the closest games I feel like we're gonna have all day. And the beginner division. So really, we've narrowed it down to the best teams in the beginner division, and we'll see who walks away with game 1.
One thing I do love to see too, with the kind of beginner to say intermediate level of competition, sometimes even advanced, is the use of toppers. You don't really see that in the professional level because they have so many different things that they think, okay, if I have a topper, I'm not going to be able to hit the ball as well properly if you're playing in the professional league. So it's nice to see some more individuality between these players. You got the sleeping cat on Mitch, you have like an octopus, a cup of tea. Just great to see the different customization options these players are going for.
Yeah, that's like the one thing that kind of got me into Rocket League. I'm not gonna lie, is man, I could put some cute hats on my car. If anyone, I mean, production obviously saw my car, but I got a Canadian Mountie hat. I got a red and white skin. You can put flags on the back of your car if you want to represent your country. So I got Canada back there because of course. So you can have a whole vibe to it. The celebrations are another thing to work towards, but that requires scoring. So, yeah.
I mean, speaking of celebrations, shout out to Canada again for winning the World Juniors. Just got to give a big shout out there. So proud, but also crazy that they got those 11 goals against Germany one time. Anyway, back to this game specifically, though. Looks like we might get the finish. Mitch saved the day for their team. Could have seen their teammate get credited, but they wanted all the glory themselves. 0 seconds, not going to overtime. And what a comeback this was.
I want someone like Mitch on my team. The true MVP. Not only a hat trick, but like a little flower on top with the 4 goals, and not only the 4 goals, but the game-winning goal at the 0-second mark. Oof. It doesn't get more hype than this. I wasn't expecting actually this level of hype in a beginner division because I was expecting not a lot of scoring as people kind of figure out how to play, but here's kind of your highlights, which is mostly just going to be Mitch and Bloopin in that game.
Mitch with 4 shots for goals, so 100% shooting accuracy throughout that game, but also really important to note the 2 assists from both of their teammates, making sure that it wasn't just a solo effort, even though it was one person credited with all those goals. We saw something similar with Channeling for like the first half and some change of that game, with Lupin getting the goals after some great setups by their teammates, and Scissor also getting involved there too. Fortunately, it just didn't work out towards the end of that. I feel like a lot of it, again, had to do with coordination. That usually is what it comes down to in these earlier levels. When you said it yourself, Jen, earlier on, a lot of times when you're playing in these kind of tournaments for the first time, it's either with some friends, you're just having a good time at it, or it's people you just started to get together with to play for this tournament. So we'll see how it evolves into the next game, because that's really where things change the most in the best of 5.
Yeah, like this skill division is so much about how can I just go and touch the ball and can I be involved like in any way? And then as you climb the ranks, you're figuring out, okay, what is this touch? What is the intention behind what I'm doing? Because now it's about the destination of where you're putting that ball rather than, hey, I'm just glad I touched the ball at all. Usually climbing up this wall or being in the air at all is just a no-go, because using the boost and coordinating that in the air is not something you're going to see in the beginner division. But I'm impressed with just how many goals we saw in game 1.
Yeah, that was crazy to see. We saw a total of 7 goals in that game, and usually we see like a couple here or there, and a lot of it you would expect to be defensive errors at this level of competition. But no, it was mainly good passing plays, and great to see the coordination in that effort from both of these teams, that they had to give it their all to get those goals. It wasn't necessarily someone not really being back in net or missing a challenge of that sort. It was more just some great passing plays and good team efforts to get those goals.
Yeah, and if you're ever wondering, how bad do I suck at this game? Well, you can also look at your score, which, well, with an open net, you don't have to look at that. I'll keep looking at Mitch all day. But yeah, you can kind of see your score to see kind of how involved you are, how impactful you are, because the score builds up off of many different actions that you do in the game. And ideally, you do not want to be in the double digits. But of course, it's been only a minute in the game. You want to wait till the entire game goes on.
And then usually some of your teammates online might talk a little bit of smack about that if you aren't able to get past like maybe 10 points or something, because then you're like, what are you doing? You're not even touching the ball. But sometimes you try your best and it doesn't really work out. I've experienced that a couple times, no matter what rank you're playing at.
Do you play Rocket League with a racing wheel? I've never actually done that.
I've seen clips of it, and that'd be neat to see if anyone does that. But this time we got Fuel Unchained getting a goal for themselves. They were able to get an assist, or a couple of them last time, but this time they are the first one on the board for their team of Channeling.
I feel like I would just be way better with a racing wheel, because it just would translate to real life. Then you see me on the road just like whipping it, Tokyo drifting into the corners. I'm getting boost. Which, speaking of boost, I'm sure like there's a lot of new people watching because it's the beginner division. Maybe you're cheering on a friend who's learning the game too. But there's different orange pads and boosts on the field, and that kind of gives you, well, of course your car's gonna run with or without it, but it helps you go a little faster. Think of it as like some nitro.
Yeah, I was about to make that reference too. It's like if you ever watch those racing movies and they have like this can in their car that they like flip a switch on, they go super fast. That's basically what it's doing in this. And maybe if you play like some Need for Speed or any of those other kinds of games, they always have that sort of a mechanic in it. But we are already 2 minutes into this game, and Bluepin coming out with a fury. They want to make sure that they're the ones to tie up this game. Did so well for their team in the previous game too. Got those 2 goals early on. Just really could not find their footing afterwards. Mitch, the star of the show so far. 5 goals total throughout this series. I'm wondering what it's going to be like at the end of this best of 5.
Oh, snitch it! You got it! It's right there! And the worst part about learning this game too is playing well under pressure, because as soon as a ball comes your way, like there's a certain amount of momentum, and your immediate panic reaction is, I need to absolutely floor it. And Snitchy makes up for it for a really good block there, but Sisher was the one who recovered it. So you see Team Channeling, we're so close to getting a lead there.
Very nice to see that. Maliver, they got some decent assists in the previous game, but no, nobody is back home. Snitchy, oh, so close to getting the save, but oh, so far. Unfortunate. It happens to the best of us, especially when you are pushed up, hoping for that lead of a goal that they are trying to go for, but Sisher able to just take that down to Main Street and casually deliver it into their opponent's net. Now they are up by 1, and the first time in probably like 4 minutes that they've had a lead.
Well, I could see Mitch just wanting to close that immediately, but Snidget is also starting to impress me and is learning from each of their moves and each of their mistakes. Now, a little too many cooks in that I guess, Crack's kitchen as they were all grouped up around the ball, and then the ball just got stolen by Team Channeling. Not that that's really helping them because they're back on the defense, but at least Team Cracks are all working together. So if somebody whiffs the ball, surely someone else will get a touch, just like this one. And the follow-up is there. Snidge and Miss will help tie it up.
Nice to see again there from Snidge and Miss. They've had so many opportunities, but so close so many times, but this time they are able to get the finishing touch. And one was looking dangerous, like it might have been able to get snuck out of the net at the end of the day there, but they're able to tie things up, got their first one of the series itself and the playoffs here, at least on stream for the upper finals in the beginner league. Now we got to see what both of these teams can do for either of them to get the lead. It's going the other direction though. Snidge and Miss, the one to save the day this time. A great setup towards the center. They're better than my ranked teammates.
Snidge and Miss? Who just took over their controller? Look at this setup, the way they drove up the wall and also just got a slight touch to put it right into the box. Any one of his teammates or their teammates could have scored on that. That was a beautiful setup.
Crazy to see. Like, this is such a cool thing to witness too, because not often do you see tournaments that have the beginner levels of competition. So you don't know exactly what like the top levels of, say, bronze to silver or gold might have. And right now we're seeing that they're not really going for any aerials, but they can go up the walls and hit the ball pretty well and set up their teammates towards the center. It's not what you would expect in your typical ranked game at that level.
I just saw Mitch pull a turtle where he's just like on his back, like, how do I flip my car? And sucks that happens right when you're having the ball and you're about to maybe set up an offensive opportunity, but back on the defense, and yes, your car can go in reverse now. Mitch is just permanently reversing, so wouldn't recommend that. You don't go as fast, but hey, if you can't turn your car fast enough, that worked.
So one thing we're going to see be a major difference between these different leagues as well is the mechanics. Oh no, Snidge and Miss so close. But there we go. Maliver is able to clean things up, get them the 2-goal lead, all but over at this point. But you never know, especially at this level, that we could see 2 really quick kickoff goals if there's mistakes. But again, I talked about it before. This is the top level of the beginner league. We haven't really seen too many mistakes.
And I just got to say the timing of this league is really great. Like, it's during the winter time, like playoffs are happening in kind of start of January, but this has been a league that's been happening for a while. Last few seconds before Team Cracks, I believe, are going to tie things up series-wise. Or sorry, lead the series 2-0, going to series point. Is that, look, the hot cocoa, exactly. This is the vibe. While all the Canadians are snowed in, got nothing to do, they got to play the TELUS Esports series, so I'm pretty jealous.
Yeah. Second of its kind too, and I'm sure there's going to be more where this came from too. So again, if you're participating in this, there is a survey in the chat for you to fill out and give us some good feedback for TELUS, as they care about your contributions to making the TELUS Esports series that much better. But right now, it doesn't get much better than this. We've had some great competition for the beginner league for this first series. I'm excited to see how this next game goes as well. We're seeing the way that these teams are separating themselves, where Cracks, they are doing so well as a full unit on offense. And it's not just Mitch now. We're seeing Snidge and Miss and Maliver also getting some goals. And once they're online, it's very difficult for Channeling to find exactly what they need to do. I feel like Channeling, maybe they aren't as confident as their opponents are, because as soon as they lose that lead after like the midway point of these games, they don't know exactly how to get back to it and how to challenge. And if they can adapt from that end, they might be able to get a game or two before this series is over and they find themselves in that lower bracket.
And what I kind of noticed is that at least Team Channeling, they're playing at different speeds. Like Fuel Unchained, I see them zooming around, really just attacking the ball always, which I feel like at this level is good to do, to just disrupt and hope for the best. But I think just because Fuel is playing so fast, maybe some of their teammates can't play or haven't figured out or just don't like playing that fast, because I'm personally on the favor of play more measured, play more slow, and you'll probably be more accurate and at least have better intention behind your plays. So once maybe Team Channeling all get on the same page, the scores are going to look better and the goals are going to look better.
It's interesting that you note that too, because compared to the first game for Fuel Unchained, we saw, some good assists, 2 of those, and then 2 shots to their name, but they got that early goal for them to tie things up in game 2. Speaking of Fuel Unchained, though, they got the early goal here, and they have the lead this time. Will they be able to keep it up?
That's like Mitch getting challenged there by Bloopin, but that ball just lands right in the box, and it's all about, can you predict, position, and execute? And that's exactly what Fuel Unchained does, waiting in the box, receiving that, and just having an open net score. Feels like 90% of the goals in beginner division are gonna be on open nets, because it's about who can predict the other team better.
We've seen that happen a couple of times here as well when it comes to Cracks, getting those early predictions on the challenges even, and that's made it difficult for Channeling to channel their energy together and get this away from their half of the field. Malaver specifically, perfect timing on these challenges, centered again, and oh, so close again from Snigimus. And you mentioned it a little bit before. Okay, you know, I'll mention it after this goal breakdown, because Mitch right over top of the defender, but we can even talk about it here. Mechanics-wise, usually you'd be able to go up into the air at a certain level and challenge that. You see the double jump happening from the defender at that moment. Instead, typically you would boost and double jump towards the ball, and that's one of the earliest mechanics that you learn in the game itself, quick aerials, and we don't really see that at this level of competition. So nice to see that they're learning from just naturally playing the game, that eventually you'll need to be able to pull off that mechanic, but we're not seeing it just yet at this level.
And it kind of reminds me of curling. Oh, there's types of, look at Fuel, like look how fast they play. But anyway, it's all about not hitting the ball too hard, not hitting it too soft in that moment, but just the right amount. And I think this is why, like, for any parents in chat or older adults that just don't have the mechanics to play, like, you know, your shooter games and these super fast games, this is like intense Mario Kart, but with a ball, it feels like. So if you were ever good at Mario Kart, like, pick this game up. I swear you're gonna have fun with the kids or just anyone. It doesn't matter if you're good, because this game is fun when you're bad at it too.
Yeah, I mean, they even have like a mode that has power-ups similar to Mario Kart 2, so you can just play a bunch of that as well. For whatever reason, I can't remember the name on the top of my head right now because I haven't played it that in a while, but there's a bunch of different modes you can play. If you like hockey, there's even a version called Snow Day that has a hockey puck that you can hit instead. So,
on the basketball one,
yeah,
too.
the basketball one as well. It's hoops. So it's like, if you don't like soccer and you like, you know, hockey or basketball, you can still play Rocket League. And Bloopin playing Rocket League right here and playing with our hearts, because we weren't exactly sure if that was going to go in or if someone could get the save at the end. Mitch trying to scoop in and away, but unfortunately could not get the angle necessary to challenge it in time. And that was just a series of unfortunate events for the defense, but fortunate enough for Bloopin to get that lead yet again for their team.
And Team Channeling need to hold on to this, right? Because it's match point for Team Cracks. If they win this, they move on, but it is a double elimination, so I see Team Channeling going to the lower final, right? But we'll check in on the bracket in a little bit and we'll update you guys. But it all depends if Team Cracks can close it out, and Mala had a chance. And that's, reading the ball is the hardest thing. You think that's an easy shot to make, but you got to kind of calculate the momentum of the ball and how to direct it in your way.
Well, already it passed the halfway point of its potential final game, but if we see Channeling have anything to say about it, we are in it for the long haul, in it this best of 5, or at least another game. If the score stays how it is currently, stagnant is exactly what we want to see for Channeling, but Cracks, we know they have the capability, but oh my goodness, no! Everyone bunched up towards the side post of the orange half, and unfortunately that's not going to work out well for the defense. The team bumps, and this is typically what you expect to see at this level of competition. They've been impressing us enough, and now we see what you kind of expect from bronze to silver when it comes to defense. So it's been a long game, a long series. You don't really play this many games in a row against the same opponents in rank, so it's a bit of a different atmosphere compared to your casual gameplay.
It's just so funny watching. Oh, that's a big one. I think Team Channeling might put the nail in the coffin in that game, 4-1. It's still got a minute 20, but it's funny watching goals because it's just like a herd of like zombies chasing this ball around, and it's so funny to watch. And as we climb in skill divisions, you're gonna see people with more trust in each other to have one person really attack the ball and the rest maybe set up more spread out so you can complete more passes. But right now in this division, it's all about who has possession. Nobody knows. Everyone is just constantly bumping and hitting the ball that it's hard for anyone to have control.
Very difficult for anyone to figure out exactly what's necessary other than I see the ball, I'm going to go for it and try and hit it at my best bet. And again, to remind you of the different divisions, well, we don't even need to remind you of that right now. We need to remind you that there is another team in this game, and Malaver making their presence known. Did see a bit of a double commit, but it worked out so that they could get some extra power behind that. And now they're only within 2, but they only have 1 minute to go.
Oh, 2 goals in 50 seconds? I might be a believer. A believer in, I don't know, Mitch. 4 goals in that game 1. You got to bring that spark back. And he already has like a nice bump off the wall. And Mala, I see the attempt to take that shot in the midfield. It comes all the way back. Mitch tried to redirect it to the net. And it's right there. But somehow the defense prevails.
So close yet so far, and now they don't have so much time left on the clock for them to make this comeback a possibility. Less than 20 seconds to go now for Team Cracks to try and at least one last crack at it. I had to say it. I'm sorry, Jen. For this next 10 seconds, but at this time it's not possible for them to come back with the time allotted.
Well, Team Channeling are not dead yet. And we got another hat trick, so that's really cool. The fact that just Team Channeling are leveling up every time. You see, even Fuel and Chain got MVP there easily because of, you know, the hat trick. But the amount of setup plays, and I kind of mentioned at the start of this game that I found that they played very fast. And even at the pro levels, when you play a little too fast, your accuracy kind of gets traded out with that. But Fuel and Chain, clearly that didn't affect them.
So we did talk a little bit about the points before and how you want to get past the double digits. Scissor, I feel like, might be the one who needs to step up to the plate the most for this team. Fuel Unchained being the MVP thus far, as you were talking about before, the fastest player on the field currently, and they continue to do that. They got 3 goals on 4 shots, so doing pretty well for themselves. Kept that pressure going, great accuracy as well, but it comes down to the defense at the end of the day. If they can't keep that up, it's going to be a struggle for them to pull off this comeback and go into the final game of this best of 5 if they tie things up. We'll have to see once we get into this next game if that is what's going to happen, or if it is going to be Team Cracks closing things out here instead, coming back to this next game with a vengeance. Because this time we only saw a single goal from Mitch, and that's the least amount of goals he's had all series.
Mitch might have used all their power in game 1. It's kind of like Goku style. They just unleashed the Kamehameha and now they're just dead. But hey, this could be a big turnaround for Team Channeling if they can take this game. Okay, everyone got spawned in at the last second. That's good. Loser of this goes up against Velociraptors, kind of spooky, and that's going to be a best of 3. So you do not want to be there, you know, against a very scary Velociraptor, but let alone a best of 3. Those series are so short.
It really is, because one mistake, one bad game, you're facing elimination right after that. Of course, if you go down in that lower final, you still get 3rd place and some of those great prizing. I believe it was a Best Buy gift card if you get 3rd for the beginner league. So still pretty nice. You can, you know, go buy a video game if you want or whatever else that is fitting your fancy. But they have their eyes on the prize. Those lovely Razer glasses if they do get that 1st place finish. Want to rocket them in style and say, hey, I played some Rocket League for a couple weeks of competition. I might not be the best of the game, but I'm the best in this division. That's some bragging rights. I feel like that's the most important thing here.
$25 gift card in this economy. What are you getting? A couple of HDMI wires? Like, you're just upgrading to a few things. I'm just kidding, but hey, every little bit helps. Look at that control from Mala. That is the best we've seen.
That is honestly the best control we've seen thus far. And the demo coming in for Mitch, it was a little cherry on top. We didn't really need it, but it's nice to see the demos happening. Usually you expect to see more of those in the higher levels of competition, not exactly as many in the beginners, because to get a demo, you have to be going super fast in this game and hit the other person's car at a specific angle to make sure that they get demoed instead of bumped. And we haven't seen too many of those so far, so nice to see the little boom explosion in the background instead. But it's okay. No eggs were harmed in the making of those demos.
Yeah. And I'm seeing kind of the lower scoring players just mostly have issues or just are still trying to figure out kind of the boost management of either they're kind of driving it around at 0 and they're slowly collecting it, then going for the ball. But really the better players are ones that can go for the ball and get boost at the same time. So you'll kind of notice the more involved players having 100 boost always, because they're picking it up as they go.
Exactly, and usually at the top level of competition, like RLCS, you see boost being used so much and picked up so much, it's even difficult for some teams to hold on to it on their own side of the field. But right now, it's hard to hold on to the ball defensively there. Unfortunately, looking at the replay of this one, it looked like it might have been a back pass situation gone wrong. Fuel Unchained hit it, Scissor, yep, they hit it, and it was actually an own a goal instead. Unfortunate, but hey, you know, in soccer, usually you can do a back pass. You just don't have dedicated goalies in Rocket League.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest confusion for any like brand new player is, okay, which one of us is standing in front of the net? And
yep.
At the higher levels, you're still having that quote like third person that is just on staying sort of on their side of the field just in case a play gets turned over. But it's not necessarily a goaltender, but more of like a defensive player. And really that varies team by team. I see teams that are all offense all day.
One thing to note too, especially with this game, as we talk about different sports to compare it to, similar to, well, I guess similar to hockey would be more than anything else. You have kind of a rotation that comes in. You usually have people that like to stay on offense, people that like to stay on defense, but it's kind of a triangle style. You have like one person up front, one person going to be rotating in from the side, and then one person going towards the defensive end, and it kind of works in a symbiosis after that to make sure you have every angle covered possible if you can. In threes, at least. In twos, it's a lot more difficult because you don't have that third man, and then a lot more goals tend to happen if you aren't expecting it. Ones, it's all on you if a goal goes in.
Uh-oh. This could be going in. There are so many people trying to touch that ball, and it had such a weird bounce to it that no one knew how to use their boost, or either didn't have it, had the boost to go in the air, or just didn't know how to. And Snidget missed, got the perfect read on that.
That was great. Right up over top of the defender. Not exactly an aerial, but they jumped high enough to hit it forward and move their car forward afterward using, if they're using a controller at least. You can play with keyboard and mouse too. Those people, they are a different breed. That's all I gotta say. It's so difficult. Oh, but a minute 20 on the clock now, and this might just be some consolation time. It feels like with the way this game is going. Every other game up to this point, we've seen a goal or two from a chip. Oh, that's all I gotta do. I gotta say it, and then it'll happen. Fuel Unchained, there when you expect them to be, and when you need them to be the most. Scissor, great setup to Fuel Unchained, and right towards the net, and oh, Mitch, no, an all goal.
It happens like that sometimes. It really do be like that sometimes, but this team channeling needs to put everything on the table. They are down 2 goals and it's still match point. You can't be teasing everybody with this comeback stuff if you ain't gonna deliver it. But at least they'll have a second chance at the lower final. So if you're a team channeling fan, don't worry. They're gonna face Velociraptors up next on stream, and maybe they gotta be the ones to be worried, because I think team channeling, whatever happens out of the series, they look pretty warmed up.
True, and channeling actually took down Velociraptors before, so I think that was another best of 3. So they played against them in a best of 3 at that point as well. So they have the experience and they've won against them, so they might get a rematch against Cracks in that final. But again, it's possible. There's less than 30 seconds, but you can get 2 goals in that time. You get a quick one here. You need to get it out of your side first, though. Bluefin trying to do just that, but it's so unfortunate for them. They've lost their footing defensively, and it's been a struggle for them to bounce back afterwards. Now less than 10 seconds. They are not going to be able to come back, but what a valiant effort. They forced the game 4. They kept it close for the most part, and they had some good showings throughout the game. They didn't go down without a fight.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Team Cracks, one of our first teams going to the finals, the beginner finals, to fight for some awesome prizing, all thanks to our partners. But it's not the end of the road for Team Channeling. It's in the name. They're channeling all their final power and their energy to go up against their final opponent, which will be Velociraptors up next. And hey, you gotta win that one to get some prizing. Only top 3 get prizing.
Yeah. Well, I believe they're in the top 3 there because it is the lower final that they drop down to specifically. So it's them and Velociraptors. One of them gets second or third, and then they move on to that grand final. So looking back at that prizing as a reminder, for first place, it is the Razer Anzu, which is those glasses that are super fancy, high tech.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to change your world there specifically. Second place, $75 Best Buy gift card. And third place, the $25 Best Buy gift card as well. So they want at least the $75 Best Buy gift card. Because again, as we talked about, economy, things like that, you want to have the most money you can when you're going to go shopping. So we'll see what happens in this next game momentarily. But that was a great first look of some competition. That's just the beginner level. Like, I'm going to be blown away today, Jen.
There is so much prizing to be given away, and I think it's really awesome to have kind of gear prizing, because at these lower levels, not everyone has the most souped up computer and the souped up gear. I had like a broken Dollar Tree headset at the very beginning of my gaming escapades. And honestly, leveling up gear makes you a better player, whether you want to agree with that or not. I think the biggest difference for me was the monitor, right? Going from a 60 hertz to 240 hertz.
Oh, that's a big upgrade.
That was a life-changing
Even 144 hertz is a life-changing experience. But nonetheless, that is our time for this first series. We'll be back in just a short few. You don't need to really go anywhere. Maybe get some food and some snacks. But after that, we'll be back with that beginner lower final, the final beginner matchup of today. And then after that, the intermediate upper final. You don't want to miss anything. This is the TELUS Esports Series 2, and we'll return in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to the TELUS Esports Series 2 Vaudable Lemon Kiwi And we've had a great time so far. This has just been the beginner league specifically, but now we're going into the lower final after a crazy upper final matchup. We got our first finalist, which was Cracked, which they are just doing so well for themselves. We saw Mitch lead the charge for that team and carry them to victory. They dropped the game after game 2, and it looked close for the most part, but Channeling, who we're about to see face off against Velociraptors in a rematch in the lower final, they got a lot to make up for after that best of 5, but it's only a best of 3 this time, Jen.
Yeah, and this is for, well, I was going to say all the marbles, but some better marbles. To go to the grand finals to get some of the better marbles. But in the beginner division, at the very least, second or third, you're getting a Best Buy gift card, which is always amazing in this economy to update some of them wires, or maybe a part that is not too expensive depending on how nice your gift card is. But up against the Velociraptors, we haven't seen them on stream yet, or at least I haven't, so I wonder what this is going to be about.
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup to say the least. And again, they can increase their Best Buy gift card by $50 if they get at least into those grand finals. So that's going to help out a lot for, again, as we were talking about, maybe getting some of those PC parts or whatever peripherals they're looking for as well. Because I think it was Scissor was saying in the chat, they are playing on a Mac with a Windows partition. So this is an interesting kind of struggle when you're trying to go into playing a game like this on that kind of a setup, but we'll see how things go down for them and their team of Channeling against the Velociraptors. As you mentioned, first time we are seeing them here as well. So we'll see how both of these teams perform in this game, and it's all going to come down to this first game too, because as soon as you win this game or lose this game, one away from that next round if it goes down in just 2 out of the 3 games.
Yep, let's jump into our first game of this losers final best of 3. It's going to be a short one, but wow, we already have some backboard play. Like, usually we don't see that in the beginner division, but we were also really impressed with just how the last series went. The fact that we had, what, like 7 goals in the first game. It was so close. It came down to a 0-second goal by someone who had not only a hat trick, but 4 goals to their name. And that was Mitch, and they're in the grand final, and so many close calls already.
That was very close, but off their own post and away. I mean, that's a different kind of defensive maneuver you don't see very often, and maybe it was calculated, maybe it wasn't. Well, they'll take credit for that. It doesn't matter. As long as it didn't go into the back of the net, that is all that matters to them. But we're seeing Draken, who's doing their best here as well to go for some of those demos. They're rocking the horns and making sure that maybe that's their strategy going into this game, is to be more aggressive than their opponents. And a name like Velociraptors, I feel like they might need to live up to that a little bit.
Yeah, I want to hear their war cry, you know, the screech of victory. I bet it's hilarious, but I also wonder what is the most scuffed setup that we have at this tournament. The fact that you said the MacBook, like, what do we got, like a trackpad gamer? Do we have any racing wheel enthusiasts? Like,
I mean, I would like to see someone try to play this with a flight stick. That is one of the prizes for the first place for the Elite League. But we are seeing the first goal here from Fuel Unchained, none other than the top scorer of Channeling from the previous series. They got a hat trick a couple of times there and did pretty well for themselves for the most part. Had the highest speed, at least, when they got the boost and went supersonic, and that is what we call the highest speed in this game. When you see like a little trail behind your tires when you're going fast, not really the boost, it's a bit different. You can customize that as well, which is pretty nice. And you saw it just there for a second. Phil Unchained was going supersonic, but Lupin, they're able to take this one forward. No challenge on the defense. And that's the biggest difference we're witnessing already from Cracks and Velociraptors. The defensive efforts, maybe a bit lackluster.
Well, Bluepin is certainly having a better game after the last series. Like, they had their ups and downs, but yeah, this is one of their up games, that's for sure. And Bluepin is just such a cute, it just kind of rolls off the tongue. Bloop. I'm gonna bloop somebody. It's so cute. I wish I had that name, but either way, Channeling, like I said, they came into the series warmed up, and I was kind of having a feeling that they were gonna perform really well.
We'll have to see if that is enough for them to hold on to this 2-goal lead after a confident performance, but maybe not enough for them to get into the grand finals on their first try. But hey, since this is a double elimination bracket, that means they have a second shot, and this is it. No more lives after this. Well, I guess if they lose this game, they still have one more game, technically, which is another life if you count video game essence. But that's just getting besides the point. What is the point is we have another goal here from Fuel Unchained, and Hollow Dude unfortunately can't get there in time.
But Fuel, look at that. Look at the read, the prediction, the patience. I think the biggest learning curve, like I said, when it comes to kind of the bronze silver, is being too eager, being too panicky, wanting to just always attack the ball with all the momentum you can to get there first. And sometimes, you know, there's probably some metaphor about waiting. The turtle is the patient winning over the rabbit. You know, that part, that saying, it worked out there.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well for them, but now we'll see if patient pays off for the defense of the side of Velociraptors, because right now, all attack, all aggro, all going at the ball, the typical experience you have in bronze to silver rank. So we're going back to kind of the normalcy that we expected to see for the Bronze League itself, but we'll see if they can bounce back in the latter half of this game as well. And Lupin trying to make that not a possibility with a lob of a shot into the upper half of that net.
Just bringing that ball all the way back and getting kind of dunked on is not what, and being down 0-4 is not what you want to have happen in your lower final game when you're on your last life. But it's all about sometimes not about how many times you fall, but how many times you get up and what you learn from it. And Dragon, it's all a fake. It was all calculated.
That's when you just put calculate in the chat. That's what we're saying. There's quick chat options in Rocket League as well, so if you're using a controller, you can just like use one of the I think it's the pad on the left, depending on what kind of controller you're using, as well, the directional pad, and that can just use like nice shot or great pass. You don't really want to use that when what what happened here, Jen?
I think some people forgot, like, who should go for the kickoff.
Left
you know,
goes. That's
call.
another rule of Rocket League. Left always goes, unless you coordinate ahead of time. So we see it here. Dragon, he's going for it. Left goes. That's typically what happens, especially if they are the closest one to the ball. If you have two people right next to each other and someone to the right as well, if they're closer, then they probably would go too. But Fuel Unchained,
forgiven.
Yeah, it's forgiven. But Fuel Unchained, not going to forgive them for scoring those two goals. A bounce shot. And I feel like those bounce shots definitely underrated in this level of competition too, because it's so difficult for players to get up to the ball if they aren't familiar with aerials and going into the air, controlling their car like that just yet. If you could get it over top of them in any way, that it's going to be so difficult for them to save it. Oh, yeah. So close, Hollow Dude.
Fuel Unchained feels like that person in air hockey that just swipes the puck really hard to like the side, and it goes like zigzag, and you don't know how to save it because you can't read the momentum.
I definitely don't do that.
But that's what that goal felt like. Of just, it's so bouncy, you don't know how to defend it.
It really is. And breaking down this game a little bit more, because I feel like that's what we have time for now with a minute 15, 6-2. Took until the last 2 minutes of play for the two goals to come in from the Velociraptors. One of them was from a kickoff right after their goal happened before. So I feel like Velociraptors a lot more momentum based than their opponents. If they could get a first goal in that next game, maybe that's where we see them shine and continue forward from there. But we are seeing a difference in mechanics as well as coordination compared to the previous series between these two teams specifically. Fuel Unchained, I mean, it seems like they're in a whole different rank based on the way that they've been playing their game so far, with the coordination that they've been having with Scissor and with their teammate Lupin, because they are using that triangle strategy of rotation. One person goes, the other person rotates in, somebody's at the back. Sometimes they group up in defense. That just happens at all ranks, unfortunately. But with 30 seconds to go, again, Fuel Unchained sees that opportunity, knows when to go for it, has the game sense. And that's something we really haven't talked about too much, is game sense and how important that is in a game of Rocket League.
Just knowing where you gotta be and what you're doing. Intention, position, execution. This is all what this is about. And that's why when, like, in higher levels of play, you're gonna see people split off from the ball. You'd be like, why are you driving away from the ball? I'm getting set up for a pass. Or, hey, I'm getting ready to bump this person when they go for the ball at this moment. It's really so much prediction in this game, and right now you might see a lot of ball chasing, which is
Oh,
like
no.
in the name, just really running after it all the time. But 7-2, I mean, we just have the clear winner in game one, team channeling.
I like to think of ball chasing similar to like youth soccer games, but really young. And you just see every kid going at the ball, trying to hit it towards the net. And it's just a group of people following the ball
A
back and
herd,
forth to the
right?
other side. Yeah, that's kind of what ball chasing is like. But a lot of times we see that happen, and players might not know exactly what to do with the ball then. And usually for Velociraptors, I feel like the biggest thing they need to do here defense, defense, defense. They're leaving one player to face off against the world in channeling, and it's been a struggle. But we saw 7 goals in game 1, and with the way that channeling have beaten Velociraptors before, this is probably similar to what happened that last time, Jen.
Yeah, Fuel Unchained, at least now the speed is not only overwhelming to us watching, maybe the people they're playing with, but maybe the people on the other team. If the other team doesn't know what you're doing, then how can they possibly counter you? And Fuel
Exactly.
Unchained is Fuel Unleashed at this moment. I mean, 5 goals, 5 shots. He's the executioner.
Which is crazy too, because there's like an execution medal you could get in this if you demo enough people. We haven't really seen too many other than the beginning of this game demos. So it's like, okay, maybe Velociraptors, their game's all about demos, which is really fun to do. You got to get a bunch of boosts and then just drive into the other car. So that's pretty cool. It's like a demolition derby, except you don't really see like parts of cars go flying. It's just a big old boom.
I wish there was like a little fire. Like it was just like a real accident where there's like a fire, and then
Yeah.
you know the firefighters have to come in and clean up the mess, and that section of the field you can't access for a while because they got the cones around it. Like that would be like IRL Rocket League game mode. Make it happen.
Oh man, that'd be crazy to see. I mean, we've seen some like scraps of the Rocket League cars and some of the maps as like Easter eggs from previous
Oh,
editions of
cool.
Rocket League. But especially in Wasteland, if you fly around outside, if you go to replays, it's pretty cool to see the different environments there. But this time we're going to see what happens with Hollow Dude and Acceleron to get this ball away, and they do exactly what is necessary. Get it into the corner, but can't get the boost to follow it up. A good jump up from Draken, but instead it's not going to be enough for the offense actually to put that one through. Great defensive effort, working together as a team. If you aren't as confident in your mechanics, getting some help from your team is the best thing to do, and they get the counterattack as well. Got that first goal, nice to see.
Just a shot in the upper 90, and it looked like Fuel Unchained was gonna get a piece and must have ran out of boost or miscalculated, because this was a free shot from Dracan, and it was just in the upper 90, which you don't ever see balls get placed like that.
Wow. That was the best effort we have seen from the Velociraptor so far in this series. But we need more where that came from. We still have plenty of game to go, and they need to tie it up after winning this one to get to that fateful game 3 and potentially take down the competition. After that, forcing the own goal from Fuel Unchained. A dragon is unleashed.
Wow. Yeah, you got the horns at the front, the fire in the back. Okay, I'll stop saying Dracan and just say Dragon at
Might
this
as
point.
well.
You got the whole dragon border. I mean, I see all of these signs, but I can't, you know, it doesn't matter if I can't read, right? So 2-0, 2-0 for Velociraptors. What a comeback after the 7-2, and good job not letting themselves get mental boom.
Great way to do just that. And we're seeing a bit of a difference from the positioning as far as Hollow Dude is concerned. Kind of being their go-to goalie. We talked about that a little bit before. In the earlier ranks, you typically see, once they're starting out, someone try to be just a defender, take a Gibbs style of approach and stay in the back of the net. Early days of Rocket League, people used to do that a lot more, but then they realized it was much more efficient to have everyone be in that rotational style of play. But now we are seeing Dragon just take charge of all of the offense for everything that they need to do on the Velociraptors team. Acceleron kind of being that midfield player, and then Hollow Dude right towards the back. Some good defensive efforts clearing the way yet again.
For now, just keeping the lead is certainly better than blowing it.
Yep.
So it's sometimes the name of the game is to just don't choke, just don't mess up forehead.
Ooh,
and
the demo.
Velociraptors, yeah, they got demoed, but Dragon has the ball, so I'm not so worried.
definitely feel the most confidence as well, mechanical wise, from Dragon. They're able to go up for those touches in the air a little bit just by like jumping towards the ball, not necessarily going for an aerial. And an aerial is when they jump and boost towards the ball specifically, but Acceleron just needs it to touch the ground so that they could hit it in, teed up right for them. They got the putt and it went through, and that's a nice birdie of a goal.
Yeah, that's 3-0. This is getting a little bit out of hand. We might just go to a game 3 if this keeps up. And team channeling, just maybe it's kind of like the last series. Oh, that's just gonna fall in. I guess that's a free comeback goal, but kind of like their last series where they looked really good at the start and then they kind of ran out of energy, or maybe the other team started catching up on what they were up to.
Maybe. We are definitely seeing a more coordinated effort from Velociraptors, and I feel like that maybe threw off channeling, but with this goal that was somewhat gifted to them, but not really, just good positioning off the kickoff too. Bounce is working favorably, so you can call it luck. I call it calculated. As Scissor rocking the Mac with the Windows partition, trying to see what they could do to keep their team alive, but Fuel and Chain, maybe he was just caught texting and not really driving as they are supposed to be here as well.
Well, at least if you demo another car on accident, you know, all the cars get repaired free of charge. Insurance for everyone, but I think it's really team channeling that need the insurance. Just the fact that this looked like an easy team channeling series when we saw them just blast off 7-2 in game 1 to now I really don't know who's gonna win.
It looked like Fuel might be disconnected because they aren't even moving from their side of the field, or maybe they're just playing the patient game as we were talking about, not really doing it too much here, but they do get demoed there as well, so it makes it a bit difficult. It could also be a situation where they're trying to hype themselves up, you know, well, okay, it was a lost connection, so we'll hear from the admins exactly what happens there. I believe they just need to try and connect back into the game if they can, and the game will go on for now as we do not have the admin perms to pause things, and that is correct. The game continues. It is currently 2v3, and that would make sense for why we've been seeing some issues from this team so far of channeling. Maybe they channeled so hard they knocked out their interconnect connection and it didn't really work out well for them, so maybe they need to call up TELUS in the morning and make sure that they can get a connection set up there as well. But Dragon doing their best to keep the pressure going. A minute 25 when you're down a player as well, very difficult to come back, especially since Fuel was their best player on the field.
Yeah, I think that's the most painful part, right? Is like it's your best player disconnecting, and 2v3 is not super possible in Rocket League. Like, it's just very difficult, but with the chaotic nature of beginner division where everyone's making mistakes left and right, Dragon will get the 5th one in, and we'll have Fuel and Chain hopefully join us for game 3, because that's where his team is really gonna need him the most.
For sure. And Dragon, I mean, their team needed them so much in this series, and they came out with a vengeance in game 2. Got a hat trick, 3 shots, 3 goals, all the accuracy in the world that was needed. Oh, the bounce, great read by Acceleron. That one's tough to get. Again, I keep referencing, especially at this level, if you don't know what ranks these are and you're just tuning in, bronze to silver. This is not the gameplay of bronze to silver of my heyday, which was not too long, but definitely a number of years ago. And still, even with the bounces, even with the connections, they're getting some good reads and making sure that they're playing some good old-fashioned Rocket League, even if they aren't going necessarily into the air. No, nobody in the net, and they can't get it at the last second either. Valiant effort nonetheless from Lupin, but it is all for naught, as it will be a Dragon getting number 4.
At least Dragon, like, now we hope that Fuel and Chain reconnect so Dragon can get the screenshot with a 3v3 and be like, yeah, that game was all me. I popped off, slam that stuff on Reddit, you know, and really flex on them. But either way, if you're getting a prize for competing in video games, I feel like you get to flex on everyone after that, especially all the Best Buy employees you're gonna flash that gift card to, you know?
Exactly. You want to flex the gift card as much as possible. And hey, I mean, you don't need to use the gift card on just like one thing. It could just make it easier for you to purchase whatever else you're looking to get there too. So that's always something to take note of if you had some big purchase planned and be like, oh, I have this much off of it now, which is pretty nice, and it helps. And hopefully when you look at your bank account and cry a little bit, you'll be okay afterwards. But nonetheless, we are going to be having some time in between this game. You'll be seeing our lovely faces for a little bit longer than usual to figure out exactly what is going on with Fuel Unchained, so we can see if we can continue this matchup itself. And see exactly what's going on with these players, because the disconnect happened like halfway through that game. So we're trying to figure out exactly how we can get this player back in, if their power's just out, what's happening there specifically. We'll get updates as we have them. But again, we want to give a big shout out to, oh no, they lost their internet. So hopefully I talked about that before. Hopefully they can get that reconnected and maybe give a call to TELUS soon to get them set up properly afterwards. But nonetheless, still some great Rocket League games that we've had so far.
Yeah, I love the sponsor shout out, you know. Just the most reliable internet honestly I've ever had when I was in college was TELUS. I mean, you don't succeed as a gamer, streamer, anything online wise unless you have consistent internet, and TELUS will always do that. So hopefully we get Fuel Unchained back in. We're gonna give them some extra time so we can have a real banger of a game 3, because this is the game decider to go who's going to the finals for maybe a rematch against Team Cracked. Maybe Velociraptors can do the big upset. Maybe Fuel Unchained comes back and they're so boomed that they don't play well. I mean, there's so many, who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, while we're here, we might as well talk about what's next after this series, because this could be all she wrote for this series, depending on if we can get that player connected or not, based on the rulings that are to come. So we don't know exactly what those are yet. But the next series we are going to be having, and we've seen one of these teams, at least on the stream, a couple of times, is the Alberta Crushers. And they've done pretty well for themselves. They were the #1 seed, and I don't believe they've lost many of the games up to this point throughout their competition. Yes, they are undefeated, and even undefeated in the playoffs for that Intermediate League. And again, the Intermediate League itself, to remind you, that is the gold to platinum level of competition. Then after that, we'll have advanced, plat to diamond, and elite is champ 1 to SSL, which is pretty big of a difference from champ 1 to SSL, which is Super Soccer Legend, the top level of the game. But the Alberta Crushers, I mean, I'm excited to see how they perform there as well. But I mean, what are you expecting to see the biggest difference from the beginner league into the intermediate? Because I know you have been with us, Jen, through the different weeks of competition leading up to this, but based on like your personal experience from like bronze to silver, gold to like platinum, like how are you feeling that that's going to change too much? More aerials, or what would you say?
I think just overall kind of like the rotations around how to get boost while still managing to be involved in the play, because I'm seeing some beginner people here that almost would remind me of what I would see in intermediate, because sometimes you have those gold stars that are just unlucky in ranked, or maybe even just don't play ranked enough to climb, that have the potential to be at higher ranks. And I feel like just people who know how to manage their boost well, I think will be the biggest difference between beginner and intermediate, because I see a lot of people in beginner that are just driving around, honestly just not even driving, cruising at 0 boost, just happy to be there. And you know, I'm happy for you, I'm happy you're having fun, because I'm having fun if you're having fun. But intermediate, I think it's going to get just an ounce more sweatier with just proper management between being involved in the play and going for boost.
See, what I've witnessed a couple of times when I've been around like plat, diamond, sometimes in the champ a little bit here and there, but whenever I've seen gold players, especially in ones, they go for freestyles now, which is just crazy to think about. And it's like, maybe we'll see something like that, and that's all they can do. They don't have like the coordination down. It's just the mechanics that they've been practicing because they've watched someone on YouTube and they know how to do musty flicks and things of that sort. So we'll see if that happens after this next series. We do have a while to get a bit of an update on this player's internet, so we are going to be taking a quick break. Then after that, we'll give you an update on if we will continue the series, who's going to be moving on, and when we'll be getting into our intermediate upper final matchup. Again, the Alberta Crushers. It's going to be a great matchup to see that undefeated team, if they can continue that all the way into the grand finals. We'll let you know in just a little bit.
Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for the they kids is kids, that's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big.
Hello again. Hopefully you didn't miss us too much. We just were making sure that player could get reconnected. And hey, they got reconnected, so their internet is back, and they are raring to go into this final game of the lower final to see who our final grand finalist is going to finally be.
I'm excited. I'm just glad we don't have no forfeit in this last game.
Yes.
I want to see everyone at full force. Hopefully Fuel Unchained not only is back, well, they are back, but I mean 100% back internet-wise too, because lagging would not be chill at all. And we need Fuel Unchained to be unleashed, because that has been their best player, and I want to see channeling, at least if they're going to lose, if they're going to win, it's going to be with everyone on board.
Well, this time we are getting started with a fresh 5 minutes on the clock. Our final game of the Beginner League for today, at least. We have the grand final happening tomorrow, same time, same place on the Northern Arena channel for the TELUS Esports Series 2. First few seconds already raring to go. We are seeing the Velociraptors with a fury, trying to be as clever as can be to get that first goal on the board. Dragon led the charge in the last game. We'll see if they can do it here again.
Okay, the vibes are already way more immaculate than they were in the first two games, and Jane at least touch the ball. So, oh my God! But Dragon did way better. That's all I gotta say. Velociraptors up one.
What a way to do it too. It was 7-2 in that first game in favor of channeling, and we saw a similar score line the other way around in the previous game, but there was a disconnect about halfway through. And again, to remind you of that rule, after 15 seconds or a goal has been scored and then there is a disconnect, well, they have to play on the game and hope their player gets back into the lobby. And we give them some time afterwards. So if you're curious if anything else goes awry, that is exactly how it goes down for those competing and those that are watching. But right now we're trying to see a goal go down for Fuel Unchained, and what a comeback it is, tying it up 1-1 the first minute.
And Fuel Unchained almost got denied here. There's a defender that swoops in right at, like, Deer's Dragon, right at a good moment, but almost goes for a bump on the player instead of the ball, or just really didn't have enough coverage on the ball to send it towards the corner instead of the back of the net. But hey, that makes it for an exciting game 3, tied 1-1.
Great way to start off this game. Now we already have some demos coming out to Whip of Fury, but there is nobody defending well enough. Oh, so close, but just beans it right into the top bar of the defensive end of Velociraptors. So unfortunately there for Bloopin, they won't be scooping up that goal themselves. Instead have to give it up to their opponents for just a mere moment on the counterattack.
And Fuel Unchained has a okay, Hollow Dude is not disconnected. Now I'm like a little bit nervous every time we got a fake goaltender there, but
yeah,
just waited for his perfect time to strike and defend. But this ball's about to land in front of the net, and just a soft touch from the defense, but enough to put it in the corner.
Ooh, Acceleron going for some style points off the side wall. I mean, even the higher levels of ranks like towards gold struggle of hitting those balls off the wall. Even I do sometimes. So valiant effort by them to try and get their mechanics game on lock. Fuel Unchained showing them a bit of how it is done. Can't really do too much to follow it up for their Hollow Dude somehow gets the stop, but not long enough. Fuel Unchained has truly unchained in game 3.
That was a chain series of events, right? Of just, okay, you got that first kind of block, you came out of the net. Maybe it could have come out of the net a bit earlier too. It's kind of like soccer, where if you're just too close into the net, then they have more space to take shots, and there's different angles that they can take. And the closer you get to the person striking or the person going for the shot on net, the less angles that they can take to get closer. So Hollow Dude, if they're going to be committed to goaltending, they got to be real smart on how they come out. But Dragon is all you need on the offense.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Bloopin. We saw them going back towards their own side, and this got solo bumped by their own teammate. Just some interference on the way back towards their base, and could not get the save that they were probably going to be close, but maybe not close enough to getting. Tied yet again right at the halfway point of this game, and this is the most eventful series we have had so far, at least in this game.
Oh my God, can you imagine if there would be a penalty box for Rocket League of like, you just do like this team bump or you own goal, like you go into the penalty box just like hockey for like a 30 seconds to a minute, and you gotta sit there and just seethe and cope. That'd be so
man.
funny.
30 seconds would be so long in this game too, just because it's only the 5 minutes. Maybe like even 15 seconds would be eventful enough. I'm sure some of the pros would like that, because many of them are just upset at demos because of how catastrophic it is if you get demoed and it's 3v3. You have only 2 players on the field for a couple of moments and gives you so much space to work with. Speaking of demos, see another one of those come through. Zizur looking solid. The teammate was demoed right from out underneath them.
Yeah, the demos, it's not just about destroying cards, because you come back very quickly. Oh, that just gets deposited for free, which will give Velociraptors back the lead with 1:41. But when you do get demoed, you're only gone for a few seconds. So, but you do spawn maybe far away from the play. So that's the big advantage. But sometimes putting yourself out of the way to go for a demo can kind of hurt you more than it hurts them.
Oh, man. So unfortunate there for the channeling team, trying their best to bounce back here as well. Hollow Dude really doing decently defensive-wise compared to the first game. They've come into their element, made sure that maybe they aren't the best on offense, but they can support their team as necessary. They pulled out of the box a little bit too far there, and Bloopin was waiting patiently for the setup.
I don't know if Bloopin is BMing, but I just like that they say nice shot to themselves. Sometimes self-love is more important than any other love. A self-high five,
Exactly.
you know, they're the ones who shot it, and they're like, yeah, I'm amazing, I know it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't always get to play in the same room as your mates, so it's nice to make sure that you have that positive feedback loop going on. And if they aren't going to do it to you, well, you got to say nice shot to yourself. And sometimes it does sound like BMing, but it's okay. A minute and 4 seconds on the clock, and neck it still continues to be throughout game number 3. I did not expect this after what we saw in those first 2 games, honestly, Jen. It was 7 goals for the winners each time, just a couple on the other side. And this is the exact opposite of that, the closest it can be. We might see our first overtime of the day in the beginner league at that. Last time we saw the beginner league throughout the league play season, round robin, whatever you want to call it, the 4 weeks of competition leading up to this, we only saw one of those from the beginner league itself out of a couple matches. So be a sight to see, to say the least, to end off our day for beginner league at least and lead into the intermediate side of things. But only 20 seconds to go to try and prevent that, and no, Fuel Unchained could not get the hat trick.
And if we do go into overtime for anyone new in Rocket League, we go into an infinite clock until someone scores, sudden death style. So few more seconds to go. One last stop. Hollow Dude was driving up, but yeah, the ball lands on the ground, and here you're seeing your first overtime.
Hollow Dude didn't have any boost in the tank, it seemed like, or maybe just didn't want to go for it just in case it hit them in the butt afterwards. We've seen the ball stay up at 0 seconds before. Another one of those classic rules of Rocket League. That the first rule of Rocket League, but not rule 1. I'm calling it here for any of those fans of the game in chat. But 20 seconds already, and we're still seeing the ball contested heavily by both sides.
Oh, it's just gonna take one mistake. Dude, Acceleron just reversed into an opponent and got them out of the way. That was almost super cool. Just the offense couldn't deliver on the front. And here comes kind of the comeback of Team Channeling. They're in the box. Dragon is bumping. Scissor gets robbed. Acceleron just loses control of the ball, which gives Fuel Unchained time to get back into the net. I don't know who's gonna score.
This is like a telenovela drama happening right now, every which way changing up, and you don't know exactly what's happening on the screen, but you just can't afford to look away. 1 minute already gone in OT, and it seems like it's going to continue for some time unless a mistake happens on either side. And we've seen some of them almost happen defensively with the breakaways and the potential finishes coming out from Velociraptors. It's Scissor, the one that is the chosen one on the MacBook with the Windows partition, trying to make sure that they can use all their tech possible to play this game no matter how difficult it is and see if they can get that goal for their team. But it's not going to be it just yet. Bloopin, very dangerous position, but they keep it out of the box for now.
All right, Bloopin's working on a play. Hollow Dude kind of just has been collecting some boost, backs up into the net, and every time they they tried to defend it before the shot came in.
Wow, we talked about it before, and you did specifically, Jen. Patience is key in this game, and that's what we witnessed from Bloopin. They knew that they couldn't get that past them by their own efforts alone, so they let the mechanics of the game itself roll the ball right towards the net and delivered it by that last defender, Acceleron, getting that own goal. If they would have been a bit faster to the ball, would have hit off the post and out. So unfortunate to see it go that way, but so great for Channeling to come back, get the victory, get the second victory in a row against Velociraptors too, because they sent them down to the lower bracket. Velociraptors, they don't go home empty though. $25 gift cards all around for the team there to Best Buy, so they at least got something to write home about.
But it must be heartbreaking for a Dragon who got 3 goals, the hat trick to lose. Like, feels bad, but like you said, they still get a piece of the pie. And this has been, I'm sure, a really fun league for them. Because like you've mentioned before, there's not a lot of kind of beginner leagues outside of this. So the fact that they just have kind of competitive experience, because playing ranked is different. Maybe the other team isn't trying as hard, and the pressure, the stakes aren't really there. You're fighting for XP at that point, but here you're fighting for prizes, a chance to upgrade your gear and to be on stream. You're getting casted probably for your first time, and I gotta say, big shout out to the teams we had so far. This has been really entertaining.
Yeah, and this is just the start of the day today too. We had the beginner league, now we're going into the intermediate, then we have advanced, and then ending off the night with elite. It's just gonna continue to get more impressive, more mechanical, and crazy showcase of the skill of all these Canadian players throughout the day. So we're going to be taking another break, and then quickly after that, we'll be getting into our intermediate upper final. So you don't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a little bit. One division down, now into the next. We finished off with the beginner league, and we have our grand finalists. It is cracked, it is cracked, excuse me. And now we are trying to figure out who our first finalist is going to be for the intermediate league. We have Alberta Crushers and the Gobelins facing off against each other. But Jen, we got to talk about what's at stake here for these teams that we are seeing for this specific division. Remind us of what these players are competing for in the intermediate division.
They're getting ready to upgrade their gear to the next level because it's so important to be a gamer and have everything work as smoothly, as quickly, as best as it can. Because we just saw how bad internet, that itself can cost you some important games. I'm just saying. But let's go over the actual prizing, the physical prizing. In the intermediate division, first place, a T150 racing wheel. So if your mouse is letting you down, you can plug in the racing wheel and do some actual driving on the Rocket League field. Wouldn't recommend it though. Second place, a Razer Kishi and a Razer Leviathan. The Kishi is a controller for your mobile device. So if you're a mobile gamer, you're gonna want one of these. And Leviathan is a PC soundbar with like a subwoofer. So if you want to kind of take off your headset, watch a movie, that's pretty chill. If you got a Razer Anu, Razer Kio, really, we're just giving out a bunch of Razer stuff to the intermediates.
A lot of great stuff for all these players that are competing, but we also want to make sure that you that are watching at home and also these players competing in this tournament stay healthy. So we have some tips for you all that we didn't write down. We're just kind of coming up with these on the spot. So my healthy gamer tip for you all, I would say, is to make sure you only play for like an hour at a time and then get up at least, walk around your house, stretch, do what you need necessary to get the blood flowing, because we all know we spend a lot more time gaming and sitting in a chair or whatever else we're doing than we probably should be. So make sure you space out your time, your sessions, and be as active as you can to be there as well. And TELUS also, they have your health and wellness at heart, which is why they are leveraging the power and of technology to provide Canadians with better health outcomes. Visit their care portal today to know more about their digital health solutions, which is telus.com/en/health. Do you have a healthy gamer tip for those, Lemon, as we get ready for this game as well?
Oh, I bought myself like a giant cup.
That is so smart.
So that I can always stay hydrated. I think gamers like are not hydrated. I mean, just gamers don't drink enough water, and it's so important. And I think the thing you said about getting up every hour is so important for blood clots. You get a blood clot from sitting in the same place for too long. We have a victim right here.
Do it.
I had a headache this morning, so I'm a victim of dehydration.
There we go. See, learn from us. Anyway, we're going to be learning from the intermediate league here. It is the Gobelins versus the Alberta Crushers. Alberta Crushers, let me remind you again, undefeated in their round robin play and in the playoffs. #1 seed going into it as well. So they're doing pretty well for themselves up to this point. We'll see if anyone can take them down. The Gobelins, they are here to try and do just that. As you're witnessing again, we talked a little bit about aerials going off the sidewalls, going into the air. We're going to expect to see a little bit more of that, but Mechanic, we saw them before. They're going to be the one to look out for in this game too. Phyrexia, really the #1 player from what we witnessed during the regular scheduled streams on Wednesdays leading up to this. The one who scored the most goals there, Jen.
These players are kind of nutty already. Like, speaking of mechanics, the fact that we're already having some aerial touches, some setups off the back wall. I guess my expectations were at the floor because I was like, man, I just hope that they know how to get boost. But not only that, they know how to shoot and go above and beyond. Quite literally, we have a tie game.
Wow. Nice way to do it right off the backboard. The setups we expect to see, and that is an aerial. The first time we've seen one on the playoff stream here, specifically boosting forward in the air, not just jumping towards the ball. What we like to see in this game of Rocket League. And as we progress through the day, you'll see more and more of those and more fancy aerials that'll come out, maybe even some flip resets, depending on how the elite players are feeling at the end of the competition. But Mechanic, they got that first goal, trying to see what they could do with Phyrexia into the corner themselves, but it's not enough for them to get that second goal just yet. Phyrexia so close, but just skimmed that goal box.
I wonder if once we get to the elite division, if we're gonna recognize any players from maybe like schools in the CRL or
awesome.
Anyone from the RLCS. Like, that would be cool. Sometimes we get some stars that sneak up or just make like a pickup team just to cash in. So I'm excited for the whole day, but just the fact that we're only in intermediate, we still have advanced and elite after this, and we're getting this level of gameplay. I'm kind of stoked.
It's just gonna get better and better. I'm so excited for it, as you were mentioning, but we got to see what Mechanic can do to better their odds of getting the lead back in their favor. They had that first goal, but it was very short-lived. It's centered right towards the net, and this is the coordination we expect to see as well. Epic Pig putting that one forward. The nice shot as well in the Battle of Alberta versus Quebec.
Epic Pig, I'm a big fan, except that this banner.
Yeah,
that is
that's
terrifying.
terrifying.
The munching teeth is gonna send me into some nightmares, and now I'm afraid of getting old and having to put one of those in my mouth. That is the stuff of nightmares.
It is really spooky, and hopefully we don't have to see it too many times, but I have a feeling we will throughout the day today. This is a best of 5 compared to the best of 3 we just witnessed, so might be in here for the long haul, but a lot of close competition in this game. Alberta Crushers may be facing their first real competition as well. Just to let you all know, too, a lot of these teams might not have faced off against each other because of how many teams there were. You had to have 4 different groups of matches to actually lead into the playoffs themselves. And so
no.
close for the save, but Mechanic 2 for 2 on their goals.
It felt like a bit of an own goal too. I have to see it on the replay. I thought Purple Shadow kind of backed up.
Almost.
Either way, I think they were trying to back up and scoop it out or really just block the shot, but that was going to be very tough to save. As this is a very high scoring game already. We have 4 on the board just going into the second half now, and we got Mechanic up in the skies. We got Shadow Killer getting shoved into a locker up in this corner, so who knows who's going to take a lead.
This is what we love to see. This is why the competition is so great. And again, I keep saying so excited to see how it improves, but it's just blowing me away the level of skill that these teams are showcasing and letting us witness throughout the competition, even up to this point. This is only the upper final of intermediate. Still a long way to go, but still a long way to go in this game at 2. And for the defense, luckily for them, that ball was not on target, so they didn't have to worry too much. Shadow Killer trying to see if they can live up to the killers before the first and scrub that are out there in the RLCS, but maybe they're not going to be the one to come out on top for their team just yet, because Mechanic, they've been surprising me, to say the least, in this game.
Yeah, I think with the Alberta Crushers, it's more the timing on their passes. The fact we're even just getting passes, like right here, Shadow Killer just a millisecond behind on just absolutely crushing that ball at the back of the net and maybe giving the Alberta Crushers a lead, but it's not out of the woods yet. Here comes another offense, and you see Epic Pig just gets out of the way. They're like, we don't want to get demoed. We're going to go for the recovery, and you slow down the play if you're the Alberta Crushers, but how do you capitalize on this if you're the Gobelins? Purple Shadow slows down the ball right there, but there's no follow-up from the Goblins.
So unfortunate, but that's okay. They still have plenty of time to come back and get the goal necessary for them to get the victory in game number 1. I feel like this first game, whoever gets this might be able to eventually take the series at that because of how close these two teams are, just based on it potentially going back and forth down the line all the way into a game 5. Oh, that was very close there for Epic VS, but unfortunately for the offense of Alberta Crushers, they didn't have anyone really to follow that up and keep the pressure going for themselves to force a mistake defensively and get that lead and potentially the victory in this first game. 30 seconds already down. See if they can bounce back as well. Phyrexia, I talked about them before and we're saying that they were the main one to look out for, but they haven't felt this comfortable in the air as they used to be.
Yeah, it's definitely been a stalemate in terms of like chess. It felt like Alberta Crushers were kind of ahead mechanically, and now you see that has started to settle down. Goblins have a chance here to kind of scoop away the lead, but as this ball will land on the ground, or maybe one last play from the Alberta Crushers, no, but it's overtime, and that's even more exciting.
Oh man, we had an OT before to end things off. Now we have an OT yet again, and it's not going to last long at all. 4 seconds to do it right off of the kickoff. We saw Epic Pig even things out, and then Shadows coming through to close things out for their team. This time, they got the first goal for the Goblins, and now they are going to get another one to close things out in game number 1. And wow, that could have gone a completely different way if the kickoff did not go in the favor of the Goblins that time.
Yeah, and that's kind of another adjustment we've seen in the intermediate division of how to cheat up on kickoff. So what that means is kind of the second person to go for kickoff after the first meetup didn't really happen, or it kind of stalled out the ball. Then you had that immediate follow-up from Gobelins, which got them the win because there was just no one home from the Alberta Crushers.
One thing to note too is Shadow Killer. I was talking about them before and how they were trying to put so much pressure on an offense. 4 shots to their name, but they weren't able to do too much other than that. So maybe they need to help support their teammates in a different effort, a different aspect of this next game to make sure that they are set up for success in game number 2 to tie things up 1-1 and even the score line between these two Titans that are going neck and neck, try and get that first ticket into the grand finals. And again, get that racing wheel, as we were talking about, the grand prize for the intermediate league. Again, so violent that we're seeing in the first few seconds of this game with the demos coming out between both of these teams right into the defense of the Gobelins.
And Phyrexia already took like a cheeky shot off the right wall, and I was looking on target. So it's just the defense from the Gobelins really have to be awake. And well, there's no point of being awake if you're dead, but the fact that Epic BS just somehow saved that is insane. You're not really out of the woods because you haven't cleared it. What clearing means is obviously getting it out of your own end, so the offense can't just keep taking shots, just like Mechanic almost had the double tap. With the follow-up from Shadow Killer. Oh my god.
Well, Shadow Killer, maybe you do need to stay on offense. They also have the chattering teeth that we can witness here as well.
Oh, I hate it.
But I don't know, maybe they just heard us. They were listening to the stream and they just wanted to all equip that player banner. Nonetheless, nice to see them on the screen credited with a goal after all the pressure they were putting on offense, proving that maybe their efforts were warranted to keep that pressure up for their team in the previous game. But they need more than just that single goal, as evident by that OT finish 3-2 in the previous game by the Gobelins.
Yeah, this is a small lead for Alberta Crushers, not one you could ever be comfortable with. And oh, what a shot from Epic BS, and it gets denied. And a lot of demos are coming out of Alberta Crushers just to relieve that pressure too. So maybe you got to see more of that from the Gobelins. I mean, you can't name yourself the Gobelins and not have some Gobelino action happen in the midfield. Speaking of which, is that on target? It is.
Yep. Oh man, Epic BS able to take that the distance on the counterattack. Mechanics so close, but did not have the mechanics to go up accurately in the air to contest that one. It was a 2v1 situation, and maybe they were a bit unconfident in their challenge, and we got to witness that in real time for a moment. But oh no! Speaking of unconfident in the challenge, the defense not confident at all to get the connection there. And Shadow Killer, teeth chattering away, is making sure that they can take away any chances of a lead for their opponents.
Yeah, cheating up off kickoff, pretty important. It seems to have had kind of a lot of stalling out on that first meetup, so that'll give only a small lead back over to the Alberta Crushers, who have just, every time the Gobelins have responded, they have just hung up the phone immediately. Now Mechanic, this is on target, so another one for the Crushers.
This is a lot different of a style of game than we saw before. All-out offense and then the counterattacks because nobody can get back in time. And maybe they need to change up their game plan, but again, we talked about what's typical in the rank before with bronze and silver. This is very typical in gold to platinum because once you're down, all bets are off on defense, I feel like, at this rank. You just go charge forward like a bull seeing red, and that's exactly what we're witnessing from both of these teams.
Oh, real chance for the Gobelins to get one up. And it's gone. Just right in front of the box when the defense doesn't get there first, really just getting involved, going for the challenge. It doesn't hurt. Maybe you're a little bit out of position, but I think at this level of play, you're not going to get hyper punished on taking a couple of risks here and there, but it's knowing what risks you can take at these lower levels is really the learning curve. And 3-1 for the Alberta Crushers, and going into the second half, still plenty of time.
Again, reminder, we just had the beginner league before this, the intermediate league this time, a gold to platinum, but Epic BS is making sure that they are keeping the pressure up as much as possible, waiting for that to drop down. Nobody home to contest it yet again. Phyrexia just stuck in their own net. Fortunately, did not have the recovery. They got onto the side of the post and they fell into a trap that happens to the best of us, where we try to go back into the net, hit the post, go up the lip of the wall, and can't recover whatsoever. Unfortunate there, but what is happening here? A hat trick already right off the kickoff.
That just came from the sky, like the rain. It's just everyone's looking up. You get a little rain in your eyes. I see some attempts at trying to dive for it. Phyrexia just couldn't get a lip on it. And now we have the most unexciting tie game after a mistake like that. But 3-3, 2 minutes left. I feel like we're going into the double digits with just how many goals we've had so far. But I see the Goblins that have tilted the ball towards their own end, and now this has put their backs against the wall until they break out.
I was talking about Shadow Killer before. We have a Shadow on the other side, and maybe that's why they took their namesake and made sure that they could take them to task throughout this game and maybe the series itself, but didn't have to worry about too much. They had someone on the defensive end, Mechanic, backing them up. They could keep that pressure going towards the blue side. Demo comes out from Mechanic onto Purple Shadow, so maybe they're the Shadow Killer this time, taking them off the field for just a moment. Phyrexia yet to get involved in scoring a goal themselves. Mechanic, wide open opportunity, and they take it.
And that's the thing, we're seeing so many kind of open-ish net. It's Purple Shadow trying to go for the touch. Somebody else from the Goblins was kind of riding off the back wall, but nobody was having really firm control of the midfield / the box. And you're gonna have these open net easy shots from Alberta Crushers, and at the intermediate level, you don't miss easy shots like that.
Well, sometimes. If it's my teammates in rank, they do that. Phyrexia,
yeah, that's true.
I talked about them before. The chosen one is able to come online this time, finally towards the latter half of game number 2. They got a great touch towards the sidewall and a perfect follow-up. No way for anyone to follow that afterwards, because they baited everyone on the defense of the Goblins.
What happens in your ranked games is a different experience.
That's true.
Altogether. you always, as soon as you're about to rank up, you're always gonna get that person who just can't hit an open net, who's own goaling, who's team bumping. You know, you always get that person. But Purple Shadow is the opposite of that. Puts it into the corner, ready to challenge, but Shadow Killer brings it up into the air. Now, which Shadow will prevail? Well, I don't know. Everything got lost in the sauce, but the offense is reignited for the Goblins, who are trying to fight for those 2 last goals to tie it up, and it's so close.
Wow, what a save by Phyrexia, too. Had to go up towards the upper 90 for that one and barely got a touch on it. Mechanic really bailing them out for a second, but we're witnessing Shadow Killer and Phyrexia staying too close to each other. Like they're going for an attack run on the Star Destroyer or something, but not going to be happening this time because they're going the distance. And Mechanic, yet again, a hat trick this time.
Yeah, with being down 3 goals, I'm just gonna chalk this up to Alberta Crushers are gonna tie the series 1-1. And I mean, even game 1 was very close, 3-2 for the Goblins. So the fact that Alberta Crushers have clearly learned a thing or two. I mean, you don't call yourself Mechanic if you ain't got mechanics.
That's for sure. We've seen the Alberta Crushers. They had one chance where they almost went down in a best of 3 before they were able to bounce back in game 3 and take it at the last second right before an OT during the regular season. So nice to see that they still have that in them to come back, and that's why they are the top seed in the Intermediate League going into this game and into the playoffs themselves. But they need more than just that to come out on top. They do get the win in game number 2, but can they continue that forward into the next few, because they need at least 2 more?
That's the thing. It's when it comes to kind of tournament play, especially like a playoffs weekend like this, it's about your stamina. Can you have consistent performance from game 1 to game 7 if you have to? And especially like now we're in the upper finals, so if things are really not working out, then you could kind of work on those issues in the breaks before the lower final happens. But this is the thing, can you kind of exhaust the amount of energy in a consistent way and not get too tired or too sloppy by the time you have to go to the grand final at the end?
That is the question. We'll see if that is answered by either of these teams. If they go all the way to 5 games, one of them loses, then has to play that lower final best of 3 afterwards. If they're just too tired out. It's happened a couple of times in different tournaments. We'll see if it happens with either of these rosters as we get into this next game momentarily. But with the way things are going, it's just going to be the Gobelins bouncing back in this one and then taking the victory there. But to do that, we need to see Epic Pig take this one instead, because they really didn't get involved too much in the play. They got a single save, not the most points either, 146 compared to 423 is the minimum we saw on the side of the Alberta Crushers. So they got involved in so much stuff, at least a goal for each player. 3 goals for Mechanic, 2 for Shadow Killer, 1 for Phyrexia. Assists across the board, saves across the board, and tons of shots. The pressure does not let up for these teams. And the Gobelins, they need to know how to deal with the pressure or get out of the kitchen.
And at least like Epic Pig knows where to put the ball. Like, oh, okay, you don't want to have this ball centered out in front of the net. Knows how to kind of control the sides of the field and slowly but surely move up. And sometimes the play gets turned on your head and you get scored on. But Phyrexia just choked. How do you get multiple touches and the crossbar gets the way every single time? So the score is still left 0-0 after 30 seconds.
That's insane, and it happens to the best of them. You just got to brush it off and continue forward in the game, even though you have an opportunity that might have gone awry. But here we go. This is a rule 1. When your nose is touched and you're driving forward, you just got to stay there, and the game might continue on in the background and happen and just be over. That's just what we like to see happen in Rocket League, but it's going to happen pretty quickly. Epic Pig, I talked about them before. They came online this time and got the opening goal for their team.
Well, you wanted to see more of Epic Pig. Well, how about this long shot? Oh, the teeth still terrify me. But the Gobelins, they got to try and scare their opponents into submission. And it's going to take a few more goals to do that, especially kind of after the flop of Game 2. Losing 3-6 is not the way you wanted the series to continue after having such a good start. So this is a best of 5, so a lot of Rocket League to go.
Phyrexia trying their best to see if they could get a touch on that, but they had no boost in the tank to work with. So maybe just kind of faking out their opponents and seeing if they'll take a bite of that challenge. Didn't really seem like it did too much work for them, but got them in a better position after the recovery. Maybe pick up some boost afterwards. Shadow itself bumped to their teammate. Not the greatest position to find yourself in on the defensive end, but they weren't getting pressured too much by their opponents. Phyrexia, though, as I say that, a dagger coming through, and it was actually a pinch off a Shadow Killer.
Well, that's a way to tie the game, just riding up the right wall, and Shadow Killer almost messed up that play, or I really don't know who to give credit. It was a team pinch, I guess. Calculated. You always got to say calculated. Never let them know what you're up to. Never let them know your next move. And I guess this next move almost got through, and Phyrexia makes up for it with a good block.
Whew. I'd say that's calculated every day of the week, but also you don't want this to be calculated towards your net, because that was a dangerous position for the Alberta Crushers to find themselves in the box. Shadow Killer kind of struggling to find their footing, it feels like, in game number 3. Mechanic, they were the one to lead the charge in the previous 2 games. They got 2 goals in game 1 and 3 in the previous one, so they got a hat trick. And Phyrexia, oh, so close. They got the first goal in this one. Got their first goal of the series in the last one. Can they do more than that, though? It seems they're taking more of the offensive pressure off of their teammates and putting it on their own backs.
Oh, when you said, can you do more? I just got parent flashbacks of your parents asking you if you can do more, and Epic Pig, well, he responds. He gets an A- and then goes to an A+, and he says, now what? What else do you want?
It's funny because I'm the one who called them out, too, that they need to step up in this game. And, hey, they're doing exactly that, so there we go. We're commentators for a reason. Nonetheless, we're past the halfway point of game number 3, and it is no closer to being finished. Closer than ever, scoreline-wise, between these 2 teams. Shadow Killer can't find what they are vying for, which is an open opportunity towards the net, as the defense is that much wiser compared to the previous 2 games for the Gobelins. They're just gobbling up the boost as much as possible, get those demos as well, but even then, Shadow Killer holds them at bay for a moment. Mechanic, no, the team bump, and it's not going to bite them in the butt just yet.
And this is for the series lead, so just any mistake here is gonna cost. And Epic Pig, needs to kind of get a better, more consistent setup going on, and maybe Purple Shadow needs to really shatter the front field and kind of be ready to follow up at a moment's notice, because Goblins need more than just a 1-goal lead, at least for safety. I mean, they'll win by 1 goal, but just for insurance and stress reasons, can we get a few more?
That would help a lot. Phyrexia with the aerial off the sidewall and almost able to complete it. If they had better control of their car, that would have been a goal every day of the week. Again, talking about the difference between the different leagues and the levels of competition that are out there for the TELUS Esports Series 2. Usually at, say, the Advanced League, you would see that 9 times out of 10 completed, and expertly so. Not really too much to worry about. Oh, no, the defense had to worry, but luckily the best defender's still back there. The post will keep them out.
Yeah, Phyrexia is like, I like how they just went for, okay, I don't want to get demoed. I'm going to dodge. Well, at least that's the calculated move. Maybe they just missed. But either way, it's hard to tell different skill divisions. No. That's going on target. 3-1 with 38 seconds left.
Shadow Killer really letting us down here for a moment. Could have gone for the challenge. Didn't jump in time for, maybe didn't exactly see when they were turning the camera around. Because again, in Rocket League, when you're actually playing it, you can move your left joystick to change the camera a little bit and see exactly where things are going. So maybe looking a different direction. Didn't have ball cam on, which helps you focus on the ball itself as well, and makes that much more difficult to figure out exactly where someone's coming from. So it seemed like they were a little bit blindsided there, didn't react quite accordingly, and it will likely be the Goblins taking game at number 3. So back and forth it goes, and it might lead up to the situation I talked about before, where whoever gets that first game likely to be the winner because of how close these two teams are. Excuse me.
Oh, 8 seconds left, and that'll be all she wrote for that game. At least you went out in style.
Yeah.
But that'll just put let me look at the team name. The Goblins up on series point.
True.
Up 2-1. And just one step closer to going to the grand finals. Now everyone's doing like a JoJo pose at the end. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, like I said, always going out looking cool is important.
One thing we also got to note is Epic BS doing their best for this team too, keeping the pressure up, saving the day defensively there for the most part, letting Pig do the best that they could on offense. And they were the one who was involved the most in that last game. They got all the goals for the team, all 3 of them. So nice to see the way that they've been able to take a step back, let their teammates come online on offense and see exactly what they can do. Purple Shadow Killer. Got to see a little bit more from them. Shadow Killer did get credited with the 1 goal for the Alberta Crushers, but it was technically Phyrexia because they were the one going the right direction, you know, as we talked about that before. So Mechanic, really the biggest difference here is they didn't get a single goal, where they at least had 2 in the previous 2 games.
Well, you know, Mechanic carried so that, you know, Mechanic walked so everyone could run, you know, whatever the saying is. So as long as someone else steps up, and the fact that Alberta Crushers are looking like a more even team gives me signs of hope. But do they have hope? Because they're the ones that have to prove it, because Goblins are the one on match point, and they're the ones that are going to the final. But at least Alberta Crushers will have a second chance, whatever happens. So we'll go into this game decider here.
That is very true, and we'll have to see what happens in this game as well. Talking about the scores for these teams going into the finals, the Goblins, they were 5-2, 5 wins, 2 losses for the season itself, and I believe 1 forfeit just because they couldn't make a match or something of that sort. So they were 3rd in their division in the intermediate league themselves, and Alberta Crushers, again, have not lost the series. They've gotten really close to it before. They've taken down a lot of Quebec teams up to this point, so representing Alberta well, I guess, but they have to do more than that to take down the best of them that made it here, which is the Goblins, and they are proving themselves to be a tough opponent to handle. But we'll see. The Alberta Crushers, they've been known to make these comebacks. That's why they were undefeated, but this could be the first time they face this much adversity and go down and have to bounce back into the grand final again, especially with Epic BS doing this well.
It's in the name, right? Of just, you got this open net. Not insanely epic, but the way he got there, the fact that he was just coming from the left side, was able to center himself out, but just be a little bit on the right to kind of redirect the ball towards the net. No one's really there, so not the most difficult thing, but I like the way he did it. And the Goblins being up means Alberta Crushers gotta worry.
They really do. It's difficult to live up to a situation where you're undefeated going into a playoffs, because that is always the moment when you get taken down a peg. I mean, talking about traditional sports, football, college football specifically, TCU, they were in a similar position. They threw away one of their matches. They still made it into the final one, but even then, you can't let up for a moment, even when you're doing so well up to this point. You might have too much confidence behind you, and you know that you could face off against any team, but they haven't played against this team until now. Maybe that's what their downfall has been throughout this series. For the Alberta Crushers specifically, the Gobelins, they've been forged in fire. They had to go through Division 4. They were only in third with 5-2 when it comes to their victories. So we'll see how these two teams fare in this game, but if things continue this way, this will be all she wrote in the upper bracket for the Alberta Crushers taking their first loss.
Well, Phyrexia is having some really good touches on the defense, like stop the ball from crossing in front of the net, which is like the #1 rule if you're playing defense. Do not let that ball get centered out. And Phyrexia, again, puts it in the corner, and that's so smart of them. And I think that's why the Gobelins haven't been stacking up more than one, at least thus far. And now their defense has been, the Gobelins' defense has been weakened after that demo. So it's really up to the Alberta Crushers to capitalize on this moment. And slowly but surely, they're getting close, but the shot has to come in, and it does, but it's blocked.
Oh, we talked about those follow-ups before. There we go. The Phyrexia turning around at the perfect moment. Some great communication happening between the Alberta Crushers players. Mechanic, a great turnaround and dodge the bump from Epic BS. No chance for them to get taken out. Phyrexia just knew exactly where they needed to be. That game sense we talked about before coming into play there perfectly for them to tie things up right at the halfway point of their potentially final game if Mechanic can't get this away.
Oh, Purple Shadow had a shot there. Phyrexia is just the savior on the defense. Just so many important touches, bumps, and everything. But just the fact that Alberta Crushers were able to get a goal in means, okay, their defense is superb, but their offense keeps up too. And you need that to be balanced. Phyrexia now is going to deposit this near the box, was hoping to center this one out, and there's no follow-up from Mechanics. So it'll take some time for Alberta Crushers to get another one.
We'll see if they have enough time to get another one as well, if the ball is not in their favor as it has been throughout most of this game. And as I say that, Epic BS just taking this forward the best that they can right over top of the competition. A double commit happens at the midfield line, and they are going to want that one back. Mechanic unfortunately can't get there in time. Yet again, Phyrexia is going for some boost in the corner, and it seems like a miscue on the challenge, but also the positioning. We've seen that happen a couple of times here by the Alberta Crushers, where they just send too many players up at once.
Oh, okay. For free? Okay. And just like that, it's all tied again. I'm stressed.
I am as well. Right now, it just seems to be like a battle between Phyrexia and Epic BS, because they are the two going neck and neck, time after time, sending a shot into the other team's net every single time this game. They are the only ones who have gotten those goals thus far. They have been assisted by their teammates, maybe not this time. If Phyrexia could have gotten that crazy angle, maybe didn't set up their protractor properly, but they had a great shot nonetheless.
The ball's just unattended, so I like that Epic Pig gets on it. Shadow Killer waits for the moment to kind of bait out the defense, and it actually bounces above. So the lead goes to the Alberta Crushers.
So close to getting that save as well. It's so unfortunate there from Epic Pig, because they got a touch on the ball themselves. They just could not get enough of it. There's too much speed behind it, 56 miles per hour, as you can see there. But 1:16 on the clock now, going the other direction right off the kickoff. They have to send everything at the ball, and yet again it goes right past them. Tit for tat between both these two teams. 1:12, and it's not stopping anytime soon. We might see our second OT of the series.
Oh man, we've had a lot of OTs today too, and shout out to those representing Canada. We really have Quebec versus Alberta, like the battle of the provinces. Or maybe QC stands for Quebec City, I don't know. But I guess I should be biased for them. I'm from Montreal, not sure where you're from, but I'll add a bit of cast your bias then to that point.
See, I'm originally from British Columbia, but grew up in Ontario, so I'll say I'm from around the bend.
We've been around, you know?
Yeah. Phyrexia, though, as we were talking about before, it's a battle between them and their opponent being Epic BS. Epic BS, they got a hat trick. Well, now Phyrexia has one as well, and Shadow Killer getting that one goal over top of the defender, Epic Pig, making sure that they could have the lead still in this game. Potential for a game 5 is looming over top, but we only have a minute to determine if this scoreline stays.
3 seconds, Phyrexia pops it above, sets up Mechanic for success, but gets bumped off the play, so the ball goes off target. And Purple Shadow is trying to find the clear. Epic BS right beside them, trying to connect on a pass, but Phyrexia gets a really good challenge, which disrupts all of that possession. And 30 seconds remaining. Will Alberta Crushers force the game 5? It surely is in the cards.
What a smart play there by BS. They made sure that there was no chance for that to drop down right into the lap of their opponents, the Alberta Crushers, as they get a potential shot. Mechanic, so difficult to get that touch, especially when they don't have full control of their car on the challenge. Now we're starting to witness a decent rotational effort by Alberta Crushers. They're making sure that everyone can stay back. 0 seconds of the clock. I just realized just has to touch down, and it does just that. Alberta Crushers don't crush the opponent too close because they still have to go into a game 5, but they keep their dream alive of going undefeated into the grand finals.
And this will be a banger of a grand final later on, whatever happens, because then you could just have revenge in the lower final and then them come back for a rematch. So whoever comes out of this, I mean, surely is looking like the second best team that could make a return. The lower final will be happening right after this, which means, kind of like I said in the beginner division, you're warmed up, you're ready to go, you're maybe even mad you went out in a game 5. You could see the highlights of everything that happened. It was a pretty high scoring game, all considered.
Really was, and that's exactly what we like to see between these two teams, and the way that they are performing thus far has been immaculate. We've seen some crazy shots coming out from the Gobelins, and especially Epic BS just putting on the pressure, putting up the shots, and making sure that they can do what is necessary to get the victory in this game. But now we'll see what happens in our final game of the series, the Gobelins versus the Alberta Crushers, going down here. Game 5 situation between these two teams. Who do you think is going to take it, Jen?
Oh, that's really tough, because I feel like Alberta Crushers are better defensively than offensively, and then Goblins are better offensively than defensively, and I feel like all of that cancels out like some kind of
really
like math equation. So I couldn't tell you. Yeah, flip a coin, then I'll probably give it to Goblins then.
Yeah, exactly what we were talking about before. After the first game, whoever got that victory, they have the lead if it goes back and forth every game after that. And if that is the case, then that means the Goblins will be taking the game here. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case, and if the Alberta Crushers can yet again change their fate and keep the dream alive of going undefeated, as we talked about before. They have been, up to this point, I believe it's been, 11 games so far. They've been undefeated after the ones they played in the finals here. Now they have one final shot in game number 5 to keep that going and go into the grand finals as the first members of this intermediate league trying to make it that way and not have to go through that best of 3 lower final. I feel sorry for whoever is in that lower final, because both these teams are going to be going out swinging afterwards.
Well, whatever the lower final team is up to, I hope they're not watching either, because I get nervous watching, the competition, because you're like, oh, they're so good. Like, are they better than me? Is this what's really in store? And yup, this is what's going to be knocking at your door really, really soon. But both teams have been kind of evenly matched, so much so that we're still 0-0. Phyrexia is trying to cross in front of the net. It's not going to be easy. And Mechanic, I see them trying to step up more to help them out.
This is the longest amount of time we've gone without a single goal, and it's crazy to think that after all the pressure we've witnessed throughout this series, this is what's happening in the final game. Just goes to show how serious both these two teams are taking this, but the demo in the midfield makes it difficult for the Alberta Crushers to get on the offensive half. Luckily for them, Phyrexia was lurking towards the midfield line, was able to keep the pressure going for just a moment. Mechanic, we saw them step up to the plate for the first half of the series, haven't really been able to do too much after that for their team other than, a hat trick in the last game. So the Alberta Crushers, they get the first one here with Phyrexia. Nice to see.
Yeah, Phyrexia, you're not going to see the ball without Phyrexia sort of involved in the play. Defensively, offensively, I thought they were more of a defense specialist after everything I saw last game, but now they're also leading the charge at the front. So not on this kickoff, but it is the Goblins cheating up, and if that would have been on target, that could have been an easy response.
3 minutes. We've gotten past that time on the clock now. Not much remaining in this final series of the upper bracket, at least for the intermediate league themselves. We still have that best of 3 after this. The loser facing off against another team that is trying to make their mark known throughout Canadian competition, which is another Quebec team, so we'll see how they do. Le Bourg was the team we witnessed before, and they just took them down, and they were doing pretty well, making a lower bracket run all the way until that round 5. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Nonetheless, Peterbilt, I believe that is the name of the team. They are the ones who are waiting the loser of this matchup, and the winner of that series will make it into the grand final again, trying to get that lion's share prize for these teams. What is it, the steering wheels that they'll have, the racing wheels that they're competing for.
Yeah, the intermediate prize is so sick. I've wanted a racing wheel for so long, and I'm kind of jealous that the intermediates get, at least the first place intermediate team will get it. And it could be one of these teams. We could be staring at some owners of a new racing wheel, but that's still a journey that's yet to develop. And man, the Goblins have been hammering this net and can't execute.
Talking about that Peterbilt team that's waiting for both of these teams to finish up their matchup, it was the Alberta Crushers who took them down, and they might send this team down as well if things continue this way. 2-0 currently. Phyrexia with the setup. You mentioned before that they are usually the one involved on offense in some way for these goals, and Shadow Killer, they're at the right place at the right time for that finish.
Ooh, I think my prediction might be scuffed a little bit.
We both went for it, so it's a shared curse.
Okay, you can be sad with me, but just a little bit, not real sad. Alberta Crushers really have been doing so well, and Goblins, they have an offense that is really threatening, but it's not threatening if it's not lethal. So Epic BS, you gotta change my mind. Phyrexia, though, is gonna fly to the skies and scare the pants off of him, that the ball just lands right down.
Oh, man. Oh, so close yet again for... Oh, what a save somehow. It seemed like they almost owned goal there for a moment, but calculated nonetheless for it to go off their own upper 90 and away, but not for long enough there. As Mechanic on the follow-up, this is just business as usual for the Alberta Crushers. Once they have downloaded the playbook of their opponents, they aren't actually like bots, but they are performing to their utmost capabilities here to get the victory. And what a way to do it. 3-0, 53 seconds on the clock. It's possible to come back. We'll see if it can happen.
And it's already an offense for the Alberta Crushers with 47 seconds left, harassing the defenders and barely recovering this, but having to cross on the other side was a dangerous move that ended up paying off for the Goblins. Still getting a decent clear. Epic BS almost had the receive off the wall, but then Alberta Crushers sent the other way, but follow-up was kind of slow and almost getting that goal in either way. Every second that Alberta Crushers are taken away from the Goblins is just more reassurance that they're gonna win this game 5.
Woo. Yeah, and that is the final nail in the coffin. Potentially final nail, but it is one of the nails that have been going into the coffin throughout this final game. Mechanic able to get the touch after a great setup from their teammate just there. And unfortunate for the defense, Shadow couldn't really do too much after sending that aside, and now it will be the Alberta Crushers taking it into the grand final. We'll see them again tomorrow. They can compete and get the ultimate victory, going undefeated. Well, 13 times would be the end of it actually there, because they got the 8 and a couple here in the actual playoffs. Now we'll see if they can continue on from there afterwards. But we are going to be going quickly into that next game too, because Peterbilt, they're looking to take down another Quebec team, which is the Gobelins. So we're guaranteed to have Alberta versus Quebec in the finals tomorrow, which is nice to see.
Yeah, the Alberta Crushers are also guaranteed either a racing wheel or a Razor Kishi / Leviathan. So they're going to get their whole setup upgraded in some kind of way, whether in a driving way or in a sound visual way, which I'm pretty jealous of. And we'll find out their opponent coming from the lower final, which I think the Goblins could be coming for a rematch. Unless this other lower final team proves me something different, I'm excited either way.
That's true. Well, we're going to be quickly moving on to a break, and then after that, we will have Peterbilt versus the Goblins to see which of those two teams is going to make it into the finals. Both of these teams have been dropped down to the lower bracket from the opponents of the Alberta Crushers, so they both want to be the victors at the end of the day. We'll see if that can happen. We still have plenty more matches to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. don't want to make you wait at all, so let's just get into the game itself. We have PETERBILT-QC versus the Gobelins. They are raring to go, and let's see how they do here as they are taking the field, going for the kickoff right away. And, no time to wait. We like to keep you on your toes here a little bit.
And this is the lower final of the intermediate division to find out who's going up against the Alberta Crushers. Will it be the rematch of the Goblins, or will it be a new, or, well, I'm sure they've challenged each other before, but a somewhat new challenger, Peterbilt, who's also from Quebec, so we could have, I guess we have a Quebec versus Quebec matchup now.
Yeah, we do. One of them is going to at least represent Quebec at the end of the competition tomorrow. I was thinking next week for some reason. If you think Sunday is the beginning of the week, then I guess technically next week, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
The first minute of this game, somewhat uneventful other than that initial kickoff where the pressure was going towards the blue side for just a little bit of time. But after that, not too much going on as well. 4 minutes on the clock now, and really this is going to be our first time to see both these teams face off against each other because they were both in different divisions. We saw Peterbilt, they were the second place team based on a head-to-head tiebreaker, 7-1 in Division 3 of the Intermediate League, so they did pretty well for themselves. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the team of the Gobelins were third in their Division 4 for the Intermediate League. So a lot of these teams doing pretty well for themselves. Maybe not the top competition from their division, but still representing their region as best as possible.
And it kind of has become this regional thing now of just, okay, we got the Quebec teams, we got the Alberta teams, and I think later on we'll have a British Columbia team, and then you could cheer for them in either way. It's cool to cheer on players who might have not otherwise had like another platform to really showcase themselves on. And this is only game one. It is only a best of 3, so it's much shorter on the lower finals because we'll get you guys out of here as quick as we can. But Epic Pig has a chance to score if he could get the double tap, but now it's at least the pressure is still on.
Almost to the halfway point of game number 1, and this is a best of 3 as a reminder, so that's why both of these teams are giving it their all from the get-go. Oh, so close yet again for the Gobelins to get that first goal. And speaking of, Pig is going to be the first one able to strike true, and some great pressure that they were able to put up. It was eventually too much for the defense of their opponents.
Wow, and a really good start from the Gobelins, who I think really came out swinging. It wasn't like the fastest goal, right? Because it took almost until the half point where we had kind of hinted, well, the Gobelins had like a whole game 5 to get through. Was it going to affect them in a negative way to lose, or is it just going to be a warm-up? And I think the Gobelins are really coming back with a vengeance, while as the Peterbilts, we'll see what they have in store to respond to that first goal. It starts off with at least Pre-Fire, who leads it to the right side, but when you go for these heavier touches, you lose possession. It kind of messes up the play.
We'll see if they can get their wits about them and get away from their own half. Maybe a counterattack is what they are vying for the most. And that's actually a good way to do it after you see a team bump happen, just butting the heads of their cars right after each other. It doesn't really bite them in the butt at all, though, so they're going to be able to bounce back. The Goblins maybe get possession back if Purple Shadow can get possession of it away from the attacker coming out from Peterbilt. A good touch towards the backboard, almost right underneath the crossbar. Would have been a beautiful shot to tie things up for Peterbilt. But even then, they've been struggling to get on offense throughout this entire game. And, well, Epic BS, they're not going to struggle at all. They were the MVP for their team in the previous series.
And I think they'll continue to be this series, too. I mean, the Gobelins are all working together really, really well. And they continue to not really make mistakes that would cost them any goals. So it's about Peterbilt trying to kind of step up to their level. And as the series goes on, like, you might see that level of adaptation, but in a best of 3, you don't have that time that you would in like the upper side of the bracket. So Peterbilt, they got sent to the lower bracket for a reason. So it's about what they learned from this experience. And Gobelins almost got a 3rd one in, so they're gonna have to keep on learning.
Ooh, a little over a minute remaining now for the Gobelins to keep this lead going, and that was close. Luckily, Purple Shadow was in position, regardless of where that ball was coming from and how quickly it might have ended up in the back of the net if they weren't there. Ricky McMercer seen some hype for them in the chat a couple of times leading up into the series, so hopefully they'll be able to live up to that, keep the pressure going for their team on offense. But Purple Shadow doing pretty well for their team to clear it away to the other side and make it difficult for Peterbilt to even have any possession this entire game.
Yeah, it's been tough. They haven't allowed a ton of goals, and there's, you know, some shots there from Peterbilt, but in terms of execution, we'll see if game 2 will present something different. 20 seconds left. Even just getting one in might make the bracket look a bit better, but you're not coming in with a lot of speed, which makes their plays really intentional, but it makes it very easy to read for the Gobelins to stop everything Peterbilt has done so far.
And Peterbilt's had to wait a little bit of time because we went all the way to game 5 in that previous series, so it's understandable that they might be a bit rusty, a bit cold going into this series. But since it is a best of 3, they are one series away, or one game actually away from being sent down and sent home if they do fall in this next one. So we'll have to see if Peterbilt can bounce back, can get that first goal, and who's going to be the first one to do it? Who knows? Because all of those players each are tied in shots, 2-2-2 across the board for Peterbilt.
And third place gets a Razer Anu, which is gamer glasses. Basically, you know, something that can filter the light, and it's really is great to wear if you're going to be gaming for a long time. And the Razer Kio, which is a webcam made for streaming. So I think those are still some pretty good prizes that anyone can use for third place. So I think whoever comes out of this, either winning or losing, is happy.
And what's interesting too is like the prizing increases across the board. So first place for the beginner was those glasses, but you get that plus the Razer Kio X. So a lot of great stuff for these teams to compete for, and just continuous better prizing, better competition throughout the day. And we keep wanting to kind of rag on that a little bit too, because right now we're witnessing the Intermediate League, which is just gold to platinum. So we'll see what happens in this next game, how things are going to go for our final peak of the Intermediate League, and we have the final matchup tomorrow for that. Then afterwards, we step up another leg, and it's going to be Platinum to Diamond for the Advanced League.
Ooh, so make sure you guys follow the channel so you know when we'll go live, because we're going live with our next and maybe final game, as the Gobelins are on match point in this best of 3 after taking game 1. So Peterbilt, hope they studied up and adapted quickly.
Do want to give a quick shout out though to GameCon Canada, one of our prizing sponsors that are helping to provide these $35,000 worth of prizing. Let me say that real quick, because we haven't said that number out there. So a lot of prizing monetarily wise that is being given to the top 3 teams from each of these leagues. But we also want to call out the survey. If you are a part of this competition, TELUS Esports Series 2, fill out the survey in the chat to win an Xbox Series S. Those are being given away in the Discord, ! Discord there as well. So make sure you fill that out and let them know, and that way you can go home with a console even if you aren't participating in the playoffs here. Anyway, let's get into the match. I knew it was going to take some time for a goal, so we had plenty of time to talk about our lovely sponsors making this all a possibility. Also, shout out to TELUS, the TELUS Esports Series 2. They came back with a vengeance. They're doing great. We need your feedback to make it even better for the next one.
Oh, that'll be great. And some more games and some more posts.
Oh, no!
That one's getting it too. What the heck? Someone get this in. Finally, Ricky. Oh, the first goal for Peterbilt. And they needed to kind of mount that comeback. So this is a great start.
1 hits the post, 2 hits the crossbar, 3 finds the mark, and it's none other than Ricky McMercer able to put that in. The chat is lighting up with support for them, so great to see that they were able to get the first goal for their team. They need more than that though if they want to go the distance. They have to win this game and then the next one, back-to-back victories, and it's going to be difficult with Pink, or excuse me, I don't know why I said Pink, BS putting that one forward.
It's like an internet pick, right? It's like e-pick.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Well, either way, he's been pretty epic. He got the tying goal, and now Peterbilt have to go back to square 1 or square 0 of how do you get the lead and maintain it.
Crazy to see the way the competition has been going. Nice that they were able to bounce back that quickly, and just goes to show why we went to game 5 in the previous series in the upper final. Pig, talked about them before. They stepped up, Maybe they need to do it again here. They got the first goal for their team before, but they can't get the ball away from Ricky McMercer. Yet again, the star of the show, putting the second one in a row for their team.
Oof.
Nice.
Peterbilt, they're still in this. Oh, the donut explosion. We haven't gotten to highlight any of the goal celebrations, and there's some really good ones. And that alone should entice you to play Rocket League. At the very least, sign up for this. What a save from Free Fire! Wait, no, it's gone.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. If they weren't on the sidewall because of that and just stayed on the ground, they would have been able to get the save. That's just such a hard read to make, too, because you expect it maybe to bounce out a little bit so you could scoop it away, but there's not enough time on the recovery. Very difficult save to try and make, and what a way to tie things up really quickly yet again from Epic BS.
Ooh, I like that. Epic BS doesn't let it cross in front of the net, but you see some bullying happening in the midfield because you know Peterbilt, they need and want that third goal, something to get them back in the lead, and the pressure is mounting. They're still gunning for the ball. It's a good pinch off the wall, but Ricky Mercer, I think, McMercer went for the boost instead of the ball, so possession kind of got away from Peterbilt.
Unfortunate to say the least, but they just got to brush that off and pick themselves back up and go forward. See exactly what they need to do to get this a victory. Maybe just wait patiently. Ricky McMercer. Okay. You know, I wasn't going to say it, but maybe a little bit too over-eager that time as well, but didn't matter. They were setting their teammates up for success. We did see a double commit. Didn't matter because the bump actually worked out in their favor, so no recovery in sight. Open net opportunity. And there we go. Their teammate is able to get the goal, the gun to WN, which I'm guessing it means win. And if they keep this up, they might win just here.
Yeah, I think the Gobelins have been really struggling to get decent clears, which means that Peterbilt have been setting up camp. They got tents up, they got snags, and they've been just pounding this net where the offense keeps going forever, and it's inevitable that they're gonna score. Now they start baiting out the defense, and Gobelins presented themselves in the midfield, and then the ball just almost turned around on them. But here comes the Gobelins hoping for that tying goal with 2 minutes left, and possession is not something they have yet.
Well, hopefully they can hold on to the ball throughout this next minute and 40 seconds, because if they can do just that, they will force a game 3 and keep the record going of such a long series today for these finals. Everyone is giving it their all, and I love to see that the competition is exhilarating up to this point. Ricky McMercer, could not get there in time. Didn't have any boost to work with. Was hoping it would bounce into the back of the net, but was denied by the defense. Not this time, though. Pre-fire, not even needing to pre-fire. They got that one on lock.
And that's just such a good challenge on the left side. You know, if one person isn't good enough, then add some friends to the equation, and then you'll really guarantee this ball going forward. And Peterbilt, they have each other's back, and that level of trust can transcend many skill divisions. If you keep up your mechanics, and that level of trust and kind of coordination can really send them towards the next couple of divisions, maybe even next year in the TELUS Esports series. 1 minute left, though. Can Peterbilt keep this up? And if they do, we go to a final game 3.
We'll see if that happens. If we do go into a game 3, there will be a technical pause happening for Peterbilt, specifically due to some maybe issues with monitors and things like that, or some cables being unplugged that they need to fix. Not like the old N64 days where you could take the game out, blow some air on it, and then put it back in and it'd be fine. Might have to just do a little bit more of that afterwards, but we'll see if that is what needs to happen, unless we do see a goal here from Purple Shadow. Oh, so close to getting the save. So unfortunate as it got squeezed out past the post and right into the opening arms of their opponents. Purple Shadow brings to a fin 1.
Well, if there's gonna be a comeback from the Gobelins, their technical pause can just happen once they're out of the bracket, I guess. Oof. So it is still match point for the Gobelins in 30 seconds. Can Gobelins pull off kind of this miracle comeback? Good patience from Epic BS, pushes it to the middle. Purple Shadow kind of wasn't aware and really had to quickly turn around, drift around. Epic Pig is recovering it. The offense really wants to go forward, but the Gobelins just aren't connecting enough to execute.
Couple more seconds. They just need to hold on. The gun to win might have given up that opportunity, but it goes to the side and it will drop down. Peterbilt give themselves a breather as they are going to be taking that pause for just a moment and fixing some of their Discord issues. I'm guessing just need to reconnect and didn't have time to do that in between the goals themselves. But what a way to get the win in game 2 and come back from not the greatest performance, I would say, in that first one.
Yeah, just I don't know. That looked like Goblins were starting to come back. I think if they
close.
just were all gonna absolutely send it, I think some people were still going for boost and some people were still playing defensively. When you kind of got to look at the clock and adjust your play style to the situation you're in. Are you down this many goals? How much time do you have left? And I think the Goblins could have been a lot more aggressive, but that just means that they can try that out just in game 3, and they have time during this tech pause to talk about it.
Well, I talked about Pig before, and, you know, they were at the bottom of the scoreboard this time compared to everyone in the lobby. So, Pig, you got this. I talked about it last time. You bounced back. You got the victory in that game. You can do it here. We'll see if that happens, though, but I believe we are all good to go into this next game. Just had to use the regular 60 seconds between the matches. So once we get Peterbilt and the Goblins into this final game, we'll see who will be the finalist joining the Alberta Crushers in the intermediate grand final tomorrow. A lot on the line there as well, prizing wise. We'll get a bit into that after this because we are getting into the game itself. Another 5 minutes on the clock. We'll see which of these two Quebec representatives will be the one to go the distance.
And it was Goblins 2-0 in game 1 and a Peterbilt comeback in game 2, only by a 1-goal margin. And we settled the score in game 3 to determine our finalists against the Alberta Crushers. Honestly, just for the spice, I kind of want that Goblins rematch. If I had to do like a prediction, Peterbilt, like, they won, but how convincing was it, right? Like, it was really, really close. I don't know though.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. And also to note, too, Peterbilt, they went down right before the matchup we just saw previous to this one to the Alberta Crushers. So both of these teams want some vengeance against the Alberta Crushers in that grand finals. We'll have to see if that is possible for either of these teams tomorrow. But first, we got to get through this final game of this best of 3 in the lower final for the Intermediate League. After that, go into the upper bracket and step up the competition level again for the Advanced League. Well, Ricky McMercer trying to make a case for them to be in the Advanced League with that awesome opportunity that they won themselves right past Epic BS.
Oh, a good attempt at the challenge from the defense. It's just the shot. I think Ricky had good awareness and shot it before the challenge came in. So really smart. Peterbilt up 1-0. So Goblins, again, playing from behind. But Peterbilt, they don't score super often, so Goblins have a chance to come back. But now Peterbilt are getting demoed, so the Goblins have to take advantage of the opportunity.
We'll see if they can do just that. Peterbilt, just to remind you all, went 7-1. Only lost to the top-ranked team in their division of the Intermediate League. So the only other team that they've lost to so far was the Alberta Crushers, who are undefeated. But this time they might take a peg out of the Alberta Crushers book. Talking about Epic BS here with a great shot right over top of the defense. Nobody could have made that save.
That is a nice shot. Like, not an intermediate, or I guess advanced, intermediate level shot there. I think they should be in the advanced division.
Yeah.
And maybe what's cool about this is, hey, maybe you win here and then you level up and try to go for the advanced division next year. Like, it's cool that they have all the skill divisions so you can kind of graduate from one to the other, like high school.
A lot of it comes down to how well you do in ranked, and right now this is just a ranked showcase of Epic BS proportions because of the way that they are able to put on a show, just putting shot after shot right towards the net with these challenges, making it difficult for the defense to find their footing. Even in the air, you can't find your footing whatsoever, and they have no way to go back on those shots after the ball is in the back of the net. So they just need to brush things off, go for that kickoff, and figure out where they need to go from there. 3 minutes left on the clock in our final game. Down by 1, but not out yet.
Oh, whatever happens, you know what? Quebec wins. one
That's
of
true.
these Quebec
That is
teams
very
will
true.
win. Quebec is going to the finals, and then it'll be Quebec versus Alberta, and it's looking more and more like the Gobelins, but we're still only in the first half.
It feels like it's been a lifetime in this game, Jen, so
Yeah.
far with the way these goals have been going in the favor of the Goblins. And it's unfortunate, to say the least, if you are a fan of the other team, which is the Peterbilt-QC squad. But it's just the way things go sometimes. You give it your all in certain games. The next game, it's a whole different ball game, specifically, as we are witnessing right now. Not even close to what we saw before, and the pressure is being put on by the Goblins because they know how important this game is. You talked about it, Jen, how close they were to coming back in that last one. If we didn't have, if we had like, what, 30 seconds more, it would have easily gone into an OT.
Yeah, and even just like in a best of three lower final, like who knows what the score would have been if we just had a few more games to kind of figure out the mistakes and the gaps, right? But still 2 minutes left. We can still just adapt on the fly. And you got some demos coming out from Peterbilt, so it's about really you demo, you take the space, and you inch yourself closer and closer to an offense. But with these kind of icky little challenges that keep coming out of the Goblins, you just keep getting your momentum stifled.
We'll see what happens in this last little bit of competition in this game for the Intermediate League. It goes into the corner, free fire. They were able to do some good work in the previous game, but it seems like the entire team of Peterbilt is just bunching up together, going for these challenges, not really working as a team. Seems like they're just running around with their heads cut off instead of coordinating like they were doing so well in the previous one. And that just comes down to pressure at the end of the day, especially for these different lower leagues of competition compared to the top. You aren't usually as experienced playing in a tournament format. When they were playing in the previous matches leading up into the playoffs, it was a round robin style, so they kind of knew in a schedule who they were going to be playing. This, you can't really prepare for anything because you haven't played against any of these teams before or scrimmed against them, so it's a different atmosphere and environment to find yourselves in, and down by 2 with only 50 seconds remaining is a very tough spot to be in if this is going to be your final game.
Yeah, and Peterbilt, like that last play really needed to develop into something special, or it needs to kick off soon. They're running out of time, and the challenges are getting dodged. So it's Peterbilt that have possession. They get close to something cool happening, but it doesn't ever cross the goal line. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And it's just, I think if you're the Goblins, you play the Goblin play style of just challenge everything, and then you don't have to have a plan. You just have to ruin someone else's day.
Well, it seems like the day of Peterbilt is going to end here. Unfortunately, they won't be making it into the grand final, but they did put up a stellar effort nonetheless. Forced to game 3 in the lower final. Still go home with some prizing at that. And hey, next time, there's going to be a next time, so hopefully they can improve their performance, look at the replays, and see how they can move on from there. But Peterbilt, they do go down. It will be the Goblins going for revenge against the Alberta Crushers tomorrow, and what a way to do it there as well. I mean, great performances across the board from both the beginner, now the intermediate leagues, and we still got 2 more leagues to go, Jen.
I know, and the fact that it only gets better from here is crazy. And I think as teams are going to become more evenly matched and also better at the game in terms of rank, you're going to see these lower scoring games because it's going to be harder to get past each other's defenses. It's going to be harder to have an offense that can go across the field and actually do something without getting challenged, demoed, or bumped off the play. So I can't wait for what's in store.
We'll see what happens then. So let's take our middle of the road break. And then after that, we have 2 more leagues to go with 2 matches apiece. And then we'll find out tomorrow who's going to be the ultimate victors of the TELUS Esports Series 2.
It's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's 12 years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. Ain't accepting ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did.
And we return. Welcome back, everyone. We've gone through half of the matches today, the beginner and the intermediate leagues. Now we are into the advanced league upper final, and the prizes continue to get even more bountiful for these teams. Again, $35,000 worth of prizing given away throughout the competition this weekend for the beginners all the way up to the elite league. So I know it's a long list of things, so why don't we go one by one? You do the first, I'll do the second, then you do the third of what these players are getting for the Advanced League.
Advanced League, Cloud Alpha. Wait, am I doing first place or I'm doing one prize?
First, you're doing first, I'll do second, you do third.
Got it. Cloud Alpha, Pulsefire Surge, a T300 racing wheel, which is the more advanced version than the 150, and a Razor Kishi. Like, don't even get us started on the Elite Division. That is like a whole package.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. And then for the second place, it's Core Red 2 Pulsefire Mat, which is extra large, the Razor Enki X, and a Razor Kishi.
Oh, that's me again. HyperX earbuds, a Razor Keo, and a Leviathan version 2. Like, you are getting your setup upgraded in some capacity. Big shout out to our partners to make this all happen.
Well, with all that out of the way, we just want to talk about the pricing for a quick moment. Let's get into the match itself. We are ready to go and see these two teams that have very interesting names. It's Karl with AC and FTW.
For the win, for the boomers out there, where I don't know what Karl with a C, even though it's spelt with a K. It's maybe Karl with a C.
That's what I was wondering too.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Which one is the Karl? We need everyone to spawn in so we can see who the Karl is. Because if you name your whole team after one person, like, that has to be the GOAT.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to see that's the team names that they went with here as well. And both of these teams, looking at them for the win, actually wasn't the original #1 seed. They took down the #1 team that was out there. So congrats to them for doing pretty well for themselves. And Karl with a C also wasn't even the second place team going into the double elimination bracket for these playoffs. So now that we have these two teams, we'll see exactly how they fare in this series itself. Again, to remind you, the Advanced League this time is Platinum to Diamond. So kind of similar rankings, but not too big of a difference between the Intermediate and Advanced, but you'll expect to see more consistency and better mechanics going up from the Intermediate to the Advanced here.
There's some interesting names. Like, do we have to say Yeetus, Weetus, Deletus? That's a mouthful. Along with Ich bin Brat. Like, is that part German? Like, I imagine with
sounds German.
Yeah, you got the whole German car. I wonder, right? It does mean I love Brat. I don't know what Brat is in German, but that's as far as I go.
Bratwurst?
Maybe. That makes sense.
That's my guess. Anyway, interesting names nonetheless for a lot of these teams. Then we got Twisty. See, that keeps it simple. That's what I like to see. But it is what it is. Sometimes you try to go for a name and you can't get it. Sometimes you just make a funny name and you just stick with it. It's just the way things happen. There's a bunch of different ways you can come up with names. If you're playing on Xbox, you can get like a pre-generated one that sounds really random. It's just two words mashed together that shouldn't be there in the first place. But speaking of what shouldn't be there in the first place, we saw two defenders just fly past the ball on the blue side and on the Karl with a C side. Excuse me. Don't know which one of them is Karl, though, because neither of them have named themselves Karl, so maybe they aren't even Karl. Maybe the Karl is a lie.
Karl, just not here. Look at this bullying that's happening in front of the net, too. What I'm already noticing is, yeah, this is a lot more of a physical game than we saw in the intermediate division. You're now watching the advanced division. The next thing I've noticed is that some players are carrying the ball on top of their car more, so if they get challenged, they can kind of pop the ball up above the person challenging and kind of get past them and break their ankles. So already some neat new mechanics being used.
Oh no, and there was almost the tried and true mechanic of own goaling for a second, but it didn't work out for them at that time. So pretty nice to see Yeetus, Weetus, Deletus almost able to put that shot into the net. But unfortunately, not going to work out too well for them there. Getting close to the halfway point of this game. 2 minutes already gone, not a single goal. And we talked about it before where it's going to come down to some crazy mechanical plays to getting these goals as the leagues continue to get higher and higher up from intermediate into advanced. We haven't seen a single goal in the longest amount of time so far of any match today.
Yeah, this has been a stalemate. And I kind of hinted at that back during the intermediate division. Even that one's not going in, which is surprising, and a good redirect from Lil Aki, but that the scores are going to be a lot lower and a lot closer as you advance in skill divisions, because people know kind of what people are cooking up before it happens, and they know how to defend it, they know when to challenge, and they actually challenge a lot more. It's not ball chasing, it's more opponent chasing.
So Karl with a C was actually tied for first, essentially, but they got second based on tiebreakers in Group 1 of this division, of this league specifically. So they're currently undefeated up to this point, looking to see if they can continue that going forward. For the win, they are 7-1, so they're right behind them. And this time, Yidas Deletus is going to be shooting a shot straight towards the back of the net that time, leading with a beautiful setup as well.
Yeah, you know, your New Year's resolution should always be shoot your shot.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that just romantically. Shoot your shot in the game, shoot your shot in life, because look what happens. Sometimes you score. That's like a nice little metaphor to walk away the new year with.
That was very close, but luckily for them, the defense was much wiser than we have seen throughout most of the day. Speed is another factor that we haven't really talked about too much that has increased across the board tenfold compared to the previous games we just witnessed. Beginner, you know, you're kind of getting up there. You might see one or two people going supersonic. Now it's like all full throttle all the way. You can't stop. Speed is the key, and that's what we see here from Mango Koi, putting that one forward. Love that name, as we see a beautiful shot from them.
Yeah, shout out to the Fruit Society. Mango, one of the members, clearly shooting it from the midfield, even getting chased around, does not matter. Got a 1-1 game. Some really cool decals being used too, and honestly, that should attract anyone to playing Rocket League.
Oh, yeah.
How cool you can, how sick you can make your car.
There's so many unique ways to customize it too, but unique ways to get the save. Unfortunately, that's not the one that they needed. Instead, it is going to be our German fellow getting the victory, or not the victory, but getting the goal here. Potentially the victory could be to come if they still keep up this lead.
I was gonna say, like, man, how does someone from Germany get to Canada, right? Because this is a tournament for Canadian residents.
Well,
and I'm like,
QC.
But it's, yeah, so I'm like thinking, oh yeah, but also my mom is Austrian, so I'm like, yeah, sometimes Europeans end up in Canada because it is just an awesome, peaceful country with apparently some good Rocket League players after Lynxie just showed us.
A lot of good Rocket players that are out there. I mean, speaking of professionals, we got J Naps and we have Squishy Muffins, so we got some decent players that are representing Canada on the professional stage. Fortunately, they haven't been able to win anything recently, but it's okay. 52 seconds on the clock this time. I mean, I got to keep them humble. That's all it is.
Yeah. 45 seconds. Game one's tied. It's feeling good. Lynxie was trying to pinch it off that wall, maybe towards the box, and just failed epically. So we'll see if the counterattack from FTW really brings them to the win. The only thing winning right now is the crossbar until Mango finishes it off. So a small lead for FTW.
What a nice way to do that, too. Unfortunate for the defense. Lynxie tried to go for the challenge on the 50-50, but instead Mango just bullheaded that forward, made sure that they positioned their car in a way that there was no chance for the ball to go any way except backwards into the back of the Karl with a C net. Maybe if they knew how to spell their name, they might know how to spell out a win in this series. But right now, with the way things are going, and as I talked about a little bit preemptively before, the win might be in the favor of this for the win team, and they're doing everything for the win. They have their team name like that. It's destiny at this point.
Oh, chance to score. Twistie's going up to the sky. Mango challenges. It goes on the ground. Lynxie's coming from downtown. And this ball's still in the air. The time only stops when the ball lands, and they just couldn't scoop it up. So FTW take game one.
Wow, what a way to do it. Stellar performances across the board from both these teams in this game. It took until, what, the halfway point for us to get a single goal?
Yeah,
that just goes to show the level of competition has elevated that much more so. And we've seen 16 shots from For the Win. Like, what? They only had 3 goals off that.
And it's just like the crazy pressure. Like they knew how to, like, I kind of pointed out at the beginning, but they were kind of carrying the ball on top of their car, flanking it above once Karl with the C would come for a challenge. So it's like FTW were able to use kind of these tricks to maintain a lot of possession and keep offenses going longer than they probably should have.
Well, we'll see what happens in game number 2. A reminder, this is a best of 5 since this is the upper final for the Advanced League. So we'll get into the best of 3 madness after this with whoever falls down from this upper side of the bracket. And they will have to face off against Smooth Like Butter. Nice name. And they took out some top competition. Actually took out the team who was above the Karl with a C squad in their specific groups. They're doing pretty well for themselves. Looking at the rankings through the different groups, they're actually undefeated in their group, 8-0 in group 3 on the Advanced League side. So we'll see which team is going to face off against them later on. Smooth Like Butter. Looks like Karl with a C was the team who took them down and made it so their undefeated streak was ended and continued their own undefeated streak forward. But Karl with a C, they need to bounce back because they're down by 1 in this series, and if it continues this way, their undefeated streak could be ended as well.
Just mechanically, it does feel like FTW is a little bit ahead, but it could just be like a situation of warm up. It's not, they didn't stomp game 1 at all.
Oh yeah,
no, it was
really
only
close.
it was like a 1-goal gap. So I'm not worried for Karl with the C as long as improvement is being made, and we're gonna see the evidence of that now. But for now, the offense is in the hands of FTW, except the ball rolls all the way down the field and no one was really able to stop it. And this is where Twisty and people with Karl with a C really need to just turn their heads around and quickly go downfield when that opportunity comes up, because I didn't really see that crossing happen.
Let's see what happens in this game right now. Lil Aki doing really well for themselves, not being awkward at all. Put the faking in the chat. Their teammate did a great touch right into the air. Tried to go for it, baited out the teammate on the other side, and even told them in the chat it was going to happen. That's just some BM if I've seen anything.
That is hashtag calculated, okay? Of like, I completely whiffed it. My teammate had my back. And that's what you love to see, that there's trust, but to a point.
Yeah.
A lot of life mottos today. I don't know. I got New Year's resolution vibes going on, but FTW still... Ooh. I feel like Command, the offenses, they're spending a lot more time beginning plays. Well, it feels like Karl are just reacting, and there's chances for them, for Karl with the C to capitalize. They just haven't executed yet.
Maybe that's their problem. The K or the C is not capitalized. They need to capitalize twice so that they can come out on top of this series. But Lil Aki is not going to give them any time to work with. A little bit of pressure is all they need to put this forward. But Mango Koi is the one with a perfect setup right off that sidewall, undefended. And that's the biggest glaring issue we're witnessing from Karl with a C. If they can clean up those touches off the backboard, off the sidewall, and have a person on their team there to defend it before the shot even comes through, they'll be able to do that much better in this game and in the series.
Now, I might be worrying a little bit because, like, Karl with a C just don't have an S in terms of shots. They just have registered a total of 0. And that's where it's like, okay, if you're going to play this counter kind of reactive style, which is fine, a lot of teams do that, you just got to really not whiff it if you're gonna go for that challenge, because then if you whiff the challenge, you're out of position, and this is how teams like FTW can score on you.
Difficult position to find themselves in for sure. Great back pass as well to Linksy, and that is the coordination we were looking for. We didn't see the shots, but they were biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. Edisuius Deletus sends it over to Linksy, and there it goes into the back net. We're back within 1, 3 minutes and 1 second. We've already had 3 more goals in the first half than we did in the previous game.
Yeah, I think what's with Karl with the C, like, have the C in terms of control, like, I'm not worried. I know that this will set up into something good. It's more of how they get the ball in the first place. Like, they'll go for challenges that don't, like, land firmly in their favor, or they'll whiff the challenge. And FTW, that just means more possession for them. And Karl with the C have a chance to score, but the shots are just not on target.
So unfortunate, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes when you're playing in these matches. You've got to give it your all, but also have a game plan at the same time when you are setting things up for your teammates. Can't just throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks at this level of competition, but you still have to give them some room to breathe because they haven't been given any defensively from what we witnessed.
Just a 1-goal gap, just like in game 1, where it's Karl are always the shadow, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and they have a chance to just go for be more confident and then therefore like challenge more. But unfortunately, the ball just completely gets away from them, and you have this open net shot by FTW.
crazy to see the touch forward and Mango Koi just able to self-set themselves up for success on the shot. It dropped straight down, and that's where it just led to their downfall. Talking about Karl with a C defensively, because there was no way to come back. They didn't expect there to be a player there right off the get-go. It was difficult for them to figure out where they need to be positioning-wise when they're already so far behind the ball. The lob of the shot made it difficult for them to come back, but we'll see if they can come back by these 2 goals the next minute and 40 seconds, because that's what they need. Otherwise, they're going to be facing the lower bracket, facing their first loss of the season if they go down here.
90 seconds. And at least, you know, defensively, Karl with the C are not making it easy whatsoever. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of creativity for FTW to find their success. And speaking of success, it could be a start here with Karl with a C recovering the ball. Twisty puts it in the corner, wants to go for the second touch, and he's got too many defenders in his way. Lynxy at least tosses the ball cross net, but it's just too close to the cross for them to want to dive in and take the risk. And now that everyone's diving in and Karl with a C are all types of confused, with 1 minute left, I could see panic starting to set in.
That's exactly what they need to get out of them right now, is any panic. They need to just take it in stride, take it on the chin, and move forward from there. Give everything up, I'd say, at this point, and just try and go for a goal and use that momentum into the next game, because right now it doesn't seem like the best confidence, the best version of Karl with a C is coming onto the field right now for them to get a potential victory, because their opponents, they are taking them to task, and it's a difficult position to find yourselves in, being down by 2 in such a fashion with all these shots, all the pressure that is coming out. Because again, as we mentioned before, Karl with a C, they didn't have a single shot until there was only 3 minutes and some change left on the clock. And they only have 3 compared to 7 they had in the previous game. Now, their opponents, they only have 6 shots themselves, but 4 of those were goals.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of learning the step 1 of an offense. Like, once they kind of get going, they have these really nice setups like this. If they know how to drop the ball in front of the net. But Karl with a C, it's just, it gets a little panicky if step 1 and step 2 don't work out. Then they all start diving and then everything gets lost in the sauce. But as the seconds are draining, it will be FTW taking game number 2, and that will put them to the series point.
That's nice. Lynxy
Yeah.
able to put that one in, get a beautiful carry and a flick into the net. That's got to be a confidence booster for sure going into the next game. And that's exactly what I was talking about that they needed. They needed that confidence booster. They needed at least a goal. It is a bigger differential. It was technically 4-1 until that time. So we'll see. They had a similar amount of shots. It's just the defense this time wasn't as good as it was in the previous game, which is hard to do because last game, Lynxy had 5 saves. So a big difference there. They were trying to be more aggressive on offense. It didn't quite pay off. Maybe going back to what they're used to would be the best strategy for the next game.
Yeah, Karl with a C, all about adapting at this point, and they know what to do. While as FTW, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't feel like any need to like give advice, right? They dominate in the shots. They have the first goals. They're not choking, and I don't feel like they're making like mistakes or, you know, it's not completely free. Like, this is not a free FTW series, but I don't feel like they're the ones that have to change.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing would be to, there's nothing really to talk about, to critique about FTW from what we have witnessed so far. Really, that's mainly because Karl with a C, they haven't shown their full potential in these 2 games. And we know it's possible. We've seen them before with them going undefeated in their group to get to this point in time. And they've made it this far all the way into the upper finals. They're guaranteed some of the prizing, but when your eyes are on the prize and maybe not the game specifically that you're playing, that's where you can get blindsided by your opponents that you haven't been able to face off against. And there we go. Unisweez Deletus is going to take the charge right at the kickoff. Made sure that they had a solid strategy for this as well. Got the quick kickoff and knew that there was no chance once their opponent jumped straight into the air. I don't know why exactly they did that. Made sure that they could secure that goal. That's so much better 2 seconds into this game compared to the last one.
Yeah, like, I guess FTW is feeling a little charitable today, just giving away goals off the kickoff. Like, I know Canadians are polite and nice, but there's a lot of prizes on the line. So many prizes that we can't even list them off without running out of breath. So, what is going to be the response from FTW? Okay, there's a huge gaming package on the line.
That's what they are thinking about, but they're also thinking about booking their ticket into the grand finals for tomorrow. One of these teams guaranteed to do that after this best of 5, potentially after this game if it is going to be a comeback from this 1-goal deficit for FTW. Mango Koi, not really the greatest challenge there, so that's something we can critique on them. That angle also very tight. Not able to enact the goal that they were vying for, and going all the way back after getting demoed, a very difficult position to find themselves in. Some good looks happening from Twisty, and this is a complete turnaround from the previous game.
Glad that was salvaged by Twisty, because Yeetus kind of could have shot the ball a little sooner, but didn't have any boost, so the ball was going faster than he was, so he was trying to center out the ball and crash and burn into the wall, and then his friend came up and finished the job. So a 2-0 lead is surely more secure, but Karl, with to see how much of this is just punishing kind of stupid mistakes from FTW, and how much is it of them just improving as they go,
I'd say a little bit of both. A little column A, a little bit of column B. Lynxie, though, I would say is the strongest member on this team. Most consistent. Offense, defense, midfield, doesn't matter. They are there to support their team the best they can. And I feel like if they lean on them even more so, it's going to benefit them in the long run, especially if they can get the victory in this game and pull off a reverse sweep, which is so difficult. We haven't seen it happen at all in the TELUS Esports Series 2 up to this point. We've only had best of 3s, mind you, so it doesn't really matter too much if you pull off a reverse sweep there. But in the best of 5s, there has not been one to date. We'll see if it happens here for the first time. Lynxie,
nice.
Wide open opportunity, bided their time for the shot and just chose it perfectly. 3-0 at 3-minute mark.
What I'm noticing now is Karl with the C are now expecting the challenges, and they're getting the ball away from themselves before the demo or the challenge comes in, whether it's a pass between each other or even just sending it away. Sometimes no possession is better than the opponent having possession and getting the challenge successfully. So Karl with the C are definitely getting smarter.
Work smarter, not harder. That's what I always say, but unfortunately, they should have worked smarter there defensively. The ball was kind of looming over the net for quite some time, and there was nobody defensively in position to challenge it. Twisty tried to go for it. Lynxie also getting tied up there defensively. Neither of them having a good look or a call out on the ball, and that's what led to their downfall in that instance. They still have over half of a game to hold on to this lead, so they can't give up too much pressure to their opponents. That's the struggle about getting a lead early, I feel like, because you want to rest a little bit. You don't want to spend too much of your energy because you got the rest of the series to worry about, but you have to worry about it game by game by game. We're at the halfway point now. It's only a 2-goal differential. Can easily change in either's favor.
Yeah, Yeetus, Deletus just never has any boost every time we go to him. Finally, he had to go all the way for a corner boost, and I think he's been held back by that specifically.
True. And
just has to be aware of that, especially if he's maybe spending it to go and demo somebody or to go challenge. Maybe that is the issue. Either way, that will set you behind. 2 minutes left, though. I don't think they have to worry too much, but as long as FTW doesn't get another goal. If they do, now you kind of gotta sweat a little.
I was worried there for a moment because usually when we say that as casters, there's a goal that is scored moments later.
Yeah.
But this time it's the other direction, and Twisty, the chat's been calling them out, asking for a goal. Well, they delivered this time, 4-1. Much better performance, and actually the opposite of the performance we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like Twisty is the janitor, of just cleaning up every single play that kind of gets a little messy as Karl with the C really play fast and try to get the offense going before the FTW team has time to react. And backboard after backboard, that's gonna land in front into the box, but Twisty had a really good touch to stop FTW's plan.
Now their plan is being enacted right off the sidewall, curled up from the corner. Have a chance for their teammates to just buy some time, have the clock tick down. They know that they don't need to challenge this with full ferocity that we witnessed earlier on in this game in the first 2 minutes of competition with all those 3 goals that went in. It's been brought, unfortunately, is going to be all for naught off that backboard. It hits the post
bars?
and not going to work out in their favor.
See you rhyming. Got bars. I see it. I mean, they also got crossbars because they be hitting it. And maybe a few more times that they didn't do that, the score would have been a lot closer. But with 50 seconds and down 3 goals, they haven't scored in a long time. I'd have an ounce of cope if they had scored recently, but it's been a while, you know?
I think this is all she wrote for the team of FTW. They had all the wind in their sails, but now they're dead in the water this game. So they got to maybe pull out the engine this time in the next one.
Yeah.
So that they can make it all the way to port. Right now, the victory was in their sight, but it is slipping away, and it's a slippery slope after you drop down in this sort of a fashion. We'll see if it continues in the next game. No chance to come back now based on the time. So we'll see what happens in game number 4 after this. If it will be Karl with a C keeping their dream alive of going undefeated into the playoffs, similar to the Alberta Crushers of the Intermediate League, or if they're going to have at least an unscheduled stop in the lower bracket for them to return into the grand finals afterwards.
Yeah, again, like even in that last play, I've noticed that Karl with the C has been dodging every single challenge, which I think puts FTW in these awkward spots. If you spend a lot of boost or you're going really fast to go for that challenge and you whiff it, so it takes a few seconds to turn around and get back involved. And Karl with the C are reading FTW's kind of aggressive and more physical stance and responding it in that kind of saying of defense is the best offense, of Karl's reactive play style is now the better play style because FTW just haven't caught on yet.
FTW love offense.
Yeah.
But they've been getting less and less shots every single game, and that works in the favor of Karl with a C because they scored every single shot they took, which is crazy. That doesn't happen very often in Rocket League itself. So you can tell they're cool, calm, and collected with a C, and they also made sure that they were confident in this game and had full control of the ball. All the C's for success for Karl with a C in this game. If they can emulate that in the next game, they're going to force a game 5 and make it that much more difficult for FTW to come out with the win. We'll have to see if that's going to be the answer for Karl with a C to FTW. But speaking of answers, what does FTW have to do to force the issue and make sure these challenges actually happen?
Well, you don't come up with a cursed name called For the Win if you ain't gonna win every single game. I have to say, I feels like a lot
That's true.
Name curse conspiracy pressure on them. But either way, I think they got to realize that, okay, like if the other team are getting smarter and you can challenge and you're putting yourself in these bad positions, focus more on the ball. And when they have possession, to just find a better way to challenge. I don't know, but that was already really close.
Very close. Unfortunately, did not work for them. Maybe they need to hydrate. Shout out to the chat for that as well. One of our healthy gamer tips. Make sure you hydrate. But 15 seconds into this one, looking at really nice for Karl with a C. They still need to bring things back into their favor to tie up the series. They're currently down by 1. 2-1 is the scoreline, but 1-0 is the scoreline in their favor after the shot from Linksy.
Yeah, it's Karl with the C just out adapting. Like at this point, FTW haven't really scored since what the 0-second mark from the last game. And does that really count? Like everyone kind of stops playing, you know? So. Yeah. I'll just need a little bit more hope and cope for the win for FTW if they want to win. But Linksy and friends of Karl with a C, the offense is kicking off. Their setups are always really clean. And look, Mango getting away from some challenges, but clearly needs more help than that.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. If Yasuis Delitas did not take a piece of that pie, off the backboard and send it flying towards the midfield, might have been a great opportunity for a follow-up by their teammate. Linksy feels backflip because they didn't want to go too far forward after the ball went right over the top of their head. Speaking of that as well, Twisty right over top of them, showing the love with the goal explosion, but also showing the skill of their team on this attack.
This is getting so out of pocket. Like,
it really
Karl
is.
with the C, just was always in the shadow of FTW, always kind of losing within 1 or maybe 2 goals at the start of the series, and now looking like they are just the straight up better team. And just because we haven't seen FTW have like a confident scoring opportunity in a hot second.
That's why best of fives are great, because
Yeah.
everything could change at a moment's notice. Even if you're down by 2, it's not over yet. That's exactly what we are seeing here. This is the first best of 5 on stream that we have seen played by these teams, so maybe they aren't quite used to that just yet. Maybe FTW are just used to winning 2 games and then being done, so they didn't have any energy in the tank for the rest of it. Well, Mango Koi has energy here to bring it within 1, 3:21 on the clock.
And now we have a series on our hands, as the casters like to say. Like,
love it.
between FTW and Karl just always usually being within a few goals. And, you know, now FTW is coming knocking. They have 3.5 minutes. And now, I thought that looked kind of promising. And if the kickoffs are going their way, they could also cheese their way to a tying goal.
A little suspect, to say the least. Lynxie, though, with a deletus of their own onto Itchbin-Brat, but it does go into the corner yet again. Yeetus, speaking of them, Lynxie with a great setup to their teammate, trying to get a follow-up, but not really the greatest challenge when you have someone right in front of you off that side wall, and nobody home. A little Aki have been a little quiet throughout these last 2 games. They got 2 goals and got them the victory basically in that second game after just starting off so strongly, but unfortunately the start is not going to happen for this goal as it goes off the crossbar and out.
Still a chance. Lynxie dumps it in, and kind of an awkward bounce from the defense that they couldn't get control of, and Yeetus just comes and punishes.
Yeetus be like, this is mine.
Mine.
And Lynxie with a great bump into the defender to make sure that they can't even go for the challenge there. So an awkward bounce makes it difficult for them to challenge it off that back wall. Then the bump clears the lane for Yeetus, and they put it through. And they're trying to win it as much as they can to force that game 5. It's been a long day, folks. We've had a lot of like final games of these series, and it doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon.
Oh, geez. Is this on target? Oh, just the cross.
Nice.
Oh, Janitor Lynxie's taken over. Twisty move aside. Lynxie's got the broom. 4-1. Karl are having this comeback of a lifetime. This would be 2 games in a row, starting from they were down 0-2 in the series to now potentially tying at 2-2.
It's crazy. It was 3-2, 4-2 in the favor of FTW. Now it's 4-2, 4-1 currently in the favor of Karl with a C. It's just going back and forth between these 2 teams. But we have so much time remaining here that things can change. They need to change if you are a fan of For the Win. And it's been brought trying to see what they can do in this game. They got a goal in the previous one, so maybe they can emulate what they did before and show up big for their team to at least bring it within 2 and have a fighting chance coming back. That's 2 games in a row. I mean, no team's been able to win with that yet, but with the way that Karl with the C is playing, they feel unstoppable, I'm sure.
I'm sure. And then it's like, if you're FTW, you're like, what did we do wrong?
Yeah.
I thought everything was going so well. We were on match point. What happened? And it's like, what do we do here? And at this point, you're almost boomed. You're almost disappointed and sad. You're like, but I'm sure there are some really motivating players on this squad that have to like kind of rally the troops, and because there's no time to be sad in a game like this.
No time whatsoever other than the present. 1 minute on the clock now for potentially Karl with a C to take this away and run away with it if they get this next game. A full reverse sweep to make it into the finals. What a story that would be going into tomorrow. They still need to hold on for this last 50 seconds. It is possible to come back by 3 goals in that amount of time, but very difficult order to fulfill. Maybe on the secret menu of Rocket League. As it goes into the quarter instead, no chance for them to break out their half in time. And I think right now it is about to be an inevitability that the Thanos snap is coming, and it will be from Karl with a C.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. The cope is leaving my body. It is just radiating outwards into the environment. 4-1. Karl, a 2-game comeback to get us into what, a game 5. This is insane.
It's been a long day, a long way coming for Karl with a C to get this game 5. chat was rooting for them from the beginning of this series. We were down on our hopes for them to try and get something here, but luckily they were able to bring it back to game 5. So now it all comes down to this next one. Will it be Karl with a K taking this victory here into this final game, or is it going to not with a K, excuse me, with a C? The name, it finally got me. That's probably why they made that name.
I thought you did that on purpose. I thought that was hilarious.
Yes, calculated. That's what we always claim. But anyway, Karl with a C that's spelled with a K for whatever reason against FTW in this final game. I mean, based on what we are witnessing now, if we went into that next game right now, Karl with a C are taking it. FTW, I mean, we were saying there was no mistakes before in those first 2 games. It's really, they just had no offense in this one. 3 shots compared to the 16 we saw in the first game.
Yeah, Karl with the C, they be learning. They be studying, they're hitting the books.
Smart.
And they just realize that, okay, if FTW are going to be aggressive all the time, then we're just going to run away from them or just get the ball away from them. And now FTW just looks silly, kind of falling over their shoelaces, going for challenges that have no value. And after this game, they might have to rename to FTL, but you know, there'll be a lower bracket, so at least the name will fit.
Yeah.
And you can always
or
come back.
faster than light as well. So maybe that's what they need, is to be faster, because they are just slowing their roll, having no speed on offense to put the pedal to the metal and get the victory. But now no lives left for either of these teams as we go into game 5. Winner takes all, or at least into the grand final tomorrow. They still get some prizes if they do fall in that lower bracket match, but best of 3 awaits the loser of this 5-minute matchup, as we will see in just a moment who comes out on top. If Karl with a C can continue with their momentum, or if FTW will wake up, the beast will be unleashed from within.
Oh, and then you just have the offense setting up here for FTW. It's just about kind of completing those passes, and I think Karl with a C kind of smelled the weakness in the air like a shark, and then they just started swimming around the midfield. But it's not like they really got a decent clear. If anything, Karl with a C got a they didn't get a registered shot on, but it looked, they did get a registered shot, but it wasn't really that lethal. It was kind of But with that demo, I mean, they can kind of keep this going.
That's what they need to keep things going as best they can. Keep the possession in the favor of FTW if they want the victory here as well. And it seems like they keep sending the ball to the wall, not following it up well enough, and just launching it away from themselves. And that is a common pitfall that players in Platinum to Diamond fall into. To get the ball away as best as possible, but also giving this much room to Lil Aki is not what you want to do, because as I mentioned before, they've been a bit silent up to this point, but now when they are given a perfect setup, they're going to take that every single time and not miss that opportunity that's given to them.
Oh, they got the X Games banner too, because you could be like, oh, if I pop off, I win X Games mode. And I'd love to see Rocket League at X Games. Not sure if it ever happened.
It was in the past. Yeah.
Oh, it was? Oh, sick.
It was like in 2019, I believe it was. It was pretty cool. It was like a major event that I actually put on there. But I think NRG won that, actually, now I'm thinking about that.
Oh, sick.
Unfortunately, they haven't won much after that, but anyway.
You keep everyone so humble, bud. It's like...
humble pie, it's the best serving that you can expect from me. But nonetheless, we hope to see one of these teams served with a victory in this game to move on to that grand final. Right now, if things continue, it's looking like it will be FTW bouncing back, because there's been not much to speak about for Karl with the C, and they need something to speak about in the category of a goal for them to tie things up and still stay alive in this game and the series. Oh no.
The shot, wow, and the demo too. You thought you were safe, but you're not. And what, at least FTW woke up. I guess like game 3, game 4 was a bit of a hibernation stage.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of camping out like at midnight for the next game release, like in front of the Karl with the C net. Like, it's crazy.
It's really just mainly been Lil Aki putting the pedal to the metal this time. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, if I said that and they got a hat trick right off the bat, that would have been insane. It's just, every time you see a player kind of silent in the previous games, they did it within themselves, their competitive spirit, that they need to step up to the plate in the next game. And that's what we've witnessed in the Intermediate League. We saw it before happen with Epic Pig. This time we're seeing it happen here with Lilaki, who was very silent in the last 2 games, but now they're able to step up, get those 2 goals. Oh, they tried to steal the hat trick, but instead of doing that, they could have gotten the free goal. They give it away to their opponents. This is the perfect time for a comeback potential from Lynxie. Difficult, though, because the midfield expertly defended.
How did FTW just sabotage themselves? Like why? This
Greed.
game 5. Why are you like this? I would be so pissed if I'm like going for a very obvious open net and I just get curb stomped by my own teammate. We'll see if this bites him in the butt at the end. Karl with a C. They are now frustrated. The double tap. Oh my God.
First double tap of the night. Nice to see there from Lynxie. A great give and go. Just got the reception from the balls. It was sent away by Yeetus Deletus off that challenge into the corner. Then Lynxie had that from a mile away. Got them within 1, maybe within 2. The flick was beautiful. The follow-up as well, but it's onto the sidewall. Yeetus Deletus lacking a little bit behind the play. Otherwise, it would have been a tie game.
Twisty is fired from being a janitor. That was a cleanup moment that they forgot the broom on that one. And now, if you're Karl with the C, you're a little bit worried. Of course, FTW had a firm lead, but Karl with the C. What are we doing to close? Oh God, that ain't it.
Lilaki again getting their hat trick. They waited for their teammate to set them up this time, and it was guaranteed to go. And I felt like after that setup, because Twisty, no way they could get back in time, unfortunately. Speaking of Twisty, I feel like they've lost their footing when it comes to their position on this team. We see Lynxie and Twisty going up for the same ball, not really having a single person to go for these challenges, and that's left them lacking defensively after the counterattack. It's been very difficult for them to bounce back. Good touch there. Gives it up to Yeetus Deletus, but he hits it into the post, and it was a wide open opportunity that they need to capitalize on.
You can't choke the open nets. That's a big interdivision thing. But it's fine. We've seen chokes. Even they don't do it that much. But we've seen both teams choke once. And like we said, math equation wise, those 2 negatives cancel out, or something like that. 37 seconds left. It's not out of the realm of possibility for Karl to come back.
Definitely possible, but again, gotta get this away from their opponents. Would be so sad to see, which happens a lot in best of 5s. If you come back all the way to game 5, it's just so difficult to get over that final hurdle of game 5 to get the victory 3 in a row. This time does go into the back of the net. 15 seconds. They need a kickoff goal and then some to get the victory.
What a shot from Lynxie too, to come up from the left, shoot it to the left. No, he got some help, but we don't count that. It was gonna go in either way. Lynxie went from kind of that quiet player at the start of the series, not a lot of score, just there to enable and help out, to becoming more and more of the star at the front. Karl with the C are only down by 1, and the next 7 seconds will determine what happens.
Oh no. I tried to be silent just to wait for it to happen, but unfortunately there was no hope because there's no player on the reception for the pass, and that just seemed to be the issue for Karl with a C, but they do have another shot at that, so they are finally facing a defeat, but it's not for nothing because they are going down into that lower bracket against the team that I believe they beat before. I'll have to look back at the footage there specifically, but nice to see that they've been able to make it there. And yes, it is the team that they defeated to make it into this matchup. So a rematch for them, a best of 3. What better opponent do you want than someone you've already taken down and know their play style? So we'll see what happens in that next game. But wow, what a finish. So close to getting a reverse sweep. It just did not happen this time.
Yeah, that's the killer, right? And the fact that it happened in a 3-2 fashion, the first game of the series, 3-2 FTW, the game 5 of the series, 3-2 FTW. Yep. It really just ends how it starts, and no reverse sweep. It just means Karl are the ones that kind of choked at the end and thought they kind of figured out the recipe to success, but I guess they got to go back to the kitchen and keep cooking.
Well, we'll see them cook up something and fight off against smooth like butter. So we're just having all the food stuff going on here. In the next game, that is going to be our Advanced League lower final. We're going to be taking a quick break. Then after that, we have our final matchup of the Advanced League. You don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Kicking down all the doors, guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth years and years.
Three more series to go today, but only one series left for the Advanced League itself. This is the Advanced Lower Final. It's going to be a best of three this time, but also got to give a big shout out to one of our presenting sponsors, Nanoleaf. You can customize your room as much as possible. It's the future. You can change the colors. I'm using the TELUS purple myself because I like the color itself. And it's really nice to kind of customize your room, your living space, and make it a bit brighter as well. So you put it in like a tree fashion. You can make it look however you want with the different kinds of panels that are out there. So big shout out to Nanoleaf for helping make this a possibility. But we also want to give a big shout out to these players for putting on such a show so far, because leading up into the playoffs, we had so many blowouts that we're like, okay, when are we going to get a game 3? Now we're like, when are we going to get a blowout? Because it hasn't happened thus far. Is it going to happen now, Jen?
I don't think so. I feel like we're officially cursed. Now it's like usually the casters curse the players, and now it's the players cursing the casters. Isn't that crazy? But they're fighting for a lot of prizes. This is the grand final, or sorry, the lower final of the advanced divisions. So they're playing for either second or third place, which includes like earbuds and mats and all types of stuff. There's honestly too many things to list off. Shout out to our partners for being so generous. I feel like we're giving away so many things.
$35,000 worth of prizing for the top 3 of each league. It's crazy to see that that is what's being given to these players for the way they've been performing for the TELUS Esports Series 2 if you're just tuning in. This is a best of 3. Winner of this goes to face off against FTW, who did get the win, so maybe their team name did win out the day at the end of it, but Lynxy winning out that challenge at the end of that play, 30 seconds into it, we're still 0-0.
Now I don't know if the smooth person's name is produce, like the produce section, or produce. This is what's great about the English language.
I'm gonna go with produce because their name is smooth like butter. So.
Oh, okay. So we could just go with the food theme. I'm down with
just
that.
keep the food theme.
Oh, that could go on target, but it just goes right into the lap of Twisty, which I think we'll reclaim his janitor role once they keep cleaning things up. Now they're kind of cleaning things up on the defense, which is totally fine by me.
We also have a Kraken on the side of Smooth, so a dangerous sea creature of myths and legends on their side, which might be enough for them to get a goal at some point. They're looking for revenge here as well. Karl with a C right before the series we just witnessed took them down to the lower bracket. So they know exactly the play style to expect. Might have been watching that previous matchup. They had to wait a while yet again. That didn't work out in the favor of the last opponents we saw in a best of 3 after we went to Game 5 previously for the Intermediate League. This time it's working out well for Yudis to lead us. A great second touch with the angle to put that in.
That was, I kind of noted last series that Yudis was just having low amounts of boost, but if he's gonna like do a lot with it like this, then I'm fine with it. It's just if you use a lot of boost and then don't end up providing any value, then you're just kind of, you're just cruising for a bruising, honestly, at that
Cruising
point.
with a K.
Cruising with a K, exactly. We'll see how warmed up Karl is, but the responding goal is right there, and smooth like butter. They ain't going down without a fight.
They're able to produce that goal to maximum effect is what we're going to say on that one, too. Right over top of 2 defenders, and the problem is there was 2 defenders going for that ball. If there was one more kind of staggered a little bit further back towards the goal box or the line itself, then they would have been more likely to get that save. But a difficult save to make nonetheless, as we see a great save made by Kraken. Barely able to get a touch on the ball and slow it down far enough so that the momentum doesn't carry it right over top of them into the back of the net. Yudis tried to get a doink on that ball to send it to the heavens, but instead it was a ghost hit. Just bounced right off of them, and not the greatest position for Lynxy to be in.
Some rainy weather out on this field. We'll see if it'll be a sad day for Karl with a C or smooth like butter. Because this is the lower final, and you just don't have that much time to kind of figure out what's up. You got to play the best of your game and stick to what you're good at. And right now, looking for a clear. I mean, smooth like butter, just think they have the red carpet down the field. It's not going to be that easy. Karl with a C are just attacking them. And the ball finally gets away, but again, the offense continues for Karl with a C.
You know, I'm liking the map diversity that we're witnessing here too. We don't typically see Starbase Arc, and it's such a beautiful one, especially not the original version because that one looks so weird. Just the shape of the arena. We tried non-standard maps for a while, and they weren't really popular with a lot of players, and the bounces kind of didn't work out too well. So luckily, they made standard versions of all those non-standard maps so that we can actually witness their beauty and just the way that they work out this time instead of how they were originally presented back in the day.
Yeah, 90 seconds, and like we said, as we kind of advance in the skill divisions, like the scores get smaller and smaller, the mistakes become fewer and fewer. And what a save from Lixia at the end, and it turns into a counterattack, and you just always gotta be providing value. That's how you know you're a high-level player. What are you always
player.
Exactly. You always have intention behind everything you're doing.
Those demos, their intent is just to get into the minds of their opponents, and almost worked out. There's nobody there other than Lynxy to save the day, but now everyone is bunched up in the corner after the respawn. Kraken can't get a piece of that one, so has to give it up to Twisty. Had the janitorial duties. Maybe wasn't a fan of that, so instead just gave it up to their opponents, but needs to get some boost somewhere, because the boost starving, we haven't talked much about that at all, is actually happening in the Advanced League, where we didn't really witness much of that at all in the previous two divisions.
Yeah, 36 seconds, and now you're starting to stress when just the next goal could be the lead and the game win. At least it's only the first one, but in a best of 3, that's like half the series right there. Yeah. So this is stressful. Oh, no. And Baby Brown shines and gives the lead to Smooth Like Butter.
Smooth Like Butter living up to their name with the way they have been scoring the goals thus far. So close for Lynxy to get that save, but not close enough. And that is the way the cookie crumbles. More food analogies coming out. But we'll see if that's the way the game crumbles down as well. With the last 20 seconds to go, another goal is definitely possible, but will it happen? Only time will tell. Baby Brown goes for it, crack it again. Liking these long aerials that we're witnessing from them. They take the quarter boost away from them too, so that they have nothing to sustain themselves on offense with. And that seems to be the strategy of Smooth Like Butter. Take the boost, make it difficult for your opponents to even have anywhere to go. And that's what we've witnessed, especially as you mentioned, Jen, with Yeetus Weez Deletus needing so much boost. If they don't have any to work on from their own side, then they're not going to have much reason to go out on offense.
And that's boost is the key word to that entire last push, is that Lynxy was going for an aerial, went up into the sky and just ran out of boost, and there wasn't like either comms that came fast enough for someone to catch it on the floor, because you can definitely squeeze out one more play, and 2-1 you never know what could develop from that. But Smooth Like Butter takes game 1. But whether you're a fan of Karl with a C or a Smooth Like Butter, you're not a confident fan either way, because it felt like this game was going to go either direction with Baby Brown scoring in the last, like, what, 25 seconds?
Now, do we see our first sweep, even if it's a best of 3 of the day, or do we go all the way to game 3 yet again? I am feeling the latter after that game, but who knows what's going to happen. I know Karl with a C hope that it goes to game 3. They're going to have to make that a reality themselves. Warp the play into their favor here on Starbase Arc. As the kickoff goes the other direction, they have the greatest direction towards the net, but miss the opportunity as it goes off the crossbar with an unfortunate bounce.
So I thought that was just like a rainy, cloudy sky, but that's a giant planet.
Yeah,
I haven't played on this field yet. So I was like, wow, we're in space. Okay. Well,
yeah, it's not used very often.
I would be looking around. Honestly, this map is really pretty. But either way, we'll see what has kind of a pretty ending to this. Will it be the sweep for Smooth Like Butter? Or with Karl with a C, kind of, maybe they loosened up a bit at that last game, and now they're going to go back to being aggressive?
Or is Smooth Like Butter going to eclipse the competition and make us like not see them anymore?
Stop.
There we go. First minute, though. Pretty uneventful thus far. A couple of shots here and there, not really on target other than that first one from Twisty that went with an awkward bounce and hit the crossbar instead. Nice to see some more initiative though from Karl with a C. They know how important getting this first goal is for their team, because again, in that first game, they weren't able to get that. Well, no, they did get the first goal with Yeetus, but they couldn't really do much after that, and that's what the problem was. So they can get 2 quick goals, they'll be doing that much better. They haven't been able to get a second goal this series so far. They only had the 1. Would have gone to OT if it wasn't that.
And Protoss just didn't have the boost to kind of. It was a good catch on the ball, then immediately conceded that to Karl with a C. I like how they have that acronym of KWAC in their tag too. Like, sure, why not? Smooth Like Butter, you got SLB, so that seems like it's almost like MLB but different. So
yeah,
we got some branding being created here.
It's nice. It's nice. Always got like the team clubs. I think that's what they're called in Rocket League instead of like clans like they have in different games. But first 2 minutes, nothing. This has been an outlier, I would say, of all the series today compared to what we were used to seeing. The Yeetus Weez Deletus not an outlier with getting the first goal every game of this series.
It was off of a really good setup from Lynxie, who caught the pass in from the corner, and the fact you have 2 defenders crossing and not one of them got a touch, it's crazy. And it was such like kind of a slow pass and a slow shot too, but Lynxie has been impressing me more and more every time I watch them play. Like the first series, kind of more of an enabler, and now they're just dominating the field.
Call them out and they will answer, and that's exactly what we see from Lynxie. They had the top score in the last game, 315, up by just a single point to Yeetus Deletus because of the saves, but also the touches that they had been able to showcase in that previous game and how integral of a part they were to keeping it within 1 that entire time. In the first half of this game, though, we have the 2 goals already from Karl with the C. Will that be enough? Is the question. Baby Brown trying to make it difficult for them. Kraken and Produce. I mean, Produce we haven't seen anything really from, and now we don't see them at all because they get demoed by Lynxie. Yeetus Deletus takes that in stride and gets the 3rd goal for their team.
Yeah, being down 3 goals, second half, not so smooth, huh? I mean, we kind of already knew that this could be a toss-up of a series just based off of the fact that Smooth Like Butter only won by 1 goal in that first game. And now you're losing by 4, so Lynxie will not stop. This is getting out of hand.
Look away and you miss it, basically, is what is happening with all these goals. Blink, or whatever you want to say for that analogy. 4-0. Again, like I said before, outlier of a series, but maybe this is exactly how things went down when these 2 teams faced off against each other before. Just needed some adjustment period from Karl with the C. Now they could see clearly in this series, but is that going to be enough? Kraken with a goal 2 minutes to go. It's possible.
Oh yeah, cope. How much cope do we have in chat for this? Smooth Like Butter down 3. That was a nice goal by Kraken too, just kind of guiding it along and having control of the ball, so important. Twisty has my favorite decal, no bias though. But, yeah.
Speaking of Twisty, they have possession of the ball now. See if they can do anything with it. Looking for them to get their first goal of the series. They were doing some good work, supporting their teammates in the previous series and in this one. Before, and a great save, Produce almost able to put that one on through. Another great opportunity set aside by Lynxie. The pressure continues to mount on offense for the blue team. But even then, it doesn't prove to be enough. They don't have a game plan, it feels like. They're just throwing the ball towards the side, trying to figure out, like, oh, you go for it, you go for it. And then once it doesn't really amount to anything, there's no backup plan. They need to have an A, B, and C plan instead of just a plan being of shooting the ball towards the net and hoping something goes in.
Well, this has some potential. You kind of had this long clear by Smooth, and then Kraken caught into the corner. It's just kind of was trying to slow down the ball and got challenged. Baby Brown is getting bumped in the midfield, is able to kind of recover it and almost centered it out, but just didn't have the quickest of follow-up by Kraken to just really guarantee that to go in.
Mechanics definitely better on the side of Karl with a C from what we are witnessing. Decision making, I think, is the biggest thing that we need this team of Smooth Like Butter to improve upon. Because again, send one person up, the other members are so far back, you could use binoculars and still not be able to see them fully. And that's what we're witnessing happen in this, when it's a moment in time that you can't afford to be doing that. When it even gets to a minute and a half and you're down by 3 goals, you need to put everything forward on offense and hope, or even just work it out, roughhousing, going for bumps and demos to force the issue and get that goal, but it's not working here. And similar to what we witnessed Karl FC do to their opponents in the previous game to force that game 5. Speaking of that, we get a game 3. No sweeps.
No sweeps today, and obviously way more convincing of a win coming out of Karl with a C, 4-1. And if you compare it to Smooth Like Butter's winning game 1 only 2-1, I'm feeling like Karl, I don't even know if you call this a reverse sweep in a best of 3, but Karl feel like they're on the comeback.
Although if we call it that, maybe that's their curse. Maybe Karl with a C can't reverse sweep.
Ah.
That's what the C stands for. Can't reverse sweep.
Yeah, we'll see if they're. I guess, yeah, they could truly be cursed, but they'll have to take the curse home with them because it's the lower bracket. This is it.
Let's get a little bit hype in here too, because there's a lot that these teams are competing for as well. So, chat, if you're cheering for a specific team, let us know. Be loud and proud there specifically, but also they're competing to, at a minimum, for the team who loses here. Get the HyperX earbuds, the Razer Keo X, and the Viafin V2. Second place guaranteed. Whoever moves on from here is at least going to get Code Red 2 Pulsefire Mat, which is a giant mouse pad mat, the Razer N-Key X, and a Razer Kishi. So a lot of great stuff there. But if they get first and take down FTW, you get a Cloud Alpha Pulsefire Surge. They get G300 Racing Wheel, and the Razer Kishi as well. So I think the Cloud Alpha and the Pulsefire Surge are two different things, because Cloud Alpha is, I'm pretty sure, is a headset. But either way, I'm pretty sure this is a game 3 with 5 minutes on the clock, so let's get into it, Lemon.
Yeah, this is exciting. A lot of prize on the line, and already a quick goal. Baby Brown just robbed somebody.
Wow. Took their lunch money and everything. Oh, Linksy, no. Oh, that was so close. They probably called that they had it, and unfortunately they did not have it that time. So instead it will land into the hands of their opponents and end up in the back of their own net. That's the first time this series we have seen Smooth Like Butter get the first goal.
Yeah, that was, sometimes the cheesy kickoff goals happen when you cheat up the right way, and you just really got to communicate at all points of the game. And from the sky, Yeetus Doopy Duncan. Woo.
Just yeets the ball towards the net as best as they can, and I'm loving the aerial style from Yeetus, Weetus, Deletus. It's separating themselves from the rest of the pack that is on the field currently, showcasing that they have the skill to pay the bills, and maybe they could have a successful career as a freestyler. But we need more than just that for them to get the victory. Gotta work as a team, but it's nice to have those high-flying shots available to you as a roster. Whew.
It's cool to see sometimes freestylers come into competitive, or competitive people go into freestyling. I forgot that was like a whole branch of Rocket League. It's like the fancy snipers and like any kind of shooters. You always have the trick shotters. It's like that section of community is needed for the entertainment. But you know, in the meantime, we have Kraken entertaining us with another goal.
Ooh, that's a nice one. As I was talking about before, like maybe the C just stands for can't reverse sweep. Because if it continues this way, as we're witnessing, Karl with the C is going to end up on the sea without a paddle and with a hole in their boat. Which is basically what's happening here with a Kraken in the water.
Yeah, like the Titanic song coming on without getting the stream DMCA'd, you know?
Oh man, that would be awesome. But unfortunately, you know, have to see if they can sink or swim in these next few minutes. It hasn't even been more than 2 minutes gone, but Linksy is going to be gone when they have possession of the ball like that. Baby Brown nowhere to be found after the challenge. Really just juked out of the way, and Linksy full control of it into the back of the net, tied up.
It's nice when you can just kind of mini putt a ball in like that, when it's just so free. Linksy is scoring like so much. I'm glad they decided to put Linksy more at the front, more on the offense. But the response is right there, and now the lead shifts back over to Smooth Like Butter.
Back and forth it goes as the series has gone as well. That is a beautiful touch and a read from Kraken. Difficult to make at this level of competition, but if you practice it well enough, well, then you'll be able to pull it off more often than not. We'll see a ton of those happen from the Elite League, which will be happening after this. 2 series to go, which will be the 2 top competitors. I guess 3 top competitors from the Elite League, which is Plat 1, not Plat 1, excuse me. That would have been crazy. Plat 1 to SSL. Champ 1 to SSL, which is still a pretty big deficit. But I don't believe anyone below SSL, or at least Grand Champ, will be there, as Linksy is the only one here, proving their viability as an offensive member of this team. Yeetus and Linksy are the 2 going back-to-back, setting things up, and Twisty for moral support. Keeping them alive.
We like the moral support. Yeah, Lynxie's absolutely crushing it. That was the tying goal, and the fact we went from kind of a stalemate snoozer of like usually they don't score in the first 2 minutes. Now we have 6 goals in 2 minutes. It's now everyone has been committed to playing way more aggressive and getting a lot more creative too on how they're getting past the other team.
This is the most goals we've seen this entire series. It was 4-1 in the previous game, and now we see 3 apiece. We're not even at the halfway point of this one. Still plenty of time for it to change in either team's favor. They know how important this game is. So we could see the comeback victory from Karl with a C. They did 2 in a row. But also it'd be a comeback victory if Smooth Like Butter get the victory, because they were the ones who were sent down to the lower bracket by Karl with a C.
Oh, Yeetus kind of pushed it off the wall, was hoping to get it to Twisty in the midfield. But Smooth Like Butter, or at least the brains aren't smooth. They surely are trying to read the, the plays as they come, and it's making it difficult. Twisty just didn't have enough boost to reach that. Yeetus knows that Baby Brown's gonna get there first and concedes that. And now, but Lynxie just tossed that right in the midfield, and it kind of lost possession for Smooth Like Butter.
Oh no!
And still can't score off of that.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Might have been a possibility if they left that for Twisty, because it looked like it was Yeetus, Weetus Deletus who went for the challenge, but I guess he was called off the play because Twisty didn't have full confidence on the challenge. It's been nice to see the goal go in their favor to end things off, and still a possibility for that to happen. They've done some great things positional-wise, but it hasn't proven to be enough for them to get their first goal of this series. See if it can happen in the next minute, 20 seconds, but the pressure is mounting in the favor of Karl with a C. Gotta see if they can keep it up.
Minute 14. That ball crossed in front, and Karl with a C had a chance. Now it's up to Produce, and it's just all their friends are just way behind, and it's kind of when you need help the most, you turn around and no one's there. It's kind of a sad metaphor, but you need to commit to the push when someone gets the chance. Kind of a soft little shot from Twisty. All 3 defenders there as they try to, Smooth Like Butter try to cross down, and it's 45 seconds. This next goal is gonna be it feels like.
Smooth Like Butter are definitely playing a more defensively minded style. They're waiting for their opponents to trip up, to overcommit. And that's how they've gotten most of their goals this game, is with the counterattacks. So luckily for Karl with a C, they haven't had too many mistakes, but as I say that, Kraken, 6 shots to their name and 2 goals. They are the one to look out for. When they have possession of the ball, you need to send at least one person to them and have a backup member right afterwards for the next challenge. 15 seconds to go, though. Very likely we get an OT in game 3 with the way things are going, unless Produce has anything to say about this. Yeetus Weetus Deletus goes for the challenge right into the corner. Twisty doesn't want to overcommit right at the midfield line. Lynxie with a touch themselves. It touches down. We do get that OT game 3.
Now it's about honing in on that accuracy, because both teams are good at starting a setup, at getting on the ball, challenging at good moments, but it's about kind of directing it with more intention. Like, where is this going to a teammate? Is this going towards the net? Is this really the right time to shoot? Because sometimes you don't always just want to shoot towards the net if all the defenders are there. You're just kind of giving back the ball, so charitable-like. But first 20 seconds, not really much has happened.
That's what I kind of expected after the passive playstyle we've been witnessing from their opponents of Smooth Like Butter, and it could have been over there for Yeetus Weetus Deletus to get the goal, but unfortunately for them, does not quite work out just yet. Lynxie taking their time with the ball, but they don't have much time to work with. Produce was there with fury, trying to keep the possession in their favor. Lynxie right over top of one. It goes underneath the crossbar, and that'll be all she wrote. Lynxie with the hat trick, and there goes the game in their favor. The second time Karl with a C has closed things out for Smooth Like Butter.
And it's Karl with a W now. That's all we care about. They're going to the grand finals of the advanced division. We love to see it. Karl with the W goes up against for the win. So 2 winners will face off tomorrow, and that'll be exciting.
It's going to be a great matchup there as well. But we have some more great matchups to go for the Elite League itself, the top end of the competition. Champ 1, SSL. There's a big range in between there. So we'll see how this competition is going to end out tonight. And then after that, all of the finals with some winner interviews tomorrow. It's going to be a great time, but we're going to take one of our final 2 breaks. And after that, we have our first look at the Elite League.
Just kicking down all the doors, guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big.
Welcome back, everyone, to the TELUS Esports Series 2. We have a stellar matchup for you, Randoms versus Farmville. You'll recognize some of these names if you've been paying attention to the collegiate region for Canadian teams that are out there, or also like the bubble end of some of the Rocket League competitions. A lot of great players, but we also got to talk about the great prizing. $21,000 worth of prizing for the top 3 teams, which is just crazy to think about. So let me go through this list really quickly on first, second, and third place on what exactly they get. So first place, Cloud Mix, Alloy Origins, Fury Ultra, Pulsefire Dart, Razer Isker, Razer ITX computer case, a PS5 console, a PS5 controller, Xbox Series S console, and a T16000 flight stick, which is crazy. That's all for first place per player. Second place, Cloud2 Wireless, Alloy Origins Core, Pulsefire Mat, Pulsefire Dart, Charge Play Base, Razer Isker, I can't pronounce that for some reason, X, Razer ITX computer case, Xbox Series S console, and Xbox Elite 2 controller. That's pretty nice too. And then third place, Cloud2 Wireless, Alloy Origins Core, Pulsefire Mat, Pulsefire Dart, Charge Play Base, and Razer Isker X. A lot of crazy prizes for all these teams that are competing, and the teams that we have here, Randoms versus Farmville, we got players with names such as Tekaz, Nibra, Broken Vegas, and Blaze. Broken Vegas and Blaze, I believe, are all on the same team, as they were part of Valleyfield, who made it all the way to the CRO World Championships recently. So it's going to be pretty crazy.
Now this is really going to be like the best of the best. And yeah, I like that you got the Isker at the end, you know, and it's all about learning as you go, which is the whole point of Rocket League. And we go into our first, well, I guess our last best of 5 of the day, but because there's another best of 3 after. But this is the upper final between Randoms and Farmville. And yup, those are the names you recognize. And yup, that's the back of the net already.
Expect a lot of goals is all I have to say. Blaze actually on the side of the Randoms, I believe that is in blue, Farmville in the orange. And basically the Randoms is like a team you would expect to see competing in the qualifiers for RLCS. That's all I gotta say on that for you to recognize who those players might be. But nonetheless, This is going to be back and forth, excuse me, between these two teams, back and back, because we're going back to either side with these goals. Nebra getting this one, a great setup by their teammate Tekos for the goal.
Yeah, and I cast a lot of Broken in Vegas in the CRL. I believe they're on the same team with Tokyo. So it's just cool that you have synergy from previous tournaments to... I figured there was going to be some pros or semi-pros that come into this, do a pickup team, and just cash out. Like, why not? As long as you could take time away from majors, which I assume, like, the only losses, like, some of these teams have had are for forfeits, which might have come from, oh, we have scrims, or we have, like, a major to compete for, so what an excuse, right?
Yeah, we got like school or something too, because a lot of these are like college players as well. So just crazy to see the level of competition that has shown up for this. And both of these two teams were in the same division, first and second, and really the only losses they had, which really can't be counted as losses, were just forfeits. So it's like 1 forfeit versus 2 forfeits. And Blaze unfortunately can't get the touch there. Broken will gladly take away that goal, with the black hole just sucking in the competition as they take this one away. Unfortunate own goal situation, but it happens when you force the issue like that.
This has been already a really crazy game in terms of speed. Like, we've had 3 goals and Vegas only has 4 points. And, you know, Blaze has 12 points. I'll call out 1 person from each team, you know? So, yeah, I'm sure, like, maybe these teams will just play each other again, like, another tournament, too. So we really get, like, some high-level competition in our TELUS Esports series.
Yeah, it really goes to show the big differences between the different leagues. We saw some good competition, very close competition in the previous matchups, but now this is the best of the best that you will witness throughout this competition here specifically. Blaze able to get this one, again, back and forth, tying up the goals. And nothing too fancy this go around, as Tekos with another great setup, and that seems to be the 1-2 punch for the randoms. Tekos to Blaze. So we've seen it happen a couple times, at least Tekos setting up their teammates. Ibra the first time, Blaze this time.
Oh, and Blaze is the cutest little bear on his icon. So that's all I could pay attention to during the replay. It's been a long day, but Blaze has the ball and he pops it up maybe to the midfield. At least Nebra goes for it, because Broken was looking to challenge it too, and that might have been somewhat of an own goal, but we'll give Nebra credit.
Yeah, gotta give them credit where is due, calculated, whatever else. There's been like an own goal on either side just because of positioning, and that's just what happens, especially when you have these crazy shots coming in that you might not expect. Banane, I love that name. The only player I don't really recognize on the field this time, so really excited to see how they perform with this roster, rocking the endpoint decal. That team has had some highs and lows, so hopefully we'll see some highs from Banane throughout this game and the series. It feels like it's been going on for a while, but we're not even past the halfway point of this game as Nebra make that a hat trick for themselves on 4 shots.
It must be some friend of Broken in Vegas, because I know they're French, and banana is like French for banana. Thankfully, the French didn't get too creative. Let's just go with banana, but without the A at the end. But 4-2, this is getting out of hand. Like, the randoms are kind of running away with this.
Excuse my mispronunciation, but Tekos looking pretty solid there as well, with a bunch of setups themselves, finally credited with a goal. 5-2 now, right off the sidewall. Vegas can't get there quick enough off the kickoff.
I don't even have time to look over at the stats, and then you just have another goal. Like, it's... Can we take a breather? I was trying to see who
they were facing off against leading up to this, and like where they've been throughout CRL and different places. Unfortunately, talking about CRL, Vegas and Broken, I don't believe they're on the same team anymore, because they're going to different schools now, and neither of them qualified for the most recent season. So their qualifiers are next weekend for the first qualifier. So we could see both of these players back in the CRL if they do well enough.
Yeah, so this is a nice platform to kind of warm up and, you know, cash in on some prizes, because like I'm sure like all the players here have insane setups. Like some of them stream and some of them have been competing for a long time, but hey, you can always give it to a friend or donate it to people in need, worst case, or maybe you want to switch up the brand. I know sometimes like your equipment gets old and it's time for something new, and well, nothing new here, still hitting the cross, but Tekos is going for round 2. Had some help from Blaze, but still couldn't get it at the back of the net, but you're still hustling for it.
For those who might not recognize Nibra, they were on the Gentlemen recently throughout the last season and some change. They've been doing pretty well for themselves, competing in not really too many massive tournaments, but also trying to do their best to make it into the main events for RLCS. They've gotten close here or there. They actually competed in the AAA Challenger Series, which Jen, you and I were a part of at one point, and they did pretty decent throughout all of that as well. But we're seeing Nibra really showcase their skill more than anyone else in this series.
Well, this is just like a stomp, but like I don't really believe in stomps anymore, because I remember we were casting the Alberta Crushers versus like Gobelins, and Alberta crushed it like 6-3, and then almost got reverse swept type of situation. So I don't ever believe the scores in terms of like a team difference, especially that they're not too far, your opponent's not too far behind.
I would also say Nibra, the team that they were on for Gentlemen, probably part of the top, 32 teams that are out there, because they would consistently make it into the closed qualifiers, but then would struggle to make it into the actual main events. They haven't made any main events this season so far, so maybe they're also trying to be like, okay, this is revenge. We're trying to warm up as much as we can, get some practice in with some other players that are just Canadians, because the players that they play with on the Gentlemen aren't Canadian. I believe they're all American specifically. So nice to see some Canadian spirit being shared across the board with their teammates.
Yeah, and Broken and Vegas have been on one, like at least on the CRL side of things, which I'm more acquainted with, like they've been a top Canadian team there for sure. So it's cool to see them trying to represent themselves in other Canadian tournaments, and it's cool that TELUS Esports series gives them a chance, and also like teams from other skill divisions, because imagine if this was all one skill division, like Broken, Vegas, Banan would be running it.
It looks like Banan was on a team called La Team, which they did pretty decent. Some smaller events here and there, got some wins, like $600 in earnings up to this point. So if Banan is able to get some good earnings throughout this event in the future, they'll be able to improve that as well for themselves, and looking pretty solid there. But this is the first time, I believe, looking at some of these other competitions, that they have played together with this roster specifically.
Well, 7-4 is not a scoreline I was expecting. Like the first game. Like we're beyond Brazil territory, and I don't know what other goofy names the Rocket League community has come up with, and it took me a while just to get used to. Okay, what is a Rule 1? What is a Brazil? What is like this? What is that? And like all the stupid names that have come up with. But I don't know what I would call a 7-4, but I'd call this at least a stomp, as we'll see if the randoms can keep this up in game 2.
It's crazy, because at this level of competition, when this many goals go in, you really don't need to break down every single goal that is happening, because there's just been so many, and it somehow still ended up, after the 12 goals, being just a 2-goal differential at the end of the day here. So there's not too much to break down other than them going full throttle, full send, and they don't really care too much about defense. That's the one thing we got to talk about, is the defense hasn't really been there. A single save for everyone on Farmville, 2 for Nibra, 1 for Blaze. And speaking of Blaze and Tekos, they were actually on Farmville with Banan, who used to go by Relaxing Bananas. So that's kind of where they might know each other, and Banan is maybe their secret weapon to taking down the randoms. But the way things are going, you got to take down Nibra more than anyone else.
I like how at least you Frenched it up, for our TELUS Esports series. We've had actually a few like French team names, like the Gobelins. We actually had to translate that one, and I've always wondered, because I know French, but even just trying to speak mostly English and then say like a French name is so awkward. At least like Banan is like, it's fine. It's not super French. But Blaze cheating up off kickoff just gets a free goal.
Okay. He'll take those every day of the week. 3 seconds into this one. We saw so many goals in the last one. Might as well start off strong here. Also, from our lovely production crew from the RLQC guys, we heard that Relaxing Banana is their like full tag, or what they used to be called. They are a moderator for Psionics, so not rocking the title. They're trying to go, undiscovered in this tournament. They're specifically, maybe that's what the name change as well. But Blaze and Tekos, they know them from playing with them in the past on Farmville, doing pretty decently there as well. But in the first 30 seconds, we are seeing a bit better defense, which is nice compared to what we saw in the previous game.
Randoms, yeah, they had their net just hammered. I'm still surprised that this is just scoreless for Farmville. But now they're back on the defense. Tekos and Blaze working the right side. Nebra gets involved. Blaze stays in the midfield, doesn't want to overextend, but the ball gets past him. You see at least Tekos can kind of slow this down, back on the defense, and even manages to get a demo onto someone from Farmville, so that offense got kind of squashed.
First minute, a lot more uneventful compared to the previous game.
Yeah.
I think at this point we had like, what, 4 goals already gone through? I'm glad they slowed it down for our sanity's sake and also the viewers. Just seeing that many goal explosions, you start to get a bit starstruck and just blinded after as many explosions have been going on there. But luckily, we are seeing it calm down a little bit. This is a best of 5 though, so the first game is kind of a wash for a lot of these teams at this level. They play it however they want, try to see if they can feel out their opponents, know exactly what to adapt for the next game specifically. And that's what we're witnessing here, a slowdown of the entire play compared to the speed and ferocity we witnessed in game 1.
Yeah, it's a lot more of just kind of a measured approach of not going for stupid challenges and really going for meaningful ones. And yeah, at least Blaze, if he's not going for a challenge on the ball, he's going for a challenge on the player and likes to go for a few demos. If he really just can't steal the ball away, he'll do it by force. So Randoms up 1-0, and hey, that's all you need to win, technically. You just kind of want to get another insurance goal. So I wouldn't say you change your play style off of a 1-0, but, well, the responding goal is knocking at their door. Farmville got real close.
Ooh, almost took out Blaze was Vegas, and they were one of the MVPs, I would say, for Valleyfield when they were playing at the CRL World Championship. They got top 4. Vegas popped off so many times for them to somehow clutch out nonsensical victories that should not have happened, especially against, like, they almost beat top team in Northwood, getting a last, like, what is 3 goals in 30 seconds, I think it was eventually. It was insanity.
Yeah, this is still left, but Blaze kicks it off. Nebra in the box. Banan gets a really important challenge. It doesn't get the full clear, but kind of makes them, the random start back to 0. And Nebra not holding on to that. Broken breaks through on the left side and gets a clear. Finally, Farmville can breathe a bit. Working on that first goal is more difficult than it looks, apparently.
1:46 on the clock now. Trying to get that first goal, as you were mentioning. Much different ball game compared to the previous one where we had 12 goals. Now we can barely scrape by with 1. And even with that lead in the favor of the Randoms. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the defense on that one as well. Nebra just had perfect positioning on the challenge.
Yeah, Broken tried to follow it up, and then the 50 up in the air, and Nebra just there first. And when you got that 50 that just goes to the ceiling, you're there turning around, looking around, going up, and just a little too late on that. But a 2-0 lead doesn't feel like much with 90 seconds left, but the way this game is broken down, like, we just haven't had a lot of action, especially from Farmville. And it's not of the lack of shots, because they have 7 registered and there's 6 saves, so they're definitely going on target. Just Random's defense is next level.
Shows the skill of the Randoms compared to what we're witnessing from Farmville, as they've probably played as a team a decent amount of time, and Nebra has just been waiting for that right roster. It feels like every time they've competed, it's been a struggle for them to get super far in competitions. But if the competition is your friends that you play with in ranked a lot of time, or maybe in collegiate practice, you know left from right pretty well for what they're going to go challenge-wise, and you can predict them that much more easily.
Ooh. Vegas puts into the corner because he's like, well, if they're going to easily defend it, at least maintaining possession is more important sometimes than just going for lousy shots. So Unfortunately, that still just gives back over possession to Farmville, who might just register so many shots and maybe still end up at 0 goals. We'll have to see, because they have way more shots than the randoms, but haven't registered any goals yet, which is so weird to me, because I know they're destined to be a better team. 10 seconds left, and that door has closed. Maybe they can turn that donut into a breadstick, though, but it's tough going through the midfield.
No chance to come back, unfortunately, as it hit 0 and hits the ground. Randoms looking to be our first sweep of the day if it continues this way. I don't want to jinx it now, but with the way things are going, it seems very likely the speed we witnessed before slowed down, more calculated approach. This is the gameplay that we're used to seeing from these competitors. But Farmville, it's been an issue of teamwork, I would say, in this game specifically, because they didn't really have the best wherewithal of, okay, we all know our skill level, we know exactly what to do, but we haven't played together as a full unit. Vegas and Broken, they played a lot, but now I believe they're broken up and at different schools, so maybe not playing together as much as they used to when they were on Valleyfield.
Yeah, I think Farmville, from like kind of some of the highlights that we saw as we'll go into our maybe final game, is that when it came to these panicky 50s and these weird things, chaotic things that would happen in the box, felt like randoms were just mechanically a little bit more adept to get on the play and kind of read the play, as chaotic as it was, quicker. So Farmville found themselves lost in very critical moments where they needed to, oh, Tekov's just left, so we might have a game restart here, which gives us more time to talk about what I mean there, of just Farmville, like, it gets so close, like inches within the goal line, and then there'll be a weird 50 or a weird challenge, and they don't know how to kind of recover from that point.
Yeah, so I believe we're going to be resetting the lobby on that one specifically, since, you know, everyone left. I believe there was a ping issue, so we'll get that sorted for the next game and get into that one as quickly as possible. Some more fun facts about these players, because I'm just looking up on Wikipedia. Oh, Invisible Player Bug, that one's always fun. Zookeepers, that is the team that Blaze is on currently, and with Tool, who used to be part of Team Axel, which is now, or Team Accelerate, which is now Team Axel, back in the previous season, 2021-22 is what they called it. I don't know why. Could have gone like Y or something instead of X. But yeah, I mean, the way that these players have performed throughout competition outside of TELUS Esports Series 2, they have so much experience, so much individual skill. A lot of it has come down to how well they mesh with the other players. And right now, the randoms, living up to the randoms name, which was what, two-piece Chronic and Knight, I think that was. They were pretty solid, came out of nowhere, and then did decently in some events, and then all of them got picked up by different orgs. Now they're doing pretty well. Chronic the most, who just won a major. So we're trying to take some of that energy to maybe win the Elite League specifically here.
Yeah, and then they'll be our, they'll go into the finals for tomorrow to determine if they'll be our champion.
There we go.
And then we'll go into game 3 to decide kind of what story we'll tell there. And then we'll see if the TELUS Esports Series happens next year. And then we can kind of have our reigning champions.
Nice.
Who will dethrone them. You know, the storylines, Bob.
Exactly. That's what we love to see. And the storyline just continues being Nebra is just too good. Too good. You can't be stopped.
Oh geez, and you can't even breathe in these series because the goals just come in so quickly, and the fact that it's randoms, like, they have just like a chokehold on this game and they're just like not letting go.
This is their game and they are here to play it, especially with Nebra, who got like what, 5 goals I think in the first game. I didn't count necessarily because there's just so many goals happening throughout that one, but great to see that we got a solid lobby this time, no bugs reported, so they have been squashed successfully, as it seems like the randoms are squashing the competition at Farmville.
We'll see if they can farm up a goal, because that was clearly an issue last game when they got 0 of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just can't even carry it. Like, you just saw Broken just gets instantly challenged as soon as they have the ball. It's like you really can't rest if you're Farmville, and it might be up to switching to that maybe Karl with the C play style of when you're getting challenged so much, you gotta almost always predict that you're going to get challenged and get rid of the ball as soon as you can.
Or at least have a game plan, like a backup story. Oh a couple moves ahead be planned, and there we go. Broken able to put the nail in the coffin on that one. Very dangerous because there's been so many situations where balls just bounce up and down from the crossbar and not been able to be secured as a goal. That time it doesn't happen. They do get on the board, tied up 1-1.
I love that this is Rocket League from Blaze in chat. I know you guys don't get to see that, but that's the I think funnest part about casting is you get to see the dialogues between the players, and sometimes they're hilarious.
Yep.
And sometimes you can't even talk about it, but at least we can talk about the Tekos goal because randoms are back in the lead.
Woof. Right off the backboard from Nibra, and Tekos perfect follow-up to make sure that they could get that initiative secured on offense. 2-1, 3:41 on the clock. Game 3, first sweep is a possibility with things continuing this way, but we'll have to see what Farmville can scrounge up themselves. They want to be fulfilled with the goal scoring opportunities they've had, which have been few and far between, except for Nibra, who has another one there, denied by the defense somehow into the corner. It goes away.
Wow. And just managing to just be really patient on that clear. Vegas is successful and steals the boost and almost sets up Banan for a responding goal. And that could have been the tying one.
Banan, no!
Banan, no!
Oh, 3 minutes now, down by 1. Nibra, full control of the ball there. Nothing that the defense could do. Blaze was just waiting for that to happen, and essentially right off the sidewall, Vegas tried to do something, Broken tried to do something, baited out, could not recover. And just watching from the sidelines as their entire family just gets destroyed. And then we see 3-1, not even at the halfway point of game number 3. Banan, speaking of them though, almost got the initiative right off the kickoff well enough for a stellar shot, but no goal in sight.
And a more comfortable lead now for randoms, but this was also a team that started off the series 7-4.
Yeah.
So we could always do better than 3. Why not 4? But Farmville, at least they kind of broke that dry streak, and well, randoms continue to dominate.
You had to ask them, why not 4?
Yeah,
and
why not 4?
They had to answer. They were just being polite at that point in time. 4 goals in the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And we just got to the halfway point of game 3, but this might just be the halfway point of this series being over. Because if this scoreline stays, and it's very likely to be just that, based on the amount of goals, the maximum in that crazy game we saw in game 1 being 4 from the side of Farmville. Might be all she wrote for them. Great saves, as the announcer of Champions Field saying, what a save. And rightly so, great efforts by the defense of the randoms.
Some really close calls from Farmville. This is kind of like game 2 where they register a good amount of shots, but it's really tough to get past the defense of the randoms. And if you're still like a viewer from the beginner division days, there's obviously a huge disparity between how you play defense there versus here. And it's not goaltending. It's always moving, having intention on your position, rotating, and really predicting what's going to happen. And who could predict this? Nibra with a massive goal.
Beautiful effort by Nibra on this play. I gotta solo them on my camera because they got bumped by Blaze. It was a team bump to force that through. You can't even do anything about that, especially if you're facing the wrong direction like Broken was. Broken knew as soon as the ball was going towards them, they're like, I'm not gonna be able to save this. They tried, but there was no chance, no way, Jose, that they could get the save there. In the midfield line, it stays for Farmville as they are trying to extend their stay as long as they can in the upper bracket, but it is inevitable at this point in time that they will end up in the lower bracket and have to make it back for a rematch on the day tomorrow for the finals.
Well, it just makes it scary, right? For anyone going into the Elite Division lower final after this, of who the heck has to go up against the randoms? Like, I am not wishing that on my worst enemy, but at least if it's, you know, Farmville again, then they know what to expect. And maybe they've had an easier opponent to warm up against, but who knows if that opponent's going to be any easier.
So the funniest thing too, I'm looking ahead at the bracket, the team that the Farmville roster is facing off against is that team, which is the team that Banana is on. And
Oh.
so they're going to know the playstyle 100% and see exactly how they have to send them out and away, which is unfortunate, but it's just the way things go. Which is also funny too, because Farmville is the one who took down the team and sent them into the lower bracket. We've had this happen so many times now.
Oh, jeez. And then that all gets settled on a best of 3.
Yep.
Not a lot of games, as we've pointed out. A few more seconds left in this game, and we'll have our first sweep of the day. It's from the randoms. So, and is in our elite division where we thought it was going to be, I thought this was going to be our closest match, but randoms really just stole away this series. That was incredible.
GG's all around, and you can definitely tell that the randoms, well, they got the skill to pay the bills, and the bills will be paid with the amazing prizes that they are guaranteed to win. We'll go over them at the end of the show because it's a very long list, but none the less, great work across the board from the randoms. We're going to be taking one quick final break for our final series of the day, and then it's all grand finals tomorrow. We have one final matchup for the Elite League. It is the lower final. We'll be back with La Team versus Farmville to see who joins the randoms tomorrow. Welcome back, everyone, into the TELUS Esports Series 2. We have one final series today, but we also have one final call out for you. If you have not filled out the survey, this is your final time because the winners for those Xbox Series S will be probably announced tomorrow in the Discord. So Xbox Discord to join that, but also fill out the survey if you are a part of the actual TELUS Esports Series 2, participated as a team. For that, the winners will be drawn tomorrow, so definitely want to do that if you have not yet. Give us your feedback. It's super important to making the TELUS Esports Series that much better in the next iteration. This is only the second one. It's only going to get better from here. But we have one final matchup of the day and one final best of three. La Team versus Farmville. And La Team is the team that Benin was also on, so he's going to know a lot of these players and see exactly how they perform. But also, we talked about the collegiate atmosphere of a lot of these teams. Duck, who is on the team, is from Sioux College, who did pretty decently in past iterations of CRL, so we'll see how that team performs without Benin and with a Duck in its place.
With a duck in its place, you're like, wait, no, the duck, the one you know. Yeah, this is the best of three, so it's a short one in our last series of the day. But you'll want to check out our finals tomorrow, starting at the same time, and we'll see who kicks things off. I felt like we didn't get to see a true showing of Farmville because Random scored, let's say, 14 goals over 3 games. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it was a lot. A lot of action happening there, and it definitely extends the timer a little bit for those games, even though that was our first sweep of the day. An expected after the performance we saw from that first game, to say the least. But now let's see what happens when Farmville, they took down the team to make them go into the lower bracket. So this is a rematch of epic proportions between these two teams. Banan against his teammates, Duck in his place. Vegas and Broken, they've been on Valleyfield for a time and worked together as a roster for such a long time and so well together. As we mentioned before, at the CRL World Championships 2022, they got 4th place and almost took down the eventual winners of Northwood. Went all the way to like almost the last game, I believe, there too, in that best of 7. But the first minute, pretty uneventful here so far. They're just kind of getting their bearings in this first game because they know one game gone, you lose another, you're out of the competition with third.
Yeah, like La Team was kind of stuck because I saw mainly Jerry didn't have any boost, and every time they went for the ball and went for a clear, they got trapped and managed to break out, but not in any really threatening type of way. And this is looking threatening. Thank goodness Jerry got that second touch, because I think Farmville could have scored off of that.
Very, very close, but unfortunately did not work out for them. Talking about Duck specifically and their work at Sioux College, they got 4th at the Midwest Collegiate Invitational. Did pretty decent in the summer series over at CCA, got 8th in Div 1, so made it to the playoffs and everything there. Did pretty decent for themselves, and they've won a couple of different events here and there. Got 9th through 16th, CRL Fall 2020 of Sioux College when they were in CRL, so they've been around the block in competitions for some time. So we'll see if they can help use that experience for Jerry and Bishop to maybe take down one of the best teams, I would say, that are out there with Broken and Vegas and Banana on it.
It's kind of the same of the way I'm seeing Farmville play. This is very reminiscent of the last series. Of their pressure is very good. Like, they stay on offense for a long time, but in terms of getting shots past the defense, not so much. Like, they scored a total of 5 goals over 3 games against the randoms, and they've had quite a few opportunities on the offense in this game as well that have not converted, despite registering 5 shots and being ahead in that game as well. So you just hope the execution steps it up, and Broken, he heard the call.
Yeah, Broken's the executioner this time, making it nobody's business to try and stop him from getting that goal in. Duck desperately diving for the play, could not get there in time, unfortunately, there. So it will be Broken getting on the board first for Farmville, right past the halfway point of game number 1, this best of 3.
Oh, that lands right in the midfield, but Banan couldn't get on it before the bounce just went to the ceiling. So you had a few members from Farmville scramble for that, which gave La Team some chance to score, but Duck kind of ran into the cross there, but at least Bishop is there to recover. Jerry in the midfield steps up to keep the play going, and at least rotationally, La Team seem to have their stuff together. Like, they're maintaining possession, they're trying to creep past, even
save.
the bounce is read by Banan, but Bishop cleans up at the end of the day.
Didn't have enough boost, didn't have enough pressure behind the ball to get this away. Duck just putting his car in front of their faces so they can't even see where things are coming from to maybe get rid of any chance they had to getting the save there. So 1-1, nice tie-up. We saw the offensive effort work out spectacularly there for the side of La Team. Will that be enough for them to get an eventual lead? Vegas, we saw some great plays from them in the previous series. They've been relatively quiet this time around, as they've only had a single shot and save to their name, where there's been 4 saves from Banan and 3 shots, and 2 shots from Broken with the 1 goal that they got to start things off a little bit earlier on.
You see that at that point, La Team kind of just kept jumping up to the ceiling, which didn't have firm possession, allowed kind of a setup from Farmville to get around the defense and create this triangle formation to build up towards that trap that even like you set up in the same way in hockey. But fortunately, when the ball got cleared, it's just all that setup was for nothing, and you're left with 40 seconds, a lot of time wasted, no goals. Broken with it looked like an open net until Jerry just heard him diving across and saved it at the last second.
Less than 30 seconds to go to see if we go to our first OT of the Elite League. We didn't really have much of a chance to do it in the previous series, so why not do it here? Bishop getting taken out of the play completely. Banan has plenty of room to work with, but can they get a goal for their team in time? Broken. Great aerial for the recovery. Gets it past Duck. Gets it past Bishop, but the passing play not quick enough. Still into the air. One final chance for either of these teams to get a goal. Otherwise, it's going to touch down to the ground as it does, and we get OT number 1.
Now this is close, and I think it's just because both teams have kind of whiffed on the defense and the offense at the same time, so a lot of people are scrambling, but I don't see Banan scrambling too much, and finally someone had to go up for the challenge. You got to expend the resources, and at the end of the day, this just slides in like that.
Smooth like butter. That was a different team before, but that's what this team is acting like this time, the way that they were able to put that away in OT. 12 seconds in. Vegas, I'm sure he's happy they're able to get a game win under their belt during the stream time, but now they need one more for it to be their time to move on to those grand finals for a rematch against the Randoms.
That was just really uneventful. Yeah, like the team just were all in that left corner and never came out to stop the ball from going into the net. So not loving that. It's fine though. They did get a lot of opportunities to score themselves. Just like I said, both teams didn't play at their peak, I would say, in this game 1. And I'm sure it's been a long day for them, and being in the lower bracket, you got to learn from your previous opponent, but all the focus has to be on this game 2. Will Farmville get the sweep, go back to the grand final to face the Randoms, which good luck with that. It didn't go well the first time. Or will La Team kind of have a 180 in game 2?
We'll see as we get into our potential final game of the day, and then tomorrow will be all of the finals. We'll go over a little schedule preview after this series is done. But La Team, they need to bounce back, get a win here. More than that 1 goal, because they were struggling themselves to figure out exactly where their footing was. Other than Bishop, there wasn't much offensive pressure from their side. They're too preoccupied with being stuck on their half of the field, trying to get the ball away and getting some saves here and there. So we'll see if there's any adjustments made in game 2. But again, as we mentioned before, Farmville is the team that sent them down into the lower bracket and gave them their first loss. So it's going to be a long uphill battle for La Team to bounce back.
Well, the team are bouncing back in the biggest ways. You start with Bishop, who demoed someone. You had this 3-on-2, but clears like that is what squashes all of that value. And Farmville, what a shot. That came in quick. Broken recovers, has someone in the box, but now an even better clear comes out from Bishop.
That was very close, too, because could have bounced off of a defender, excuse me, into the back of the net. I was sounding like Daffy Duck there for a moment. Speaking of Duck, we saw them do pretty decently defensively, but not much on the offense like we would expect to see them. They've actually had some experience in the RLCS. It's been a long day, guys. Throughout the competition, the past on teams like Tequila, who made deep runs into close qualifiers, but not quite made main event. So a lot of these players, they've been around the block for some time. They're all SSL, at least, and they know what matters the most when it comes to these level of competitions. It's just really, can they gel well enough with their current team? Duck, a sub-in for Banan on this team roster. Banan, a sub-in for one of their other players that was typically on Valleyfield for Vegas and Broken. So it's nice to see these kind of pickup teams come and go. And right now, we almost saw a pickup of a goal for the side of Farmville.
Yeah, Broken and Vegas, have been more focused on bumping. Like, I saw like Broken go for a demo and tried to bump someone else in the net when they didn't really have the firmest of possession. So I think it's having a lot of trust in teammates, but not communicating when things are going awry. So again, you had precious seconds being wasted of bumping people when you don't even have the ball, which amounts to really nothing. Ooh. Shot into the upper 90, into the corner, and it's recovered. Duck with the first one.
See, every time we talk about a player and say they need to step up, they do. And that's just the universal constant of Rocket League, it feels like. At least for the TELUS Esports series, too. But the first one on the board there for the Ice Titan of Duck, with the title that they're rocking. I think that's just like SSL in Snow Day, the extra mode that is out there. So that's interesting to have as a title specifically. But nonetheless, they need to be rocking the title of moving on to the grand finals and at least getting second, which is a very long title in itself. If they do get a victory here and another one, they need two back-to-back to get the victory in this best of three.
You see Banan just carries it right to Jerry, and possession is difficult to hold on to at this skill division if you're joining us from all the way from the beginner days that we had today. Ooh. And that's a level of control that you only see at this level, and Bishop and Duck still work on getting it in.
Bishop finally able to come online in this game as well after they did so well for their team in the previous one. They got the only goal that they had off of 5 shots in game number 1. Speaking of the shots, they have 4 already in the first half, so they've put the pedal to the metal themselves, not really focused too much on defense compared to their counterparts. That's worked out well enough for them to have that 2-goal lead. We know the capabilities of these players on Farmville, but it just seems like something is not clicking in game number 2. Banan looking for the flip reset. The first one, we haven't seen many of those other than that first game, and Vegas with a simple follow-up, but that's sometimes all you need for that first goal.
Yeah, I think it looks like they did get the reset and they just used it to move Jerry out of the way, and then Duck got lost in the sauce in the net, so it works out. La Team, I said LA Team. I knew I was gonna mess that up once, but La Team up only by 1 into the second half. Bishop off the backboard. No one is there. It bounces to midfield, which means La Team can start mounting that pressure until Broken clears it, I guess, for free.
Oh, Banan! Oh, so close. And we needed a better follow-up by Broken. You said the clear was great, but just needed a bit more boost to get in position. And then they could have cleared things out and gotten that second goal and tied it like they were vying for. But instead, Vegas got possession of the ball from Broken. Gonna go down to the ground, not much boost to work with, just keeps that momentum moving forward off the corner and into the air for Broken again. Full boost in the tank, gave up control, didn't have any second plan, so had to just drop that and move back on the rotation towards their side. Backboard defended expertly. Broken gives it up to Vegas again with that redirect, but Jerry lurking and doing their best to be a thorn in the side of the defense of Farmville, because they have not been able to find their footing in this second game.
Yeah, and 1 minute left. You gotta find it or you never will, or else we'll go into a game 3. La Team just have to not choke. I don't know how difficult that is in the scope of Rocket League, but Duck, he says he doesn't really care. Let's go for a third one. Jerry's on board with whatever Duck is cooking. And here comes Bishop being involved, keeping the ball in that side of the field means, well, Farmville won't get the score, but both teams have been really good at clearing. Ooh. Broken tries to connect on the pass, Jerry intercepts, and the next 35 seconds could be in, are we doing game 3 or overtime?
One thing I know for sure is that Jerry is a race car driver and he's doing the best that he can on offense for this time. Broken right off the backboard, set up for Vegas. Maybe get the bump. That would have been perfect for them to get a goal, but no, 20 seconds to go. Banan looking for the setup. Bishop had that red a mile away. Jerry, oh, got the center as well. Vegas can't get that forward either. Broken was lurking, no boost in the tank. He's trying to be threatening. Banan, they got the shot, but it's awry to the left side. Broken with one final opportunity before we get a potential Game 3 situation. Only one sweep today. Every game that is a best of 3 is going to Game 3.
I know we could only get like one sweep today, but usually, I mean, it's the opposite problem in like every other tournament. I mean,
yeah,
we have narrowed it down to the best of the best, and the fact that it's so low scoring too means it's just the closest it's ever gonna be. I'm surprised we just didn't go into overtime. That's all.
It was so close to being that case, but unfortunately, even with all the pressure and all the shots that were coming out from Farmville, the team did so much better on defense this game compared to the first one. I mean, they had like a couple saves here and there, but 5 from Jerry really is the outlier, making it that there was not a possibility for Farmville to put those simple shots that worked out so well for them to get the goals necessary for the victory. And another 2-1, just going the different direction this time.
Well, Farmville, I don't know who's going to come out of this series now, because both first games kind of ended 2-1. Just the first one going into OT. That's really the only difference. And
you know what's also cool?
What?
The series is going to end 2-1.
You just blew my mind.
Now we just need another 2-1 finish for this final game. So we have the 2-1 completion arc for the Elite League. But again, for the winner of this series, they have to face off against randoms tomorrow during those final matchups. It's going to be a tough one at that, an uphill battle, you could say. But nonetheless, a different kind of game that we've been witnessing in this series compared to the last one, with just the slaughter that we witnessed in those 3 games.
And it's already just a hustle on the offense when it comes to Farmville. A few like soft shots, and that's been their issues. Their offense is it's definitely high in quantity, but quality is a different situation, and that's not even a knock on them. It's just the defense of La Team has been troublesome to get through, to say the least. And not even just where they're positioning, but how often they get really good clears.
That just goes to show how well Bishop, Jerry, and Duck are working together. Duck, even though Banan is the main player on that team, well, we don't need to really talk about that for a moment, because that was an odd spot to find themselves in defensively. Bishop goes up for the challenge, leaves it up for Vegas, just get awkwardly challenged. Jerry feels side flip, man. Wasn't really in position to take that away and didn't expect the power behind that shot.
You know, sometimes you just tee up the other team so they can hit a grand slam, you know? It happens to the best of us. You're kind of like the 4th imposter in that moment, but Farmville, they're up by 1. And now they can work on the second one. The offense kicks off to the left side. Broken knocked into the corner, but Jerry goes to the skies. And Farmville had the boost, but just kind of wanted to see where they landed. So they continue, or Vegas just puts on the shot, tries to get a cute bounce on it. And Bishop extends out of the net to read it well. And La Team, like I said, are very impressive on the defense.
Ooh, nice touch by Broken. Couldn't really get the follow because the bounce didn't work out in their favor. They were expecting it to maybe come a little bit closer to them so that they could follow it up, but also had no boost in the tank to work with. So not too much they could have really done with that initiative. Nonetheless, it was very pretty. Vegas, not much he can do either. Broken clearing out the rest of the competition. Now they just need to follow this one up. Vegas has free reign. The Duck with the execution on that save. Get it up and away from their opponents. We almost saw a double tap initiated by Bishop. Vegas just making sure he's going to be a thorn in their side this time, and it's not as easy for either team to get that second goal.
Yeah, even Bishop can't seem to find a lane through the left side. It's kind of this toss-up in the midfield. It looks like Vegas will get a piece of it. Broken starts to go forward to receive a pass, or at least starts going for a bump or a demo. Is successful on the Bishop, but it's not like the midfield is that empty until, I guess, Farmville are going to make it empty by force, just demoing everyone. It gets them real close to a scoring opportunity as long as Banan doesn't lose his challenge, and looks like he did.
2:22 on the clock. We're looking for that second goal still, at least in this game. 2 for Farmville if they want to get a victory, because like we said before, 2-1 seems to be the way things have been going in this series. Jerry somehow gets that save, no boost. The tank just fell from the heavens and goes the other direction. Banan could have had a goal scoring opportunity if it wasn't deflected by that last defender. Vegas goes flying. Banana is the only one here. Not going to be able to get it. Goes off the post, but luckily it's in the right direction. Bishop with the goal to tie it up.
Yeah, Bishop is getting a lot of value these games. Like whether it's going for demos, going for clears, whatever it is, and now going for goals on top. It's just like the triple threat. We have a 1-1 game with 2 minutes left. And it's almost like the series is going to end 2-1. Maybe this game could even end 2-1 at this point with how kind of slow and paced everybody is.
1:43 on the clock. No closer are we to being able to decide the winner here. Broken. Some momentum behind that Jerry. Stellar saves after stellar saves every single time. No question that they were able to get 5 saves in the previous one, and how important and integral they are as well. On to the left side it goes. 1:20 on the clock. Bishop trying to see what they can do here as well. Duck into the side wall. 1:10 now. Into the corner it goes. Vegas. Banan there might have a chance, but no. Again, no possession in sight for Farmville. Bishop's got another open opportunity, but Vegas with the save.
You're not even out of the woods yet. Jerry reads the bounce from Vegas so well, and still the broken follow-up gets the clear that Farmville was looking for. Jerry is ready to return that thing to sender though, but doesn't have a lot of boost to keep this going. Duck and Bishop are going to complete some passes. They're really extending forward, but almost kind of hesitating, because sometimes overextending, you do get punished at this level, and just trying to bully their way through the net. Everyone dives in, and La Team get the lead with 32 seconds left.
What a way to do it. 32 seconds, not much time for Farmville to come back themselves. See exactly what is necessary. It just seems like there hasn't been enough pressure, enough pizzazz from Farmville to really pull off the victory in these series. From what we've witnessed, they have the capability, just the wind has not been in their sails, in their favor, and the life's been sucked out of them by this defensive effort from La Team. 17 seconds ago, Banana with a great shot, but Bishop, so much room to work with to get that one away. Need at least 2 players on the side of Farmville to come out and get something big for this to turn around in a moment's notice.
Will it be a new challenger that goes up against the randoms? Banan keeps the ball in the air. Broken gets another touch. Banana's ready to set up Vegas. Vegas is going on the other side of the field, and someone needed help to keep that ball up. And you have it, everybody. La Team will be going up against the randoms in our grand final of the Elite Division tomorrow.
What a way to do it. Kudos to La Team for getting the victory, getting revenge against Farmville there, and moving on to tomorrow to face off against the randoms. Let's do a quick recap of our schedule or not recap, but also show you the schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be Grand Finals Day, Beginner, Advanced, Intermediate, and then Elite, starting around the same time as we did it today for the broadcast. We'll talk about the prizing tomorrow because there is so much to go through for that as well. But we want to give a shout out to our sponsors who are giving the prizing to these lovely players. That is GameCon Canada and HyperX. Also got to give a shout out to our presenting sponsor, Nanoleaf. You can pick up some of their panels, customize your home, and brighten your life that way as well. That's just something I came up with that you're not there saying specifically. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Congrats to all the teams who made it to the grand finals. And I think that's all she wrote for us. Jen, any final words for you?
I mean, shout out to TELUS for making this happen. Like I said, when I started doing esports in Canada, like many years ago, like stuff like this didn't exist. There weren't any opportunities, especially for Canadians. And TELUS Esports Series really provides that platform for all skill divisions, so people can have the motivation to get better and have prizes and gear upgrades to go to the next level. So shout out to TELUS and all the partners that have helped out making this possible. And it's not even over yet, because the best of the best is tomorrow.
Well, we had a lot of games today. We only have 4 matches tomorrow, and we got some winner interviews. So that's going to be all she wrote for us tonight. We'll see you at the conclusion of the TELUS Esports Series 2 on Sunday.